morning! I am alive. I am alive and operational. Beep, boop. Good morning! Good morning! Matt Larson, thank you. Are Foxu tangents a shape? You can print him into a shape at the shape store. It lives. I'm alive! Oh, wow, wow. Pristine theatrics. It is very pristine theatrics. A Slendy Enderman, thank you for the huge fucking 50, brother. Thank you. My fellow honorable chatters, we're gonna make it. Can we get a munya for Brandon Herrera? I am so fucking happy he won. Like, it was crazy that it was gonna go to a runoff. Like, apparently Texas has open primaries, so people who aren't Republican can vote in the primary, which seems kind of fucking weird to me, but whatever, what do I know? But regardless, people finally put enough pressure on fucking Phony Tony, and he had to drop out. So, let's go fucking Brandon. Let's go fucking Brandon. Shadowsgate, thank you for those 10 kick blankets, my guy. Thank you. Thank you for the 10 warm blankets on kick. Thank you, thank you. Did I see the new Twitch ambassador? She's a former Jav actress. Hot take. Twitch ambassadors. If someone gets elevated to Twitch ambassador, I no longer trust them. Because Twitch ambassador is not a real position. It's basically you're gonna gobble on our balls constantly, and you're never gonna do anything good for the actual streamers on this platform. So I immediately don't trust any Twitch ambassador. It's basically like, these are the brown nosers of the platform. However, Kaho is a fucking sweetheart. I have literally nothing bad to say about Kaho. Yeah, she was a former Jav actress. I talk about how fucking horrendous the Jav industry is from a consumer point of view pretty frequently. I don't think she's done any of that crazy shit. At least I hope not. I've never seen anything with her in it. But she's a very sweet lady. She's a very sweet lady. I have nothing bad to say about her. Liaison Doppelganger, thank you. Please white pill you. Everything seems to be sliding towards inevitable Democrat victory and total censorship and Chinese social credit system hell, which is a world you will exit if it happens. Well, don't doom pill like that. First of all, don't doom pill. Second of all, you're doom pilling after Brandon Herrera won his fucking seat. You're doom pilling?
Spicy cat raid. What the
Anytime
hell is
you doom pill, I suggest just going to like the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire's page and scrolling. People who don't pay attention to New Hampshire, understandable, they're very small. However, there was some drama over the last few days because apparently they decided to say that in a few words, politicians that try to enact an income tax upon the people should be killed. And I was like, whoa, bro, whoa, that escalated quickly. So, hey, chat. Oh, God. Trek Chris, thank you. You're channeling Foxwife right now, eating a 5-year-old MRE and imagining you're in a bunker in fear for your life. This guy's preparing. He is preparing. No dooming. It is time for hope maxing. I don't know about maxing, but it is a time of hope, for sure. Based 100% agree. I don't know if I could find it even. I don't know if they took down the poll, because I know the, like, New Hampshire Department of Justice asked them, like, hey, guys, so we don't have to do anything about this. Can you just take down the post? And, like, even if they took down the post so they don't have to have the New Hampshire Department of Justice investigate anything, all the people who hate them keep reposting the post. And the response is not what the people who hate them expect. Everyone's like, yeah, what's the problem with this? And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Tax systems were different in the 50s. It's fun. New Hampshire's on Bags wavelength. They are evil maxing in the new year. LPNH detractors are advertising. I was like, I don't even know what's happening anymore. This is fucking wild. Yep. We have politicians who are outwardly calling for the death of other politicians who try to enact taxes upon the people, and you're blackpilling? The Kafkaesque irony of arguing about taxes and being strong-armed by wasting taxpayer money in order to force them to take down their opinion on taxes. Oh my god. We're bombing foreigners, deporting illegals, putting gun tubers up for election, and you're blackpilling? 2026 is a year of hope. A Slendy Enderman, thank you again. Thank you again. You're really hoping Brandon isn't corrupted by Congress? Better men than him have fallen into corruption. Thankfully, he already has fame, wealth, and influence, and it'll make him resistant to being corrupted. That's the hope. That's the hope. And it's like, sometimes, I feel like sometimes it's probably not corruption that turns people into the spineless do-nothings I feel like the corruption, the overt corruption, are the people who go into Congress, you know, with like, I have a $400,000 net worth, and they exit Congress with like a $4 billion net worth, right? Like, that's the overt corruption. And I'm sure there's some corruption that leads to spineless do-nothings as well, because they just want to maintain the status quo. But after being a content creator for a long enough time and realizing that there's a lot of internal politics that pressure you to do nothing in order to just kind of not make drama, not make waves, just kind of sit there and do nothing. It's not so much corruption as it is cowardice. And so I feel like that would probably be a more likely scenario than overt corruption with, like, people who want to go in and actually do change, you know? Got plenty of money, but the powerful have a tendency to find ways to buy someone's morals without money ever being mentioned. Yeah, it's not an enviable position. Like I said, I would not want to be a politician. I do not want to be a politician, man. Brandon isn't going to be corrupted, but he will likely have to play ball on certain things. He won't want to as a freshman in Congress if he wants to get things done. Yeah, which is very unfortunate, because I don't think he would want to compromise on certain things, and I hope he doesn't have to. Also, Twitch chat just died. What the fuck? Let me try to refresh that. I hope he doesn't have to, and I have pretty fucking decent faith in him doing a good job, so I would very much like to see where his position goes. There we go. Twitch chat is back. I have resurrected you. I don't know what the fuck that was. I think he'll learn quickly how to be effective in Congress. I mean, it's like when we look at Trump, he wasn't a politician. And so there was a lot of hope in the fact that he wasn't a politician. Maybe he can actually get the things he says done. And then he starts, like, doing the politician thing of walking back some of the things he said he would do. And that upsets quite a lot of us who elected him for the express purpose of doing the things he said he would do. And it's like he just became another politician making large promises and then giving back like a tiny drip feed, you know? Now people are trying to smear Brandon as some schizoid Nazi. Oh yeah, I have that in a tab somewhere. Ah, delicious gamer subs caffeine. Don't doom pill, consume shredding Kirsche pills instead. It's good for your mental health. True and fucking real. True and fucking real. I am so scrolled up in YouTube, I'm sorry. Initially, he did do good. Too many in his circle have influenced his behavior as a president. I feel like I don't know how he's not more paranoid, considering I'm not even in a position with, like, 1/1,000,000th of the power the president of our country has, and I have an insane paranoia due to all the people who fucked me over. I was like, in his position, I would be like, I don't trust fucking anyone. But it seems like he still listens to too many people he shouldn't. Be jamming, thank you. Seeing Craig and Blabs react to the slaves yesterday on Sidescrollers was worth every penny.
Kirsche.
Hi.
Isn't this bitch a Nazi?
9.
In addition to Brandon winning, the Iran situation is, contrary to the doom pillars whining, going shockingly well. It'd be incredible if Iran was free from the Ayatollah's regime by Persian New Year, March 20th.
Ooh.
It's actually possible.
I didn't know the
USA
Persians
for
had
the
a special
win.
New Year too. I was unaware. But that's pretty neat. I do hope it'll be over by then. I'm not a huge, like, fucking war person, so I don't know the ins and outs of what's going on. We learned a little bit. I liked our learning streams, but, like, I just want it to be over, and I don't want, like, there's already been American lives lost, which is incredibly unfortunate and shouldn't be the case. And I'm you. Thank you, Internet Zen Master, my guy. Thank you. Coaltown, USA. Thank you for the 5 gift blankets on Kick, my dude. Thank you. Thank you. Big thank you for the blankets. Be jamming, thank you. Seeing Craig and Blabs react to slaves yesterday on Sidescrollers was worth every penny. They looked like they saw their cancellation before them. I was expecting him to read it as you typed it with Slavs instead of slaves, and I'm assuming you have to type it that way because of fucking YouTube censorship bullshit. So I was like, I'm gonna break into song, even though I can't sing. We're gonna teach them the Wonder Chosens. Iran is the 51st state before Greenland. You're upset. What the heck? Aragon the Greater, thank you for the member. Thank you for the member. Classy Viking, thank you. You're here for some news, Foxy Lady. Happy Friday. Happy Friday! Jimothy Farm, brother man, thank you for the 8 months. 1 more month and you moved over to Kick. YouTube pissed you off too much. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear YouTube's pissing you off, but welcome. Welcome to being a warm body on the Kick, my guy. Thank you. A moose nugget, thank you. Ketchup tithe, madame. May your tangents flow as boundlessly as the mighty Charles River in Boston, Mass.
Thank you.
Thank you. YouTube censor slaves. That's fucking ridiculous. Lichcoon, thank you for the full fucking year. Hell yeah, feet pigs, brother. Slendy Enderman, thank you. You're welcome, Foxu. Thank you for keeping us warm with the white pills. I think it's very easy to black pill. I'm not perfect. I fucking doom pill sometimes. But you gotta remember, there's always hope, man. A diddly doodler, thank you. Got 2 things. First was Lotus Eaters had 2 interesting segments today on a lot of criteria being met to construct the Jewish temple. What? Not anti-Jew posting. Just a sign of the start of the end of times in certain religions. Second, have I contacted the Lotus Eater guys? No. I have a handful of people that I need to contact back who wanted to do collab stuff with me, and I have just been... I hate tax season! And I finished everything for my taxes on, like, March 1st or 2nd. But then some other stuff has happened this week. Oh, and I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow. Apologies. I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow. So you'll have to survive a Saturday without me. I apologize. Typically, I try to plan out days off, like, in advance, but this was kind of like a, oh, this happened. And hopefully I'll be able to talk about things soon. That'd be great. That'd be great and wonderful. So we'll see. We'll see. Sorry about a Saturday without me. I'm sorry. I'm lying you. Bren Hydra, thank you. Is it Let's Go Brandon or I'm with Herrera? I think both are funny. Ram Bam, thank you. By the way, the state bird of Japan is the green pheasant, and Yakub is actually the Arabic for Jacob. That's really funny. It's like, if I wasn't white, like if I was going to have black children, if I was a black woman and I was gonna have black children, I think naming your son Yakub would be incredibly fucking hilarious. Liaison Doppelganger, thank you. If you really want to see a tax strike, get Osmongold on board and have him promote it to his viewers. Could springboard from there with billboards, etc. I don't even know if billboards exist in New Hampshire. I'm going to be honest with you. But would it be funnier to have a billboard in New Hampshire where it would be mostly accepted? Or would it be funnier to try to get a billboard in Boston? A little known 90s rapper, Jacube. Mystic Matt, thank you. According to Secretary of War Hegseth, Iran's navy has been rendered combat ineffective. Trump is calling for unconditional surrender. Good. Good. She's skipping a day. Shit's gonna hit the fan. No, it's okay. It's just one day. Sly Maverick, thank you. Foxu and Kirsche headpeds, you must apologize again for your traitorous actions yesterday on Sidescrollers. If it makes you feel better, you're thinking of buying a hoodie. Monya, thank you. Thank you. Hot take. I mean, Sidescrollers isn't my show. I'm just a guest. I like Blabs and Craig quite a bit. I don't like those matchups. I'm not a big fan of those, like, duels that they do on the channel. It feels weird to me. Not a big fan of the government. And that's why, like, the first one that ever happened, like, every time someone came into my chat and they were like, did you see that you and Leaflet were fighting on Sidescrollers? I just had my mods, like, time out everyone who mentioned it. Because I was like, it feels a little, I don't like that. I just don't like it. They're kind of silly. It's a good way of making money. It feels a little weird to me to encourage super chats by that method, but that's just me. That's just me. Maybe ask them nicely to leave me off in the future. I mean, maybe. I don't know. But like I said, it's their show. They can kind of do what they want with it. I can have my own opinions. It's not a big deal. You can disagree with someone and still really like them. Wow, imagine that. When Cherry Foxwife, is it at all possible for me to teleport food to you? Specifically, the food to fight sickness? Well, I don't have any soup, but I was attempting to eat a breakfast sandwich before stream. And as is typical of me, I was unable to finish it before stream. So I have an onion bagel with egu and cheese and bacon and chimkin sausage. Breakfast before stream. Sometimes I try to eat breakfast before stream, but I am a very slow eater. I take like little tiny mouse nibbles on food. Voted for Kirsch's cream pie. I did not donate though. I voted in my mind. Imagine YouTube allowing cream pies on side-scrollers. How naughty. No food for you after buying merch. Don't say that! Did I make everything touch properly for bonus point? I did, actually. Thank you, Skewky. I actually build my food in real life the same as in that omelet game. I think it's kind of weird to monetize someone who's not on the show, but find the concept amusing. It's not even to, like, monetize someone who's not on the show, because it's like, whoever's not on the show is obviously gonna lose, right? Like, every time it's a matchup with me and Leaflet's the one on the show, she always wins, I always lose. When it's a matchup where I'm on the show, she always loses, I always win. So it's like, whoever's on the show is gonna be the one who actually wins. Like, it doesn't matter, really. But, like, it's more like, I just don't like having some made-up fight scenario to encourage money being thrown at me. It seems a little... I don't know what word I want to use, but like it just feels not right to me. Tacky? Maybe. Dan the man, thank you for the biddies. I gotta sneeze. Fuck, it's coming. Oh, fuck. Okay. Oh my god. I was like, I could feel it in my nose, but I could still talk. It wasn't disabling me yet. Thank you, Dan the man, for the biddies. Taking a day off while the Gerald Ford supercarrier is in the Suez Canal and vulnerable to attack. Are you crazy? I'm sorry. I hope Gerald Ford will be okay. Mr. PMC129, thank you for the 10 gift blankets on Kick. So many gift blankets coming out on Kick recently. We are pumping up the Kickness. Speaking of pumping up the Kickness, I think I saw an Aosabi raid when I was looking at chat earlier, and then I didn't thank them. And I know they said I don't have to thank them, but thank you, Aosabi, for the raid. We don't need superfluous drama. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like that. I don't like that. And speaking of, I wasn't paying attention, so I didn't realize that, like, the Real Game Awards had happened until they tweeted out that I was the winner for, like, the best content creator or whatever. And then we briefly talked about it on Sidescrollers, and Craig was like, you know, there was a couple of people who wanted refunds, and we gave them refunds. As you guys are my audience, and you have bought, you know, Sidescrollers Plus subscriptions, which I do get, you know, some of the profit from, so thank you for an additional subscription. But I want to know your opinions. You guys who did watch the Real Game Awards, or who did go to the Real Game Awards, because they had an in-person, like, event somewhere. I would like to know your opinions. I would like to know. It's kind of odd they didn't broadcast the show when they had it. Well, they do take recordings from all of us, but I guess, like, I'm not really sure what they did, because I didn't watch it. I didn't know what happened. I'm so busy. It's not even like I'm ignoring it. It's like I'm so busy, I just had no idea what's going on. And Craig made a mistake by not live streaming the event for Sidescrollers Plus subscribers. Interesting. I didn't know that the event was not live streamed. On Kier merch, I keep saying March 20th, but the site says for 3 weeks, which wouldn't end on the 13th or 17th. Just want to be sure of the actual final date. I did discuss this previously. So it would have ended 3 weeks on the 17th, but I like beginning and ending drops on Fridays, because I love Yappy Fridays. So instead of ending it on the 17th, I decided to just stretch it to the 20th. So it's still technically 3 weeks. It's just a couple days more. So it is the 20th. It will be ending on the 20th. Dragon Lord, thank you for the 23 months. Did it get streamed? I have no idea. I didn't even know it happened. You'd like to see it broadcast closer to when it happened. So basically, that's why you subbed on Sidescrollers Plus. You knew I'd get a cut. Same reason you watch on Kick. Well, thank you. Thank you. You wanted to watch it when it happened, and to have it drop just some random day was odd for something hyped so much. Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, they did an in-person event. They didn't live stream the event and the awards, and they just dropped, like, a video of the awards later? Am I understanding correctly? Craig is a real old school guy trying to recreate a world gone by of physical media, arcades, and in-person events. I mean, I think having the in-person event could be fun, but, like, yeah, it should probably be live streamed. The recording went up for Sidescrollers Plus subscribers on Monday and everyone else on Wednesday, but it was not live at all. You added Craig about it. Interesting. Did Kirsche see the new unveiled Sakura Miko figure? I did not, but I would like to. You wonder if there was a technical issue at the venue? I think if the issue was that it wasn't live streamed, and maybe there's problems with live streaming at like an arcade because it's loud, there's unknown people there, you know, they're wandering around and doing stuff, I'm not sure. They get like hotel rooms for when they do like Queen of the whatever and King of the Cart. I can't remember the event names, but like when they do those events, it looks like they book out like some sort of hotel conference room to do it. They could have done something like that and had like people presenting the awards in real time and then play our recordings after that, maybe. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I should like talk to Craig more about like ideas for this kind of thing, because maybe it could be helpful for like the way that they do things in the future. There was no tech issue. It was not live on purpose. For why? No tech issue at the venue. It was Craig's decision to not live stream it to make it more special for those attending in person, as if that wasn't special enough. I mean, I can understand that a little bit, because that's kind of how, like, VTuber stuff goes, right? Like, some VTuber concert stuff doesn't get live streamed. I think it should be, because, like, if you buy a ticket and you go in person, like, that is the special part. They could have said something to the effect, though. They told us that they weren't able to live stream. Can understand things happen, but it seems like it was just the plan. Interesting. I don't know. Maybe I can give Craig some of my ideas. That might helpful. I can understand not wanting to try and juggle an in-person event with live streaming, but it should have been uploaded the same night and next morning, not like a week plus later. I mean, maybe there was a reason there was like a delay. I don't know if they had other events planned after that. Samgota Dog, thank you for the 7 months on Kick, my guy, thank you. Just wish Craig would focus more on gaming news in general instead. I have no idea what they do on days that I'm not on. And days that I am on, kind of just tangent into whatever. So, like, I figured my days were, like, a bit of an outlier because I'm kind of retarded. The arcade event was fun. I mean, it looked fun. I saw the pictures from fucking Big Dog who bought my figure from Moonshine. That was pretty cool that he brought it out to the event with him. I fucking love seeing that shit. Says the editing guy. What did he mean by this? Saw another show on the large screens at the events. There were some minor issues with the screens initially, but it did work out. You had a good time talking and hanging out with other attendees, but it was small, cozy, not like a big party. Interesting. Be thankful for moments of cursed knowledge on other streams, chat. You get it, seeming a bit required informing, but you do miss more gaming-centered info streams from Sidescrollers. And I feel like they have a good chunk of guests that are, like, in the gaming industry, so that would turn into, like, really cool content as well. Kirsche's days on Sidescrollers are a mix of cursed and news tangents, true. Phoenix is the real star of Side. I fucking love Phoenix. I'm glad he's become, like, more a part of the show, too. He's so fucking fun. The delayed Rel 6? I don't know what that means. Should be like football, buy a ticket for the live experience or watch it live on video with a sub. Yeah. Let me see here before I forget things. Oh my god, it's beautiful. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hold on a second. Look at her! Design Coco X Sakura Miko, original illustration newly drawn by Mr. Ordan. Turned into Sakura Miko's first life-sized fit. Hold on, life-size. Hold on. Hold on a minute. Life-size. Looks cute. When they say life-size, they mean it's gonna be like the same size as that one, marine figure where she's like huge and sitting on a treasure chest. Huge treasure chest. So 5K. Miko would be worth it. Mods make a dono bar. Life-size booba. It said 1/7 scale. Yeah, but I'm a woman, so 1/7 scale doesn't mean anything to me. Did I see Hololive is doing a Gundam collab and Miko gets her own Gundam V kit? Oh, that's cute. Mistranslated, it's 1/7 size. I don't know what that means. Yeah. Oh my god, look at that sculpting, bruh. Look at that sculpting. Look at that booty. Do not lewd the Miko. How is it something that doesn't actually exist in real life is life size? Hold on, wait a minute. I can't tell how big it is. Genuinely can't tell, but I desire it. I want this figure. You assume it's a 1/1 figure, but they also have a 1/8 figure for people, just like they did with the Marine one. Life size is 1/1, smaller is 1/7. I see. 1/7 is the consumer pre-order one. The one on display is a full-size promotional version. 1/7 means it's 1/7 the size of real life. Life size is a bad translation. It's not life size, it's a 1/7 scale. That's still pretty big, right? Right? What's the price? Let's see if I open this and it doesn't do weird docs things. The DAO was released a statement in full. Heg says smash. I don't know what that means. Alright, it's 28,600 yen. How much is that in real money? Help. 1/7 is pretty big. 2K? Whoa. That's expensive! Too much. Wait, hold on. There are multiple people saying almost 3K, and then multiple people saying like 180 bucks. That's a huge fucking gap, you guys! That's a huge fucking gap! I'm gonna just go to Google. 7 Sakura Miko figures stacked on top of each other is the size of one small JP woman. Okay, 28,600 yen in USD. I forgot the E in yen. Please help. There we go. It is $180. You guys who are saying $2,000, what the fuck kind of math were you doing? It's about 170 yen to 1 USD, so 28,600 is about $170. Did the yen have like a super crash recently? That's kind of nuts. They're gaslighting. Conversion rate is 100 yen as $1, but with weaker yen, it's a 30% discount. Interesting. You're AFK, but yeah, 28k-ish yen is about $180. Wow. Wow, that's actually an affordable figure. I would like to buy this, but can I buy it? Does the Coco store do international shipping? Is the whole site is in Japanese. I can't read shit. The value of the yen has been down for a while at this point, kind of, sort of. Yen's been down for like the last 3 years post-COVID. Interesting. I could probably pre-order and shakeup. I don't know what shakeup is. COVID hit the yen like crack hit urban youth. I think my YouTube chat has died now. What is with my obis today? All of my chats are crashing. There we go. YouTube chat. Let's refresh you. Kick is the only one that hasn't crashed today. B Jammin', thank you. Here's your contribution to the forthcoming Miko donation bar. Thank you. You could use a little bit of Kirsche interprets the moon runes content again. Oh no. Sergeant Buck, thank you. But how big is it in Nashville's? That's true. How many 1/7 Sakura Miko figures does it take to lay across all of Nashville? Kick supremacy. Still think OG 1 yen is 1 cent. It makes the math easy, even if the yen is weaker at this point. Maybe. Internet Zen Master, thank you. The Kirsche merch ends on Persian New Year. Quick, Trump, finish the war and then buy Reza Pahlavi, son of the Shah, a Kirsche hoodie for Persian New Year. Do leaders of countries have, like, places you can send mail to? Like, what if I were to just, like, send a hoodie to the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia? What if I did that? 1/7 figures around 10 inches with the base? Oh, I see. It turns out, yes. Did you guys break her? Can I send mail to the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia? Yes, you can send mail to the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman, primarily through the Saudi embassy in your country, or by addressing it directly to his court in Riyadh. Formal correspondence should be addressed to His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman and sent via international courier services. That's pretty fucking crazy. Send it to the Weeb Prince who has a pimped out Steam profile. Yes, that was my plan. He would appreciate the Weeb merch. From America with love. Hello, I am an American fox woman. Please enjoy my weeb merch, dear your royal highness weeb prince. Very back of envelope, it looks like about 40,000 figures if you're counting from what you think the ring road. Ah, shit, dude. He shows up wearing a Kirsche hoodie over his robes. No, I love this anime woman, inshallah! And that's the start of how Kirsche got trafficked! What the fuck? The Hispanic Alucard, thank you. Monya! Foxu, first time chatter, fairly new watcher. Found you via your coverage of the unsub Brooklyn situation last summer. I know what you did last summer. Keep up the excellent work. Your tism is relieving in hard times. Thank you, my guy, and welcome. Might be possibly considered a threat coming from America during this time. Ain't no way. You can pre-order the figure on Ami Ami. Oh, okay, that's perfect. Though, man, the only time the tariffs have hit me is my pre-order figures from Ami Ami, man. They are kind of fucking rough. Zentetsu, thank you. Before you forget, re-Mythic having people cancel them. Could I ask my Mythic contact to consult their lawyer about tortious interference lawsuits? Pretty please. I have no idea what the fuck is going on with Mythic. I'm gonna be real honest with you. Like, I saw Grimmy say some stuff about Mythic, but she's like, I can't say too much. And then Cha-Cha was like, I don't know what's going on with Mythic. They've only done well by me. I haven't had any issues with Mythic either, so all of these people who are coming out and being like, there's some horrible things lurking in the sewer. I'm like, where? What happened? I don't understand. A bunch of people left, no comments from them. I don't know what's going on. I have literally no fucking clue, which is not too surprising considering Mythic isn't like a traditional talent agency. It's just like a bunch of us with our own independent managers. You had to pay tariffs on so many things that you're glad you got the 3K item you have before it would have been tariffed into oblivion. My Espeon plushie finally fucking shipped. I think I bought that bitch in like May of last year. Like, it was really early on in last year. My Gardevoir is unfortunately at my apartment in Georgia, so I can't see my wife yet. But I'm also not going to be able to see my Espeon. I don't know why the Espeon and Umbreon didn't ship at the same time, because I bought them at the same time, and they had the same, like, pre-order ship dates. So I don't know what the fuck's going on with that. But since I wasn't at, like, my apartment when I ordered them, I was like, I'm going to send these to my Meme and Pepe's house. And so it's taken so long that my Meme and Pepe have probably forgotten that I told them, hey, I shipped something to your house. And so this massive fucking box is gonna show up and they're gonna be like, what is this? And then they're gonna open it and be even more confused. You should probably remind them. No, I think it's funnier this way. Oh my god. And then, oh god, I can't see who this is from. I can't see. Can I dismiss this? Yes. Anthony, thank you. Did I wish Phoenix a happy birthday? It's his birthday today. Also, here's Nashville. I feel like I'm one of the only streamers who doesn't lean into the birthday every day thing. Maybe it's because I've had to see it for so long. But, like, I don't find it funny, man. And Meme will donate it to the youngest grandchild. Not like this. Rev had a video about streamers pressuring other streamers at Mythic to disavow Asmongold recently, so maybe that could be related? Really? That seems really strange, right? Like, even if you don't particularly like Asmongold, he stepped down from, like, leading Mythic. Obviously, he's still part owner in the background, and he's still going to, like, be involved in whatever kind of monetization stuff is going on. Not directly, right? Like, he doesn't get paid when we get paid. But I'm sure there's some reason to still own it that I don't know about because I'm not a massive business owner. But it's like, even if you don't like Asmongold, you don't have to interact with him, and he's not a figurehead at the company. So why does it fucking matter? Like, why would you care? If you have a manager who's getting you, like, financial opportunities, why does it matter that Asmongold is the one who set up the company? It's not like he's exactly promoting terrorism or anything, so I'm a little confused. it was Caseytron and maybe other Hassan orbiters who were attacking Mythic over Asmongold. It's such a weird thing to do. That's so weird to me. Caseytron started it, and people took it seriously? Actually? Unironically, Caseytron and Hassan are doing a campaign to drop Mythic? That's so weird. Caseytron made a hit list with all the Mythic talents? I saw her make a tweet that was like, here's their creator page. That's not really a hit list. That's just like, look at all this public information on Mythic's website. Unless there was another tweet with a hit list. Diddly Doodler, thank you. Saw Rev talk about it, and only info you've seen on Mythic is that Caseytron, a Hassan orbiter, is contacting a bunch of people at Mythic and trying to guilt them into leaving. Interesting. Interesting. He's the Roach King. He likely still has influence within the company. I mean, when I was first trying to get into Mythic, like when Mythic was first set up as a company, I was like, I should apply to get in. Because this company is led by Asmongold, I should have no issues. It doesn't matter what type of brand risk I am, because I don't say nearly quite as crazy things as Asmongold does. And he owns the company, so it should be fine. And I didn't have my application responded to, and I'd sent in like multiple emails over time trying to get more information. And about a year later, about a year after Mythic's inception, I finally had somebody contact me back, and this woman added me on Discord, and we talked, and she didn't see any reason why I wouldn't be able to be a part of Mythic. And then, like, the next day, she unfriended me on Discord with no notice. And when I emailed her to, like, ask what happened, she was just like, oh, we're not looking for any more talents at this time, actually. And I was like, that's really fucking weird. And so obviously I didn't stop trying to get in contact with people. And someone in my audience was able to get me into contact with another streamer who is in Mythic, who is in a completely different sector of content than I am. And he was able to get in contact with his manager, and we set up like a group DM thing. Everyone at Mythic was like incredibly apologetic for the way that I had been treated. And when I had mentioned who it was, everyone was like, yeah, that checks out. So like, I had only like one bad interaction, like way back in the day, from some woman who was probably very progressive and realized, oh, I don't like this thing. And so it's like, I think it's fine if you have people in a company that disagree, but it's like when you start treating someone differently based on disagreeing with them, that's where the problem comes from. That's where the problem comes from. And I've been treated very well the whole time I've been with Mythic. Everything is connections. That checks out. I hope she was retrained or left. I have no idea. I never had contact with her again, so whatever happened to her, not my problem. Not my issue, not my problem. She had pronouns on her resume. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. Could get a bad role. Some people are just scumbags. Yeah, you know. That one bitch. Zim the Despo, thank you. You're pretty sure Japanese yen crashed in 1990 when they had their version of the Great Recession for the same reason. I don't know. I typically don't pay attention to what other currencies are unless I need to buy something in another currency. Dragon Lord, thank you. Ami is selling the figure online and they do ship to the US. You should know. Yeah, that's where I got my Pantheon stocking and Cosmos figure recently. Yen crashed after COVID. Not my pig, not my farm. True. Alaram, thank you for the 24 months of prune. Thank you for pruning. She didn't like you because your resume was suspiciously lacking a TikTok video. True. True. Hey, that's me. Oh my god, there is a guy with that name in the chat. That's crazy. Cladex, thank you. Caseytron trying to cancel anyone on Mythic. Imagine. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Basically, Caseytron started a harassment campaign to have people leave Mythic. You think she wanted to try her chances with a second lawsuit? That's so fucking strange. Now, DreCL, thank you. Caseytron decided to tell all her followers to start harassing Mythic talent people because Asmongold is associated with the brand. I think this is where you deserve the audience you cultivate happens, right? Because, like, if your audience is, like, demanding you take a stance against a sponsor you have because somebody else is involved with the sponsor, those are people who are kind of shitty. Those are people who are kind of weird. Like, people in my audience definitely don't like some of the other people who work with sponsors that I have, but they just don't buy the shit from those people. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. It's so easy to just ignore people you don't like. Perhaps a little off topic with regards to the leather wallet, where is the leather sourced from? That's a great question. I wouldn't know. I would have to ask the manufacturer. Your rat is that people are taking the opportunity to jump ship and join Giga's new business with an invite. I don't know what's going on with Giga's new business either. Fun Xenosaga fact, Soul Calibur 3 has Cosmos as a creatable character. I do know that. That's why I played Soul Calibur 3. It's foreskin leather! Oh my god. Alligator Alcatraz. It's with the skin of illegal aliens. Thumb Ugly, thank you. You'll make sure to change your address information for your order on the website when you move. Your apartment walls get cracks big enough to wipe. Munya, that's kind of crazy. Doogie Fresh, thank you for the 13 months. Munya Foxy, congratulations on winning a creator award at the Real Game Awards. I was so perfect to present the Jiggle Physics Award. Keep being real and true. One day, I will have a model finished by artists. Inshallah. And speaking of that kind of thing, GamerSubs had a drop today that could be worn like one of those tactical thigh garters the Foxy was drooling over. Sadly, it sold out in like 20 minutes. That's fucking crazy. If there's stuff that's not sold out, make sure you're using code Kirsche for 10% off your goddamn order. You desire another Project X Zone game so you can use Cosmos in something again? I just love Cosmos, man. Just ended up getting a faux dark leather wallet. Looking forward to using it to protect your cards and cash, Kirsche. Is it ethically sourced, grass-fed, cage-free, vegan leather? Well, no, vegan leather wouldn't be real leather. Ezio deserved better in 5, but Soul Calibur is dead. I did not play any of the other Soul Caliburs. I apologize. I don't remember what tab I was on. I had a story that I was going to talk about first, but I now no longer remember what it is. Sean Hooglin, thank you for the If you're asking about the leather, can I find out if it's vegan or chrome tan? Or wait, veg tan or chrome tan? I don't know what that means. What is veg tan and chrome tan? Foxwoman Bagman! I'm coming to kill you. Namco X Capcom is your eternal nostalgia game. I remember those. Epically sourced, not ethically sourced. Cosmos and Telos are a playable team in Project X Zone. You'd have to emulate it because, man, the price of some of those DS games. I really want to play Pokemon Pokopia, but one, I don't own a cuck console. When I played fucking Switch games back at my apartment, I just used Tim's Switch. So I don't have a Switch, and I also don't want to give Pokemon Company more money at this time because I am very disappointed with them. Ayo, fembags! Ain't no way. Vegtan is plant chemicals. Chrome tan is chemicals. I didn't even know that those were different things. Chemicals for what? Am I calling Tim a cuck? No, I just call the Switch consoles cuck consoles because all the guys that buy them, they do soy face. Tim actually really hates it when I call it a cuck console. Maybe for my next DOB or anniversary, you could make a Kirsche 3DS theme. Aw, that's cute. Did I see the life-size Evolutions plushie drop, though? I don't know what you mean by this. The life-size Evolution plushies have been, like, slowly drip-fed through different drops. Like, I'm pretty sure it was Flareon, Vaporeon, and Leafeon in, like, the first drop. Maybe? Because I think Jolteon wasn't in the first drop. And then there was Umbreon and Espeon in a second drop. And then they did, like, Glaceon and something else. Something like that. I don't know. But they've slowly, like, drip-fed them over the past 2 years. Seth, my guy, thank you for the $10 doodles. Thank you. Thank you. They went viral again because some people got theirs. I want my wife! A fun Kirsche fact, showed content to your friend group, and now people can't stop saying, Monya! For money. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Thank you. Spreading the good word of my gospel. Dr. Oops, thank you. Do I like stained glass? Yes! You're trying to make a business from making stained glass art. I'd love to commission a personal panel for me based off of recent merch if I'm interested. That would be really fucking cool. I don't know how large they would be or if I have a window they would fit in. So, would have to definitely discuss stuff. You're just gonna put Gardevoir in the cuck chair? Oh no. Emperor Creatine, thank you. A little bit of breaking news. Nintendo of America is now suing Trump over the IEEPA emergency tariffs. Not sure how well this will go, considering Trump can just use another authority to impose tariffs. That is interesting. Also, I didn't think our tariffs on, like, Japan were super big, considering Japan was, like, playing ball with us. Chad Admiral Thrawn, thank you. You know, some online statue stores take suggestions. We should all suggest a Kirsche now. What is an online statue store? Hell. Marmalin, thank you. Cheer up, Kirsche. Palworld Dev is making Pokopia. They announced it before Pokopia was announced. That's true. That's true. Zim the Despo, thank you. Which Soul Calibur game had Darth Vader, Yoda, and Starkiller? You have to know on your honor as a Star Wars fan. Just look Zim the Despo up on Google. I don't know. I don't know Star Wars characters. The moment you learned about the Rainbow Gym section of TPC, you started noticing the signs and downfall of Pokemon and it matches too well? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Life-size Kirsche statue. I would love one. Ever since I saw the Cinder statue that GamerSubs did, I've always wanted a life-size statue. That'd be fucking crazy if I've managed to get out, like, multiple merch drops and a life-size statue before one artist finishes a live 2D model for me. That'd actually be fucking crazy. Apparently Bad Dragon outbid Cult of the Lamb devs for the Rhino from Ace Ventura 2! You know, that actually checks out. Sigrun Eterna, thank you. The funniest thing about Telos teaming up with Cosmos and Project X Zone is that the heroes convinced Telos to protect Cosmos, because if she didn't, Telos might not be the one who destroys Cosmos. Only I can destroy this woman. Massive Doge, thank you. Wait, why is the Vaporeon plushie 18 plus only? I don't know. Because Umbreon is actually vastly superior to Vaporeon. Clydex, thank you. Tariffs on Japan went from 15% to 15%. So what is Nintendo suing over? Kirsche Forever swimsuit era? Aw, oh, man. Aw, oh, man.
Eine Moment.
Alright, I think we'll start here. I think we'll start here. There's always the Kirsche model. Kirsche. I want to make so many different Kirsche plushies. I want to have like a corner filled with Kirsche. There's all different kinds of Kirsche, like Hamtaro. So I had this article from the end of February loaded up for a while, and I hadn't gotten a chance to get to it, but damn, Massachusetts is fucking retarded. Boston lets 11-year-olds and non-citizens vote on how to spend $2.2 million in taxpayer cash. And nearly a third of that went to shielding illegals from deportation. Why? I like how everyone in this image just looks like incredibly disappointed, even though these are all the fucking, like, leftists, man. While ICE agents are conducting immigration sweeps across New England, Mayor Michelle Wu is spending $700,000 of your money to help illegal immigrants fight back. Nearly a third of the city's $2.2 million participatory budget, a program where residents vote on how to spend taxpayer dollars, was funneled into 2 immigration programs. $400,000 for an immigrant legal defense fund, and $300,000 for career pathways, focused on language and employment services. The legal defense fund will pay for lawyers to represent immigrants facing detention or deportation. Read that again! Boston taxpayers are now bankrolling the legal defense of people in the country illegally, while the city simultaneously refuses to cooperate with federal immigration authorities. Now, if this is a thing where residents vote on how to spend the taxpayer dollars, and the vote actually went into doing this stuff for the illegals, this is kind of a literal you get what you vote for kind of thing. But I just don't understand how there are so many people voting for this. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. How are there so many people that are like, yes, please pay our tax dollars towards this thing? Democrats wanted to make a law about Tide Pods and teenagers and now want these geniuses to vote? It's just like, what the actual fuck? Here's where it gets worse. The participatory budgeting process that allocated this money wasn't limited to tax-paying adult citizens. Under Wu's rules, anyone living in Boston aged 11 or older could vote, regardless of citizenship status. And maybe this is how this actually got passed, right? If you think about immigrant families having vastly more children than any of the Native American families, not Native American like Indian, but Native American like people who are actual Americans and did not immigrate here in the last like couple of decades. Wondering if them and all their children voting to give them more shit is how this passed. That's kind of insane that literal children are voting. Mr. Rich Low Pitch, thank you. How much to rent a bulldozer? Asking for a friend. You know? This means illegal immigrants themselves had a say in directing taxpayer money toward their own legal defense. And this is why absolutely no foreigners should be able to hold office. I don't care if they're legal or illegal. No foreigners should be able to hold any kind of office in our country. Because they're just going to vote for their and their racial subsect's best interests instead of what's best for Americans in general. ASDF, thank you. Isn't this literally sedition? You would think. Girugamesh, thank you. Boston officials should be deported for this? Yes. Jen Jacko, thank you. Someone needs a wall of Kirsche like Iron Mouse has of cinnamon rolls? 1,000%, brother man. Just 4,841 people voted out of a city of 650,000. That's less than 1% of Boston's population deciding how to spend $2.2 million. How is it such few people? That also doesn't make sense to me. Did they just like not announce when the fucking vote was? How did so few people come out and vote on this? This seems like something very fucking important. City Councilor Ed Flynn called the process tone-deaf, unserious, and wholly inappropriate. It's a lot of money for young people to be deciding where taxpayer money is going, arguing that children shouldn't be making decisions about the economic stability of the city. We have reached such depths of clown world that politicians actually have to argue against 11-year-olds voting. I don't like that we're here. Renato Costello, Wu's director of participatory budgeting, waved off the criticism, calling it an exercise in democracy. No, an exercise in democracy is having 11-year-olds have like a class voting exercise, not having them actually decide where 2.2 million taxpayer dollars go. That's fucking insanity. Bet it wasn't advertised and shit like school teachers were told to just tell their 5th grade classes how to vote. Fucking probably. It's just wonderful to see kids and youth being engaged, Costello said. Remember when the UK wanted to lower the voting age and we made fun of them? Remember that? The spending comes against a jaw-dropping backdrop. Boston Police Commissioner Michael Cox admitted in January that his department ignored all 57 ICE detainer requests in 2025. Every single one. That's nearly a 4-fold increase from the 15 requests BPD ignored in 2024. Cox cited the Boston Trust Act, the sanctuary's law enacted in 2014, which prohibits local police from cooperating with federal immigration authorities on civil matters. When Councilor Flynn tried to find out whether any of those 57 ignored detainers involved criminal cases, not just civil immigration matters, the city council voted 9-4 to block his request. What? What even is Boston anymore, man? Flynn had filed a 17F request giving Wu's administration 1 week to hand over all communications between federal agencies and the Boston Police Department regarding detainer requests, cooperation agreements, and memoranda of understanding from January 2024 onward. 9 councilors voted to bury it. So we have Congress voting to bury, like, sexual allegations or misconduct allegations. We have Boston specifically shooting down any kind of inquiry into ignoring ICE detainers. And I'm also pretty sure that the people of Massachusetts voted on some sort of, like, budget check thing that I've had in tabs for ages. And the politicians in Mass have just been ignoring it and not doing the audit for, like, 2 years now. So it's like, it doesn't even matter if you vote to hold your politicians accountable in Massachusetts. They're just gonna look at you with a side eye and be like, yeah, we're just not gonna do that. Fuck you, buddy. We have illegals to take care of, actually. Phoenix DS, thank you. But Fox, you government! We have to protect the kids from the internet because they're innocent and dumb. Also, government, hey, let's kids vote on how we should spend tax money. Yeah, it's kind of fucking weird, man. Too awesome for you, thank you. City folk love telling others how much they pay taxes, justifying their stranglehold over the rest of the state. I don't love telling people how much I pay in taxes. I hate how much I pay in taxes, and I would like to reduce that greatly. I feel like at a very bare minimum, I should pay 75% less than I currently pay. Evil Mandrake, thank you. You're sure there's a tab in there today, but shout out to the AK guy for winning a seat in Texas. There are some tabs! Hell fucking yeah. Let's go, Brandon. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Since they voted, they can be drafted, right? We must bring back 11-year-olds mining for blood diamonds! Honestly, if my diamond wasn't mined by children, and at least 10 deaths occurred, thus imbuing the diamond with the sparkles of hope from their souls, it's not even really a diamond ring, honey. Honestly, you're going to give me an engagement ring that didn't have at least 10 children die to mine it? It's like I shouldn't even marry you. The children yearn for the bullets. Oh my god. Mr. Rich Low Pitch, thank you. How much to rent a bulldozer? Asking for a friend. ASDF, thank you again. I remember reading that. I remember that, thank you again. Time to create a Kirshism as a religion, and then you can be tax exempt. It worked for Scientologists. You can manage 5 children and a dwarf. Are we still good? Internet Zen Master, thank you. If you say what Wu and the boss of the city council deserves, you'll be banned from YouTube. All you can say is it involves lots of feathers and shaming. We have good anti-commie Chinese with Lily Tang, and then we have Michelle Wu, on the other hand. Aren't children just beardless dwarves? Crystal Phoenix, thank you. They can just say no to the federal government. Man, I should try that. I don't think you're allowed to say no. You'll get fucking, like, Ruby Ridged, man. They want more money! The $700,000 isn't enough for some on the council. Councillor Ruth Z. Louis Juen, what the fuck is that name? Backed by Council President Liz Breeden and Councillor Enrique Pepin, has proposed a separate immigrant emergency response fund that would use city and private money to provide legal defense, family stabilization, and help with everyday bills for immigrants targeted by ICE. Breeden said the quiet part out loud. ICE seeks to create chaos in an attempt to prevent community members from responding effectively to their actions. The creation of a scalable emergency support fund for incidents will allow us as a city to be better prepared for when ICE strikes next. I feel like in response to this, if you're someone who like lives in New Hampshire on like a Massachusetts border town, it is your patriotic duty to order DoorDash at least once a week. And if your DoorDasher doesn't speak English, you just report them to ICE. This is how you combat the retardation of Massachusetts, all right? Making ICE sound like a bunch of supervillains. It's like, I've already told you just how porous that border is between Mass and New Hampshire. You can be on one street and go through both states like multiple times. So it's like, you can just do things. Time to use Foxtradamus prophecies to win. The Kirsche was right jar just keeps getting more put in it. True and fucking real, man. No shot she's Korean. Can't believe my people. Who's Korean? I'm pretty sure Michelle Wu and Lily Tang are both Chinese. Pretty sure they're both Chinese. And the illegals aren't supposed to be here in the first place. Why the fuck are we putting resources into them to continue fucking over the citizens? Because most of our government no longer works for us. They work for the illegals and the destruction of America because they are commie sympathizers. Wu wants her amigos to dance for reals. Zim the Despo, thank you. Then there's you, who will forge the engagement ring from a broken wrench and just have to find a woman who will go on a few dates and not do a woman moment. I got some bad news for you. Even I, in my most logical autism state, am still susceptible to woman moments on occasion, you know? You'll never find one that never has a woman moment. Looney Lenny, thank you. Wow, if only legal citizens got this much support. Imagine. Oh, fuck you. I hate pop-ups. When a city council president describes lawful federation... I can't speak today. When a sitting city council president describes lawful federal immigration enforcement as an entity that strikes like a natural disaster, you know where Boston's priorities lie. The pen went further, calling a February ICE arrest in Roslindale an abduction. Let's add it up. $700,000 in taxpayer money for immigrant legal defense and career services, 57 ICE detainer requests ignored by Boston police in a single year, a city council that voted to block transparency on those detainers, a new fund in the works to bankroll even more immigration resistance, and 11-year-olds and non-citizens giving voting power over the city budget. All of this while the federal government is actively suing Boston over its sanctuary policies. The DOJ lawsuit targeting the Boston Trust Act is still pending. Meanwhile, Wu is doubling down, using every lever of city government to shield illegal immigrants from federal enforcement. Boston taxpayers are footing the bill, and most of them never even got a vote. Which again is wild. Where is the statistic here? How is it that only 4,841 people voted? And they allowed illegals and children to vote. And it still only had that tiny of a turnout. It don't make no goddamn sense to me. Liaison doppelganger, thank you. Imagine if natives just stopped tolerating illegals, old school southern style. I still would prefer to go the peaceful route. Alright, you know, let's go, just deport them. That's the peaceful option. And Kirsche Carson. Patchouli, thank you. Given that your company reports your income is being earned in mass despite living in a better state, you should head down there and make your voice heard. They stole your money for this nonsense. True. And I think that's a bit silly. Like, some of it might make sense where it's like, okay, if you live in New Hampshire and you work in mass, you're making your money in mass, therefore mass taxes apply. But to me, it's like, I feel like it should be based on like where you live. You know, and maybe I have like a skewed perception because it's like with my job, I go like a lot of different places, you know? Posted a Facebook comment about it being time for Germany to do German things and people lost their damn minds. That, you know, that's a little far. I've been seeing some crazy shit on Twitter as of recently though. Dan Zanagri, thank you for that 33-month tier 3 resub. Thank you. A lot of fucking 333 up in here in the month of 3. Thank you. Thank you, Dan Zanagri, my beautiful cat brother. Chatter's wrong. They did not steal your money. They've done something worse. They've devalued the money that you have earned. Also a good point. I'm on you. Peace only works when it's upheld by some form of force, you know? You know, German things like drink beer and eat pretzels. I love pretzel. Let me see if I can find that older mass article I was talking about. Let me type in audit and see if that pops up. This financial audit. Oh, that's Minnesota shit. That's more Minnesota shit. Oh, here we go.
How we go?
Is this only one tab? Nope, there are a couple of tabs. On this. So, this was back in December. Fall River reporter said, is democracy officially dead in Massachusetts? It's now been 417 days since 72% of voters passed a ballot question that allows the state auditor to audit the legislators. But Democrat leadership continues to ignore it. And then there's a couple of articles on it. After voters overwhelmingly backed her legislative audit efforts, Mass Auditor DiZoglio, are we just making up names now? Looks ahead to the next chapter of her long fight. On election day, almost 72% of Massachusetts voters backed a ballot question confirming the state auditor has the power to audit the state legislature. This article was from November 12th, 2024, by the way. It was a resounding victory for State Auditor Diana DiZoglio, who has fought a long battle with her fellow Democrats on Beacon Hill over the issue. The legislature has stonewalled her attempts to crack open its books since she took office in 2023, claiming the former state lawmaker is trying to overstep her power. Attorney General Andrea Campbell went as far as to say the auditor lacks the legal authority for a legislator audit. Campbell. I wonder if that's Campbell, like the famous Campbell family that everyone in Ireland hates. Campbell family that also make Campbell soup. That's part of Bridge. Bong, bong, bong. DeZoglio has maintained that Massachusetts lawmakers have operated without transparency and oversight for too long, and that taxpayers deserve to know how Beacon Hill is spending their money. With the successful passage of Question 1 in her back pocket, the auditor spoke with WAMC about what comes next. People want change, they want transparency and accountability for their elected leaders up on Beacon Hill. I would be remiss not to thank every person who collected a signature, wrote a letter to the editor, expressed support to their friends and family, and came out and voted for this important initiative. We could not have had such a successful night on election night with that 72%, which is huge, without folks at the grassroots level working so hard and diligently to make sure that our vision of a more transparent and accessible state government became reality. WAMC asks, looking at the actual text of the question, it says somewhat simply that it authorizes you to audit the state legislature. Break that down for us as you interpret it. What exactly is the mandate you've been given, with something like 2.3 million votes behind this effort? Our mandate, according to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 11, Section 12, is very clear, that all state entities receive the same type of audit that's done in accordance with government auditing standards set by the Government Accountability Office at the federal level. This language simply added into the list that already says all departments of government are to be audited by the state auditor's office. It simply adds that state legislature into that language, so that there is parity and there's fairness, and so the state legislature receives the same type of audit that any other state entity receives. In the past, you've quarreled with Democrats in Boston about your ability to do this. Obviously, the state legislature itself pushed back. We had the Attorney General, Andrea Campbell, say you lacked legal authority. Do you feel like, at this point, the debate put to bed? And she replied, certainly, the voters came out and stated in a crystal clear fashion what their expectation is of Beacon Hill, particularly as it has to do with legislative leaders and the state's legislature compliance with the law. Now, yes, the Attorney General and I did have a very strong disagreement about the interpretation of the law previous to this point. I did seek access to the justice system for the impartial hearing that is my constitutional right. And the Attorney General's office did deny our office access to the justice system during that time to adjudicate this matter. That is why we had to take this issue to the ballot, so that voters could make crystal clear to Beacon Hill that they expect transparency, accountability, and accessibility from their state government. Yes, even from powerful politicians in our Massachusetts state legislature. So what happens next? Currently, legislative leaders are very much looking for a way out of having to comply with the will of the people, and are, to my understanding, looking at potential amendments to the law that would create exemptions for themselves, and also considering an outright overturning of the law. This is unacceptable. As we know, the people spoke very clearly on election night that they expect them to be held to the same standards as everybody else, without creating exemptions for themselves. So what we need to do now is call our legislators and ask them to stand up for the people that they represent, rather than standing up for Beacon Hill's most powerful politicians, and that the work that remains before us even after Election Day. The news people asked, with question 1 passed and behind us, is there, at this point, any sort of material, concrete roadmap for what goes forward from here? And she replied, this is now going to be the law of the land. It is as though the governor signed off on a bill and any efforts...
future collabs, Tim Pool had a poll a few days ago asking if people would be interested in having guests appear virtually instead of in person. The end result was fairly spilt. Now might be the best time to put out those feelers again.
Night of Nights, thank you. I mean, I guess I could. Tim Pool still has anime racism, so I feel like when he asks to have, like, if you'd be okay with a guest appearing virtually, I feel like he still means, like, flesh people, but on a monitor. I don't think he would have any interest in talking to someone like me, but I guess we'll see. He needs exposure therapy. Fucking hats off to Travis. He put out a tweet that says he loves the anime profile pictures. Not really here, thank you. The Campbells were from Scotland, not Ireland, Fox Lady. I'm sorry. I'd probably be beaten for saying this, but as an American, you know, when I think of the UK, I kind of just like mush all of those together. And so I forget that, like, they're completely separate sometimes. My bad. My bad, brother, man. Waste of time anyway. If that fence post was any farther up Tim's backside, he'd have a picket sticking out of the beanie. True. Travis also gave Machinists some love today. Ooh, what did he do for Machinists? Phil has retweeted my stuff before, so they may be an in. Oh yeah, Phil that remains. He's a pretty fun guy. You get a better chance of getting Michael Knowles to host you than Tim Pool. I have a tab regarding Michael Knowles somewhere today. Reminder, Zim Legacy Media, it'd be poo-poo. Yeah. Absolutely would beat me for that, but I'd probably enjoy it. Won't threaten you with a good time. Look, man. Internet Zen Master, thank you for the one. Honorable chatters, calm down. Foxy was pro-mass deportation, but she isn't at Nux's deportation via trebuchet over the southern border Taku max deportation. At least not yet. What? Were people upset that I wanted peaceful deportations instead of murdering people? I feel like that's a pretty, like, normal take. Hey, I would like to deport everyone that doesn't belong here, not kill them. He did say trebuchet and parachutes, to be fair. Pneumonia. Be jammin', thank you. Regret to inform you that exiled Iranian podcaster Daniel Mohammed Hakim, host of Halal Cow Live, was killed when missiles struck his studio in Qatar. I can't tell if this is a meme or not. I genuinely can't tell if you're making a joke. Is that a real person? Was Halal Cow a real show? Or is this a meme about Lol Cow Live? Peaceful deportation is now the fence-sitting moderate position. That's crazy. Kirsche confuses Scotland for Ireland. Oh no, what are they gonna do? Drink more? That sounds like it. If it was like Samuel Muhammad Haidim or something, I'd know it was a meme, but like, that sounds like it could be a person. What if we built a giant cushion on Mexico to catch them? You've been had gaming, thank you. Have a girlfriend? We'll all make it, chat. Congratulations, my guy. Congratulations. It seems like a Heidian meme, but that's not a play on Sam Hyde, bro. You were at militarize the border, like no man's land between the Koreas like 8 years ago. You don't really care how they're gotten out as long as they're out. You know, I as a public figure, I have to keep advocating for the peaceful. The Jackals of Terra Argentum, thank you. I think it depends. Come peacefully, be deported peacefully. Resist in any capacity, get treated as a hostile invader. Can I call up your boss and tell him to let us go home? I don't think I'd have an effect, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Well, this article continues for like a huge bunch of other paragraphs, but again, this was from 2024, and this was the initial passing of, hey, we want to audit all of the Massachusetts legislature and find out where money's going.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
There's another article. Get out of here. Get out of here. Skip. This was DiZoglio in 2025. State Auditor Diana DiZoglio says state lawmakers are acting undemocratically by not complying with a ballot question that gave her office authority to audit the legislature. As a reminder, this first article we read was November 12th in 2024. This Fall River Reporter tweet said it's been 417 days as of December 27th, 2025, where the state auditor has not been allowed to do an audit. So this August 6th, 2025 article. On GBH's Boston Public Radio on Wednesday, DiZoglio went so far as to compare state lawmakers to the Trump administration. We talk about authoritarian regimes in D.C. What about here on Beacon Hill, she said. There's an authoritarian regime in the legislature on Beacon Hill right now. I think it's really funny that she's being stonewalled by her own party and she still has Trump derangement syndrome. She's so close to understanding the real problem, and yet still so far. The ballot question at heart of this conflict passed with support from 72% of the state's voters in November and is now codified in state law. But to this day, the auditor's efforts to implement it have been stymied by Beacon Hill power holders. Top state lawmakers have cast doubt on whether the auditor has authority to review or oversee practices in the legislature under the separation of powers that's laid out in the state constitution.
But what if for Trebuchet, it's a really big slingshot replacing the torch on the Statue of Liberty that shoots illegals back to their country, and we build a really big baseball glove to catch them?
I don't think that's realistic, sir. I don't think that's realistic, but I would enjoy seeing that in cartoon format. Thank you, Small Nyanta. Thank you. Who the hell votes against something like this? It's more like this overwhelmingly passed, and the state is just like, yeah, actually, the auditor doesn't have the authority to audit us. It's so weird. Since the auditor is a member of the state's executive branch. Senate President Karen Spilka's office declined to comment on DiZoglio's latest remarks. GBH News reached out to Speaker Ron Mariano's office, but did not hear back. State Attorney General Andrea Campbell has so far refused to represent the auditor in court to enforce the law, saying the scope of the audit isn't clear. Desaglio said her office has been crystal clear and that they are still seeking access to financial, state contracting, and procurement documents. In July, Desaglio sidestepped the Attorney General and hired the private law firm Donnelly, Conroy, and Gelhar to enforce the law in court. But a spokesperson from the Attorney General's office suggested to GBH News that that suit will be immediately dismissed under state law. Liaison doppelganger, thank you. Not allowed! Bring cops or hired guns to do it by force. The law is literally on your side. Except all of the police officers in Boston are also corrupt, so you can't really do that. Boston's pretty fucked at this current moment. Massachusetts state law is clear that any lawful litigation brought by state officials or state entities must be authorized by the Attorney General's office. Spokesperson Sidney Heiberger wrote in a statement, "It is a dictatorial style of government. It is not democratic. It is, in fact, anti-democratic," Desaglio said. "We're just trying to get before a court right now, and we can't even get our constitutional right to get an impartial hearing recognized by the top law enforcement agency of this Commonwealth." Desaglio said the legislature has refused to ask the Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court for an opinion on whether a legislative audit by her office would violate the separation of powers. The number one goal of everybody involved in this on Beacon Hill is to keep us out of the courtroom so that we can't get a decision, so that this will linger on forever. It was literally voted on. This was something 72% of the people voted on and wanted to have happen. This is also a Democratic lady on the side of the Democrats just wanting to see where the money's going. This is like the most gentle audit you could ever possibly get. Push a recall of the AF. Gotta make sure her envelope to the cops is fatter than theirs. Thanks, I hate it. And then I had one more article from November 5th, 2025. Let's just see if there's any other information here. At the crux of the deadlock is Democratic lawmakers' refusal to participate in an audit. They argue it violates the separation of powers principles. Desaglio wants to sue them into compliance, but Attorney General Andrea Campbell's office has yet to take action and says it needs more information from the auditor. I feel like that's really weird that a law could be voted on and passed, and then all of the legislators are like, yeah, but we're not going to do anything about that. I mean, I'm not surprised, considering there have been laws on the books for decades that they were like, yeah, we're just not going to enforce those. And actually, if you try enforcing them, we're going to call you a fascist Nazi and think it's okay to kill you. And it's not surprising, but it's still just like, god damn, I would hate to live in Mass. Liaison doppelganger, thank you. Well then, hired mercs it is. Outgun the cops. Law is still on your side. Impasse has frustrated advocates who campaigned in favor of the ballot question last November. They say Desaglio, a former state lawmaker, was given a mandate to probe the inner workings of Beacon Hill because the measure passed with nearly 72% of the vote. Everywhere you go, you talk to people about this, and it's not a partisan ideological issue. It's a matter of respect, and it's on people's minds, he said in an interview. Michael Luang Tat, head lawyer for the state auditor's office, in a statement said the Attorney General's office willful abdication and continued failure to faithfully discharge its statutory duty to enforce the law have left our office with no other recourse but to engage outside counsel. This legal dispute is ripe for litigation, and litigation is the only means of resolution given the legislature's refusal to comply. That's pretty interesting. That's a pretty interesting statement. The auditor's privately funded legal arrangement also raises significant legal and ethical questions, Campbell said. While the path forward is clear, the author's unwillingness to provide answers has brought her dispute with the legislature no closer to resolution. I wonder when we're actually going to get some kind of resolution on this. It seems like they're going to do everything they possibly can to stall it for fucking ever. Where is the governor in all of this? I couldn't even tell you. Is it still Maura Healey who's the governor of Mass? I can't even remember who the fuck it is, but I know it's a Democrat. Reminds you of the Baltimore mayor. Yes, it's still Healey? Okay. Reminds you of the Baltimore mayor. He was audited because the money was funnier than Kirsche when she drinks. But when he was audited, he sent over documents that looked like the first wave of the Epstein files. Jesus. Entire pages so black that Biden thought they deserved votes. Can make a big event like the Alaskan annual car launch. Just launching illegals instead of cars. Oh my god. Your friend is working on the Kirsche crochet plushie design. Just called you to swear at you about fluffy ears. The work continues. That's gonna be so fucking cute when she's done, bro. You would also hate to live in Mass. The people can hardly speak English. If you can even call that speaking. Let me see here. Jackals of Terra Argentum, thank you. You think it depends? Come peacefully. I read that already. Thank you again.
Thank you again, I'm sorry.
Battleizer, thank you. Really do not want Nothing Ever Happens Bros to get another win. This is frustrating. Alexa, play Sound of Silence. I agree. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Any Romanians in the chat? Pretty sure Massachusetts is more corrupt than the worst stereotypes about the Romanian government. Or heck, worse than the most Balkan corruption in general, and you're only slightly exaggerating here. Ironically, I think that people from the Balkans could understand the scope of corruption in Massachusetts, considering Michelle Wu being the mayor of Boston is certainly pro-CCP, and they lived under USSR fucking communism. So, if anyone could understand the scope of corruption there, it would probably be the Balkan region. They speak too fast in Spanish, you can't catch up. Can ask V, given that he's Romanian. That's true. I guess you're supposed to kick V. I don't really understand that joke, but it happens all the time. All right, let's go back. Let's go back to current year. Where? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't know if you could hear just how much I had to scroll to get back to like the current tabs, and that was only like December 28th, bro. That was crazy. That was kind of nuts. All right, where are we? What is this? Oh, what is this? Okay, that's super old.
That's also old.
Oh yeah, I saw this, and this was very weird to me. Just like a quick Twitch thing, I suppose. So someone here said, PSA for Seribot users, please be aware that if you have Seribot added to your channel, the developer can and does access the bot for personal use, as they did in my stream last night without identifying themselves, chat logs, and context. I don't use it anymore, but I used to use Seribot back when like hate raids were a big thing on Twitch. So like someone would get a bunch of bots, like hundreds of bots, and they would raid into your channel and start spamming slurs. So it would just be like a wall of like N-words and whatnot covering your Twitch chat in the hopes of getting you banned. And so I had Seribot when that was like a big thing on Twitch. And this is very weird to me. So Seribot in her chat started saying like, hello, I would like to speak to the manager here. I guess this particular VTuber has like a manager design or something. I don't know who they are. He continued, are you the manager here? Hello, manager. It looks like he's adding people in the chat as well. At someone, one of your employees sold me an extended warranty on my car and I want to return it. I don't have a car. Hi, streamer. At someone, yes, I'll take an upgrade for free. At someone, sad face. At someone, who said anything about AI? At someone, Teddy Ursa emote. At someone, you drive a hard bargain, go that way. And then when asked why Seribot is talking, because again, this is supposed to be a bot that handles like banning certain things from your channel, right? It's not like, there's not supposed to be a person here. It's a completely automated bot system that removes certain things from your chat as an extra moderation tool when Twitch wasn't doing enough about hate raids. And so they asked why Seribot was talking, and he said, at someone just hanging out. Why not? And then one of their mods banned them. And she says, I was conflicted on posting this because I love Seribot and I'm grateful to the dev for their work. But I feel that other streamers should know that this can happen so they don't feel the absolute panic that I did in the middle of my live stream, trying to look up whether the bot had been compromised or whether this had happened before. I understand it is meant to be a lighthearted joke and some people may think I'm overreacting. I don't think she's overreacting. But in my opinion, this is a security issue not a lot of streamers are aware of. To access a bot that is authorized and given moderator permissions in thousands of streams, just to basically prank people is inappropriate, not to mention unprofessional. 1000% agree. If you are making a bot that thousands of people are adding as a moderator in their Twitch channels for extra protections that they weren't previously able to get in current year, I don't think Seribot really does anything that you can't do with the current Twitch moderation tools. But previously, Seribot was incredibly fucking helpful when hate raids were a big problem. We had no idea what was going on while the bot was chatting for almost 10 minutes with no clarification, despite our clear confusion. And I personally was so thrown off at the prospect that Seribot had somehow been hacked while having off and mod perms on my channel that I ended up banning it. Correct move. I would have done the same fucking thing. That's not really a joke. It's fucked up to do. It's incredibly fucked up to do. I would lose complete fucking trust in anyone that like usurped their bot to start talking in my chat. That's fucking weird. That's like the janitor at the school who's doing a good job and then one day he decides to just start drilling holes in the women's toilets to watch them pee. Like it's really fucking weird. And it's like we didn't consent to that. We wanted your bot here for helping, man. If you want to talk to us, come on your normal account. Be like Seri_devman, right? And then be like, hey, I'm the developer of Seri. How are you liking my bot? Like engage like a normal human, you know? Yeah, look what I can do kind of thing. Exactly. Exactly. Snow Pegasi, thank you. You're making a Kirsche Repentia or Slanesh mini? Oh, that should be neat. That should be fucking neat. He was just inspecting for leaks. Definitely not overreacting. Most services explicitly ban user bots, person using a bot account directly. For example, Discord does. Absolutely, they should, you know? Just chat like a normal chatter. I would ask the dev to please be more careful about these kinds of things in the future and to consider how it might come across to its users who are just trying to have some peace of mind while live. Thank you. It'd be one thing if it was for a PSA, but not for this. Yeah. If there was some sort of like, things have been compromised somewhere, here's a PSA, right? That might make sense to put out some sort of thing. Since the janitor could just identify as a woman and enter the woman's bathroom. It's not like a one-to-one analogy, because obviously the bathroom is a bit more private than a fucking public stream, right? But it's still like, you trusted a bot to be a bot and to perform one function, and then a human comes in, regardless if it's the developer or not, it doesn't matter. The dev comes in and is like, trying to interact normally on the bot. That's weird. That's fucking weird. And in response to this, Seribot guy responded and he said, I apologized last night, but I'll say it publicly. I apologize for making you uncomfortable. Definitely was not my intention. I occasionally come say hi with the bot. Don't fucking do that, you weirdo. And this one missed the mark. I'll be more mindful about this in the future. And this is a showing of, I guess he DM'd the lady that he went and got weird in her chat. And his DM to her says, hello, I wanted to apologize for the scare on your stream. The bot was not hacked, and I can assure you it was me. I occasionally pop through recommended streamers using the bot and say hi. Don't fucking do that. That's weird. Your feelings are valid, though, and I understand that made you uncomfortable. Had I known that there was any issue going on, I would have said something. The manager thing was intended to be a silly conversation, and it just came to me because of the manager name tag on your VTuber. Though I can easily see that could give off the impression that the bot was hacked. I'll definitely be more mindful, going forward. And again, I'm sorry for the trouble. Have a good night. And, like, this is really weird. This is really weird, and I definitely don't think that he should be chatting to streamers through his bot. His bot has a function, and people agreed to use it for that function. If you want to talk to people, put a different account, right? Don't use the bot. Just be normal. The devs must fight in the pit, one-on-one martial combat with Kirsche's mom. You know, it's funny you say that as well, because once again, I said I used to use Seribot. And I saw this tweet from this lady, and I immediately thought, ha, this guy locked replies. What a fucking candy ass. But it turns out he didn't lock replies when I clicked on it. Let me go to my main browser here. He didn't lock replies. He's actually just blocked me. So that's really funny that someone who would block me turns out to be a weirdo fucking creep that uses their bot to talk to female streamers. The pattern, it continues. Man for some markets, thank you. Flag so red it could overthrow the Tsar. Very interesting. Many such cases. It's like how actual IT departments separate permissions. You can't just use a service account to do normal login on a client. Same principle. Yeah, 100%. 100%. A failed bot. Do not ask for feet pics. Peak delusion. Which is peak delusion? Well, that's a first. Blocked by a weirdo. A badge of honor. Imagine. Imagine. The strong mic from PA energy. That was like not the thing that I was expecting. I was like, well, damn. Well, damn, look at that. Pete fix, by the way. It happens. If you had a nickel for every time this happened, you could fill a sock and use it to defend yourself. True and fucking real. This is so weird. I had to do a Feet 2-factor authentication to use Seribot. I don't know. Feet 2-factor authentication would be interesting instead of using your face, you know? Instead of using face, Seribot must have seen your tabs. My tabs are a mystery and an enigma. Pneumonia. He must have bailed out of his echo chamber in feebleness. Oh, man. Why in the fuck are people so weird, man? Like, weird people make life interesting, but not this kind of weird. MFA, where the F is for feet. True. True and fucking real. All right, that's just a quick Twitch thing that I found interesting. Don't use your fucking corporate bot account that people use for an issue to talk to people. Don't do that. That's weird. Okay. Here's another weird thing, just a quick thing, I guess. I don't know what the fuck was going on in Tinder, but apparently Tinder is paying $230 on average to eligible California users who are over 28 to 29 and paid higher prices for premium subscriptions from 2015 to 2019 due to age-based pricing. Every time I see any kind of like pricing based on some sort of characteristic, I would like to remind people that one of Bridge's tenets is to introduce the race-based pricing kind of thing. Bridge wants equity of pricing. And even if there's a lawsuit for this age-based thing here, remember how long affirmative action was just normal. That was just how things were. Nobody fought against affirmative action until the last couple of years. People might have been against it, but no one with any kind of power was actually fighting to get rid of it until the last couple of years. And so even if Tinder is having to pay out for age-based pricing right now due to it being illegal, I would not count this as they're going to stop doing this entirely.
Slaves built the pyramids. Slaves built the Parthenon.
Pneumonia.
Slaves built America. Slaves, this is your song. Thank you. Slaves.
Do 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 do.
Thank you. Slaves.
Do 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 do.
Thank you. Slaves.
Do 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 do.
Slaves, this is your song.
Thank you, Crozan! Thank you, Crozan, for the motherfucking slaves! Bitch. Affectionate. Thank you!
Holiday pay just hit, so here's my first shipment of slaves.
Hell
I've
yeah.
been telling myself Kirsche needs me to fight communists, to keep going during workouts, so thanks for that.
Hell yeah.
Going to run while hating communism, everyone take care of yourselves.
Absolutely, you gotta be in tip-top shape to fight them commies, brother, man. I hope you get a good pump on. Why did you just scream what in all caps, Zizathy? He's my top guy. I need him. You're gonna need prayers? You just broke your hand at work? Caught it in a pizza dough roller? Holy shit. You're already living check to check and weeks behind on your bills. I hope you can get your hand fixed very fucking quickly. That's horrifying. That is actually horrifying. I am so sorry, dude. I don't even know what a pizza dough roller looks like, but I can only imagine it being horrific. If I check stream suggestions, Pirate Nation also posted how PlayStation is experimenting with surveillance pricing, calling it dynamic pricing. I said that this was gonna happen a year ago. I was like, this is going to happen. Places are going to put price gouging into place under the, like, oh, we're just testing, you know, peak prime hour pricing, right? We're gonna charge you more for your food at certain times and less for your food at certain times. I was like, they're gonna start with that, and they're gonna start sliding into the equity of pricing and equity of product availability. That's just what's going to happen. I've been talking about this for more than a year, man. Why are you sorry it wasn't your fault, Habit? Tinder's fucking terrible. Imagine paying $500 a month for fucking Tinder. What the hell? I was like, what are you even doing, my guy, at that point? Son of a bitch, the Foxy was sadly right again. I'm so sick of being right. It's not even anything I can be happy about. It's bad that I'm right. Your job you started 5 months ago, sent a DEI training course yesterday. You speed ran the training in 28 seconds, but now you're DEI certified. Congrats on your gender change. Need an evil cultist Kirsche model with a tab grimoire. I just need to get like a crystal ball asset and like some sort of hooded figure avatar, you know? There's like complete black cloak. Just like old lady face, you know? Stop looking into the Planeteer. It's not a crystal ball. But that was just a quick, hey, Tinder also did the fucky wucky. Imagine that. Imagine that. And possible hope pilling here. President Trump's FCC has announced sweeping proposals to end Americans' problems with foreign call centers, including onshoring jobs to the US, requiring operators to speak standard English, and imposing tariffs on countries running scam centers. I don't even know how to describe using the English language how happy I would be if I had to call customer service and I was greeted with like an actual American or British accent instead of the indecipherable accents that currently attempt to help you by doing absolutely nothing. Like, I remember even when I was a kid and my dad would get on the phone with customer service, my dad is a very soft-spoken and kind man. But when he would get on the phone with customer service, I would immediately hear, "Can you speak fucking English?" Like, my dad would get so fucking mad at having to talk to someone that couldn't speak English when he needed support for something. And so hearing my dad switch from like, yeah, you know, that's, you know, it is how it is, to like getting actually angry on a support call. You know, I would just love to see this happen, okay? I'm kind of tired, right? Like, they try to hide it sometimes, where they're just like, I can't do a foreign accent. So it's just like, hello, I am George. And it's like, no, you're not. You're not fucking George. Shut the fuck up. Pretending your name is something like anglicized does not make any kind of a difference. No one believes you. No one believes you. Can we pay them in food pellets? Well, that's apparently what happens. They just throw food pellets at them like they're fucking hamsters. I don't even know, man. What is this? Fair and base. This is John from Microsoft. SAR? No, it's not. Hey, you speak fucking English, man. Unless the accent is Cajun. I don't believe you, George. A couple of weeks ago, you screamed at a lady over the phone because T-Mobile suspended your service and the lady barely spoke proficient English. I do my best to be as patient and understanding on the phone as possible. And then as soon as I hang up, the string of words that leave my mouth would have me canceled so fast that some of the people who hate me would vigorously masturbate to it. Skill, thank you for the 18 months. Hello, I'm George, some Indian tech guy. CVS recently changed their call-in to AI, and if you want to talk to a pharmacist, you have to leave a message for them to call back. It's frustrating. I hate having to deal with the automated systems on the phone. Like, just sitting there and being like, speak to a representative. And then the robot kicks in and speak to a representative. I'm sorry, I didn't speak to a representative. I'm sorry, I'll need some speak to a representative! Sometimes you just mash on the fucking 0 button hoping that works. Like, please, for the love of fuck. I hate it. Like, I hope anytime I have to contact support for anything that there's like an online text chat, because I just, it's so much better, man. No, Rajesh, your name is not David. Music, thank you. 10% of India's GDP since 2000 has been from scams. India's economy will be in shambles. Good. You hate needing to call any business and spending 30 minutes to get past the bot to get to a warm body. Calling around to like certain companies in like Masson, New Hampshire, so I could see like what utility costs might be in the different towns that I was looking at houses. Calling those companies and getting like not just an actual American, but an American with an accent from those states. I was like, oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. They patched out the cheat codes, not like this. Representative, representative, representative. Just fucking start screaming, you always. It's so frustrating. Sometimes you have to request for tier 1 service. The automatic call stuff is always shitty too. It is! Like, even if I try to go through the prompt, because I've never called that place before, and it's just like, we're going to need to collect some more information from you in order to direct you to the right department. And then they ask you all these questions, and you finally get to a person, and you explain your problem, and they're just like, oh, you're not at the right department, let me transfer you. And then you get transferred, and you have to sit there for, like, on wait for multiple minutes again, who knows how long. You finally get another person, you explain your issue, and they're like, oh, I'm sorry, you actually have to go to this department. And it's like, hold on, wait a minute. I was transferred there first, and then they transferred me here. What do you mean? And they're like, oh, well, they shouldn't have transferred you here. Let me transfer you back. And it's just like, ah! And then you get back to the first department, and you explain your issue, and they're just like, okay, let me collect some information from you. And it's like, what the fuck? What's the point of the bot prompt that I gave all that information to in the first fucking place? Oh my God. Even talking about fucking customer service gets me pissed. I hate it. Friggin' tech support tennis match. Yeah, right. Your management says you're fucking nuts for prioritizing incoming calls over stupid busy work. Jesus Christ. Can we help you? Gun cocking noise. The robot asks all the questions, and then the person asks you again the same thing. And then you ask if they can't just read the logs from the robot, and they ask what robot? I would die. I would die, man. Oh, and the worst thing is when, like, your call drops and the customer service person doesn't immediately call you back. What kind of protocol would not have them immediately call you back? Oh my God. Robot just trying to break your spirit.
As a legal immigrant who actually worked in one of those Latom call centers, I can confirm that these companies are notorious for hiring almost regardless of your English proficiency. Being rejected from a call center was akin to being a certified moron.
Ichigo, thank you, my guy. It's not any different for, like, if you have to work a phone in the US. I've talked about being at like my insurance agency before, and when I was hired initially, I was just a claims grunt, right? So I would call other insurance companies and set up claims with them. I wouldn't have to interact with the actual customers or any other actual humans. It was just other people in a robot job like me. We were all working off a robot script, and just everything was the same. But I would call, and I would be like, hello, my name is Kirsche, and I'm calling from this insurance company, and I have 35 claims to file with you today. Would you be able to file all of them with me? It would only take a little bit of time, please. And they would be like, holy shit, you talk so fast. Let's fucking do it. Let's pump our fucking numbers, buddy. But then there would be other people in the office who'd be like, hello, my name is LaShandra, and I'm calling from this insurance company, and I have 13 claims to set up with you. If you would be able to help me set up all of these claims, it would be really appreciated. And it's like, if I had gotten that call, I'd be like, ain't no fucking way I'm staying on the phone. And even when I talk fast like that, when I would call, like, smaller insurance companies, like, there's some fucking, like, insurance company that started with an L. I don't think it was like Lloyd's, but it was like some weird insurance company that was smaller. And, like, I would go through my incredibly fast speech, and they would be like,
all right, I can help you with that. Let me just open up my program here, and all right, what's the license plate number?
And I'd be like, okay, here are 6 letters. And she'd be like,
7-1. Could you repeat the next number?
And then, like, I would have to spell things like 4 fucking times, and it would take us like an hour and a half to do one claim. And I'd be like, oh, I'm sorry, it's my lunch break now. I actually can't do the rest of that with you. That's a Zootopia. Yeah, Loya. Fucking Loya Insurance. Fucking hated calling them. Holy shit. Did I work with the fucking sloth from Zootopia? Yeah, it was pretty fucking awful. But when I would get someone, like, I loved calling like Geico and State Farm especially. I unironically had a few people from State Farm that I added to Steam because we were on a phone call for like hours filing like 40-50 claims, but it was like the number punch for doing that many in that amount of time. It was like so good for the both of us, and we like got to know each other doing it. Oh my god, speedrun insurance claim ASMR. Yeah, your friend worked for them. State Farm is slow as shit. Maybe for you as a consumer, but us robots in the claims department, we can go fucking fast, bro. You're very glad you didn't take the company's job offer. Marmalin, thank you. As an IT guy for the last like 20 years, can confirm you set up IVR, the robot scripts, to annoy the people calling in so we don't have to deal with our call center asking stupid questions. Thanks, I hate it. You know, it was hotel work, but you always hated having to call Priceline for cancellations. They would always give you the runaround and then hold long enough to get disconnected. Jesus Christ. Did I start talking in AI beat boops? Nope. Lethal Weeaboo, thank you. Do I know Jake personally? I do not. I do not know Jake personally. Alejandro Trombono, thank you. You spent nearly 2 hours trying to activate a phone to be told the carrier doesn't support it. You know, you almost started smoking again. Jesus Christ. Lambie Chop, thank you. We require absolute poo-land destruction. This fucking guy. ASDF, thank you. You're moving apartments right now. If you speak about your automated caller experiences, you will glow. Man. Professor John Wolfman, thank you. Would you be willing to take a short survey about our service? I always say yes. Because if I say yes, I feel like they actually try to fix my issue. And then I just don't take the survey after, because fuck you. I am so sick of it. Oh my god. Imagine being the Chad that knew the Foxu before she was the Foxu. AJ the Groundhog, thank you. Insurance grunt here. You have to speak to billing agents from India. It's so infuriating. So thanks, Mr. President. Curse you, Liberty Mutual, and Bob. Liberty Mutual was also really slow. Hey, Kirsche, do you remember the Caveman Geico commercials? They canceled those because people were worried that someone would be offended. I liked the Caveman. Tried to buy a phone outright without the monthly payments. The rep short-circuited. That's so weird. That's so weird. Always say yes. You get a different queue of reps helping. Looney Lenny, thank you. You heard one guy say just yell and swear at the robot to get a real person. I've tried that before, and it didn't work. S-Kill, thank you for the knock.
I'm sorry, Kirsche. I can't let you do that.
You almost told an insurance guy from Liberty to kill himself after they raised your homeowner's insurance by 120% over the average. Holy fuck. Music, thank you. 10% of India's GDP since 2000 has been from scams. I read that. Thank you again. What's my favorite food?
I really like chicken pot pie and turkey pot pie and lasagna. Oh my god. I haven't had lasagna in so long. I want a lasagna.
I don't know. I like a lot of foods. Zero Maverick, thank you. You can skip the robo prompts by dropping an F-bomb. Sometimes that doesn't work. Sometimes it doesn't. Garfield coded. I don't mind Mondays, except when they're stacked with appointments. Battleizer, thank you. It would be like if your personal glowy agent started DMing you in Discord. Internet Zen Master, thank you. So we don't deal with customers asking stupid questions. And yet they're so dumb they keep getting through. Working on the customer service side for shipping is infuriating. A little bit. Call it a filthy clanker. Imagine I'm in the middle of calling it a filthy fucking clanker and then a person actually picks up. That'd be very embarrassing, bro. Let's see here. Oh, this was also happening in New Hampshire. Libertarian students from UNH were elected to the New Hampshire legislature and introduced a bill to permit campus carry. They argue that their Second Amendment right to self-protection may not be abridged by the state at its government school. Leftist UNH students have threatened to leave UNH if campus carry is approved. I don't see the downside. I feel like this is like two good things. Two birds, one stone. You get campus carry and the leftist freaks leave. This seems like a win-win scenario, honestly. I'm like, why should New Hampshire taxpayers be forced to fund socialist students to the tune of $19,000 for their women's and gender studies degree with a minor in queer studies? Move to Massachusetts. It's where you'll be more comfortable anyway. Bye-bye. Yes. Yes, and true. Wait, they tried to do that? You just carried on campus. And then there's an article here. You're afraid to highlight your chats now because your first 3 chats were read by the Foxu? You feel like it would be greedy and selfish. Get your chats read, idiot! You've had several calls where you were in the middle of shouting at the phone maze when you finally got through to a person. Probably scares them how quickly you go from screaming to, ah, a real person. Nice to talk to you. True. True and real. They might ruin what could have been a highly public mass shooting. A Primarch Bentley, thank you. For other than homemade lasagna, what does the Foxu recommend? What do you mean for other than homemade lasagna? I know that Olive Garden has, like, really disgusting lasagna. The Silver Cartographer, thank you for the 7 months, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. She will never read that I appreciate her even as I bully her. No bully! That's why I sit on you. I'm greedy and selfish. The Foxy was, like, the only person that speaks nicely to me. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope more people start speaking more nicely to you. Unless you're a filthy clanker somehow. You would make such a lasagna, I would get fat. I have to, like, forget about making lasagna for a while, because otherwise I would consistently make lasagna, and then I would get fat. Internet Zen Master, thank you. I read that, thank you again. You don't highlight your chats because you have something important to say, but because you have hundreds of thousands of channel points and I have no other redeems. I don't know what to do with redeems on my channel anymore. I thought I had a good thing going with, like, funny noises and shit, but now I don't know what to do with them, because I can't have funny noises all the time. The proper term is thick. S-Kill, thank you for the Canuck. Have I tried the ready-to-eat lasagna? I usually call lasagna Lars Magne as a joke. I don't get it. Is Lars Magne like a wrestler? I mean, I guess if you really want lasagna, but you don't want to cook it, the, like, Stouffer's lasagna is okay. It's okay, but it has like a weird texture to it. Like, it kind of... Like, have you seen those pictures of, like, black people melting plastic bags in oil before they fry things? The lasagna kind of has, like, that texture. Like, someone melted a plastic bag and then added it to the noodles. It's just a really weird texture. What? Why? Apparently, adding a plastic bag to your frying oil makes things crisp up better. I don't want to eat the plastic bag, though. Thanks for the mental picture. You're welcome. Wait, head pats are on. Maybe, Binary Mind turned those on. Yesterday you were super busy with voiceover stuff and you overslept. What did you miss? Not too much? I don't think. I don't know. Microplastics. Delicious. Help. And could make the channel point noises 10 to 100 times as expensive. They'll be rarer and chatters will be able to spend their 1 million points. I don't know. Maybe we'll have to figure something out. UNH reacts to the campus carry bill. The bill would eliminate bans and regulations on carrying a firearm or non-lethal weapon on public college campuses across New Hampshire. On February 5th, the state representative and UNH senior Samuel Farrington, Campus Carry Bill House Bill 1793 passed through the New Hampshire House with a 188 to 165 vote. If passed through the Senate and signed into law, it would prohibit public colleges and universities across New Hampshire from banning or regulating the possession and carrying of firearms and non-lethal weapons on campus. This bill would go into effect on January 1st, 2027. Public institutions such as UNH, Keene State College, and Plymouth State University currently have gun-free policies. Farrington's bill would prevent the enforcement of these policies, and individuals could also sue these institutions for over $10,000 for restricting the carrying of weapons on a public campus. Fucking based, actually. And I think this would also be a very good look into... if tragedies were to start occurring at these colleges, would it be because of the policies, or would these policies prevent the tragedy from being larger than it would have been if the person committing it wouldn't have been stopped by someone on campus who had a gun? Be very interesting data point. Because I'm on the side of, yeah, these should not be gun-free zones, because gun-free zones create sitting ducks as soft targets. Is that a terrorist pop? Monya. William Nunn, thank you. Foxu stream of her making homemade lasagna when? I think doing cooking streams at some point would be really fun. I would love to have some kind of setup like Geary has, where, like, you can see her model, but, like, her hands are there doing all the handy stuff. I think that's really fucking cool. Farrington says that right now there is no law that prevents students from walking around campus carrying a firearm. The school just uses their policy to really threaten kids that dare to do it. And they would use disciplinary action, but they can't charge them for any crime. Elliot Boutin, a fourth-year student and state chair of New Hampshire's Young Americans for Liberty, noted that under New Hampshire law and the Second Amendment, every individual's right to self-defense is protected and does not disappear when you walk onto campus. Personal safety and constitutional rights go hand in hand. They're not competing ideas, said Boutin. Which is also another interesting point, because once again, people that want to comply with any kind of laws, in this case it's not a law, but it's like a campus kind of doctrine thing, people who want to be law-abiding will follow the rules. People who do not care about the law or the rules will carry a gun anyways, and typically those people are going to be the ones committing horrific acts, right? Like Rich said in the chat, he did it anyways as a form of protection because it's like they can't really do anything to you. But for the most part, people who are going to flagrantly flout the rules in this manner are doing something nefarious, typically, on the campuses. If it disappears when you walk into a campus, then maybe the campus is controlled by a different country. Which country? True. Too bad property in New Hampshire is expensive. It's really expensive. It's really expensive. I feel like if you go, like, north of Manchester, it's far more affordable, but also north of Manchester, you have to travel quite a ways for a lot of things. You made Foxy's creamy chimkin crockpot recipe, 10 out of 10. Foxwife cookbook when? That's just a quick and dirty. I know people were like, Kirsche, quick, 6 hours in the crockpot. But it takes like less than 10 minutes to throw in the crockpot was my point. The idea that a no guns allowed sign can stop a shooting is absurd. It really is. It really fucking is. Brendan Herrera just won his race. He did. I tweeted about that last fucking night. John in English, thank you. Can the fox aim the cracked egg or will she somehow miss the bowl? I haven't had any issues with that, though I don't like when I crack eggs because sometimes the egg fluid gets on my fingers and it makes me very sad. I don't like getting wet. This is a gun-free zone. I guess I can't shoot people here. Yeah, right? Imagine. Representative Heath Howard, D. New Hampshire, worries that allowing the carrying of firearms on public universities across the state would stop raising questions as to what an individual is doing with a firearm, which could be detrimental in a nation with the highest rate of mass shootings in the developed world. I don't think New Hampshire would have that problem, actually. I have a feeling New Hampshire wouldn't really have that problem, first. Second, if people are carrying guns, or rather, if the gun-free zone sign is gone, so you don't know who might be carrying a gun, that's going to make a criminal think twice before going there. Because they're not soft targets anymore. He might die before doing anything. Which would be good for us. The criminal should die, right? Like, you're sadly in the one area prohibited from carrying because of explosive tanks. The rest of the school is allowed to carry. Oh, that's sad. Never feel sorry for the communist college kids in New Hampshire. They've been illegally voting in local elections and stole the mayor's race in college towns like Keene while voting by mail in their home states. I don't really get that. That's kind of crazy. I would think if anywhere has, like, really stringent ID checks, it should be New Hampshire, right? Kids used to bring their firearms to middle and high schools in the U.S. for decades without issues. I mean, there used to even be firearms classes in high schools. How are you gonna steal college textbooks if they can fight back? Less rape will happen. I don't think I have the tweet, but, like, somebody was trying to make the argument that if people allow campus carry, then more rape will happen. And I was like, how in the fuck do you figure that more rape will happen if women have a way to defend themselves? Like, what in the fuck are we doing here? Howard said it makes it a lot harder for law enforcement to discern who is the victim, who is the perpetrator, and it makes it harder for them to respond in a timely manner. How would it make it harder to discern who is the victim and who is the perpetrator when all of these colleges have, like, crazy amounts of cameras? Like, it would be very obvious to see who started attempting a mass shooting. What are we talking about? It's easier to explain to police how your attacker got 12 holes in them than it is to survive being strangled with your own purse strap at 3 a.m. in the parking lot. True. In the instance of an active shooter situation on campus, a UNH professor predicts that a shooter could easily get off 180 to 200 rounds in 3 minutes. When was the last time we saw that amount of bullets happen on a campus? Like, off the top of my head, I can think of the Vegas shooting, but that wasn't a campus. And the way Kirsche says cockpot sounds like a euphemism for bagoobas. It makes you laugh every time Kirsche talks about putting food in one. I fucking love cockpots, man. They're great. So don't give him 3 minutes. Yeah, I don't, like, he wouldn't have 3 minutes if there were people at the college who were armed and could take him down. On campus, you think that was Virginia Tech? And Virginia Tech was ages ago. It's the exact same BS excuse when the commies created these gun-free zones in the late 70s. It's all so tiresome, man. Rookie numbers, 1,200 bullets per minute is where it's at. True. You need to stack attack speed on your firearm. Phoenix the Goat, thank you. Asking someone what their opinion on the Second Amendment is a fantastic litmus test. Tells you exactly how they view the Constitution. I just think that since West Virginia and one other state made it so you're able to buy machine guns again, New Hampshire should be next. Yeah, like that's how you're gonna get my tax dollars, New Hampshire. Let me buy machine guns inside of you. Need to retool the full auto to fuller auto. Can we go even farther beyond? Ghost of Aces, thank you. Highest rate of mass pew-pews, but if you look up mass stabby stabs or chemical throws, we're pretty low on the mass casualties for a country. I had to make it sound childish. Thanks, YouTube. Fucking YouTube, bro.
Hey.
West Virginia hasn't done it yet. They're working on it. Oh, my bad. I must have misread the tweet. I thought West Virginia did do it. It won't be a school shooting. It'll be a school shootout. It was the shooter who should have worn the pumped up kicks, in fact. He said the UNH Police Department's response time is around 90 seconds, which he sees as optimistic. Yeah, the police are minutes away when seconds count. So this is actually an argument for allowing campus carry. I don't think he understands that. Also, when people see how the police officers reacted to the Uvalde shooting, I don't think anyone is going to trust that police will actually do anything, even if they get there in 90 seconds. Battleizer, thank you. Need more DACA?
Yeah.
Thus, he believes that if there is someone armed, trained, and capable in a room, a significant amount of lives could be saved. I'm confused. It sounded like he was arguing against it at first, but then he's like, yeah, okay, this is actually a reason to have carry. It sounded like he was arguing against it at first, right? Because he was like, worries that allowing the carrying of firearms on public universities across the state would stop raising questions as to what an individual is doing with a firearm. This just sounded like he was against it the whole time. It makes it harder for the law enforcement to discern who's the victim and who's the perpetrator, and it makes it harder for them to respond in a timely manner. Am I retarded, chat? This sounds like he's against it. The professor is saying Howard is dumb. Okay, all right. Oh, okay. This was a UNH professor. It switched. My bad. I was like, what the fuck? Okay, so yeah, the UNH professor saying Howard is dumb. It's me. I was the illiterate this time. He believes that if there is someone armed, trained, and capable in the room, a significant number of lives could be saved. Whoever the UNH professor is, he is correct. Denying trained people the right to exercise their constitutional rights to address threats like this is just as irresponsible as the opposing argument, said an anonymous UNH professor. I understand why he's staying anonymous. Stopping mass shootings is transphobic! Oh my god. Many students across campus feel passionately about this issue. Both supporters and opponents of the bill have created online petitions that received hundreds of signatures. UNH graduate student Bella Folt-Smith said, "My first thoughts when I learned about this bill were disbelief and denial. I couldn't possibly fathom New Hampshire taking this seriously. Bringing in more guns has never curbed gun violence." Does this retard realize where she's living? Has she never left the campus grounds? I don't even know what to say in response to that. UNH senior English lecturer Lawrence Beamer supports the... That's a fun name. Supports the Second Amendment, but also expressed distaste for the bill and believes that if passed, it would have an immediate negative impact on the students and staff at UNH. A firearm is a tool that has no appropriate use in an educational environment, and I, for one, will find it difficult, if not impossible, to carry out my job with guns in my class, said Beamer. You know what's really funny? This guy who said that he supports the Second Amendment, but then says this ridiculous shit here, actually gave his name. The guy who was in full support of allowing campus carry is anonymous. I think that's a very interesting thing to point out, actually. And then he doesn't support the 2A. He does not. He does not. This is weasel wording. This is, I support the Second Amendment, except in all these ways in which I don't. Anonymous suspicion. I don't think it's suspicious that he's anonymous. I think if he wasn't anonymous, he would get a lot of backlash, is my point, because he's a campus guy. You need a fact check on if more guns increase violence. Weasel worded moon runes. It's just like, a firearm is a tool that has a job in that environment, in which if someone were to try and attack people there, the ones who are armed could potentially stop it. Is it 100% guaranteed? No, it's not. But if you are carrying, you're like, I am going to take on this responsibility that if something happens, I want to try and stop it. That's a self-defense weapon. Rep. Farrington stated that from his research, he found that 92% of all mass shooting incidents occur in these so-called gun-free zones. Yep. So all these policies do is prevent the good guy from putting up a fight against the bad guy. And so it leaves victims as defenseless and hopeless, said Farrington. He also believes that if an individual wants to commit evil and is aware that people in a certain area could be armed, they will be deterred by that fact. Hey, it's the exact same thing I said. Representative Wayne Burton, Democrat, New Hampshire, spoke against HB 1793 in his floor speech on February 5th and said, "Our new 600-student middle school sits right behind Fraternity Row on Madbury Road. Many kids walk by them and through the campus, coming and going to school. I live a quarter mile from T Hall in earshot of social events on the weekends. I don't want to hear gunshots." Does he think that a bunch of fraternity people... I don't know where Madbury Road is, but does he think they're just gonna be shooting off guns into the sky? Like, what? Why would you just randomly start hearing gunshots? That doesn't make any sense. Fuck you, buddy. Patchouli, thank you. New Hampshire's so damn free that you're allowed by both Constitution and state law to carry in your work vehicle, which you do, and your job can do nothing about it. Good. Good. He's imagining a specific kind of fraternity. Madbury Road is in Durham, New Hampshire. Let me just look up something real quick. Durham, New Hampshire. Demographics. Let's just take a check. Let's just I don't know where Durham is. Durham, New Hampshire is a college-dominated town with a population of approximately 10,600 to 11,100, largely driven by the University of New Hampshire. It is characterized by a very young median age, around 20 to 21, with over 75% of the population aged 15 to 24. The population is predominantly white at approximately 86 to 88% of the population. So I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure why this guy thinks he would just be hearing, random gunshots coming out of the fraternity. It's mid to northern New Hampshire. Phoenix DS, thank you. Are you a broken Canadian for being pro-pew-pew regardless? I feel like your Canadian fellows would be very unhappy with your opinion. You'd bet that the people depressing that stat are the students at the school? Probably. Every town in New Hampshire has a college that overwhelmingly votes Democrat. That's because they stopped being actual education centers and became communist indoctrination centers, unfortunately. There's a few restrictions that you do think should be put on carrying, like while publicly intoxicated. I feel like that's kind of a no-brainer. All right, like, if I'm getting high, I'm not going to interact with my firearms. I don't think being high has the same, effect as being drunk, but I'm still impaired, and I shouldn't do that. The frat house just shooting pledges with 38 rat shot on the weekends. For fun! The drinking plink is god intense. I mean, if you live on your own property, I'm a retard. If you live on a property in the middle of nowhere, yeah, sure, maybe, that's up to you if you accidentally harm yourself. But I feel like if you're publicly intoxicated, which is already kind of a crime, probably shouldn't be carrying. Just to be safe, Accidents can and do happen. The same as a vehicle or a motor power tool. See, a lot of these things that I'm talking about, though, like, if you're drunk, you probably shouldn't be carrying. If you're high, you probably shouldn't be carrying. These are things that, like, I don't think should need to be legislated. I don't think they should need to be laws. In a functioning, idealistic society, people would just understand this, right? People would just be like, oh, that makes sense, right? There's a reason most bars have a no firearm rule. Don't want the liability. Yeah, exactly. If you're a lib, you shouldn't be carrying. Common sense is the least common thing. Yeah. All common sense things, yeah, you would think so. I was like, I talk about moderation all the time as well, like moderation in the things that you do and the things that you consume in order to not, like, acquire addictions or, you know, go too far with something. But it seems like a lot of people have a lot of difficulty practicing moderation in anything. Representative Howard described how the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk at Utah State University in September became such a dangerous situation because Utah is a campus carry state. From discussions with UNH students about this issue, Howard has found that a vast majority of them are very opposed to this legislation. What the fuck? What the fuck? Which one was Howard? They threw so many names at me. So Howard was the one against the bill up here. What does he mean? I don't think people campus carrying would have prevented anything with the Charlie Kirk situation. This was a mentally ill individual who climbed up on a building. I don't even know if the building itself was on the campus, but he didn't even open carry the firearm. He climbed up on a building and, like, sniped from far away. Campus carry is what made that scene dangerous? Yeah, absolutely not. Howard is a Democrat state rep? Yeah, he is, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Where was I in the article? Charlie Kirk over here. Phoenix DS, thank you. Do not, the safety mechanisms on the nail gun to play real-life Quake, do not. It was, the people largely carrying on campus that killed Charlie. Oh my god. Imagine being a 5-foot woman on the way home from a bar and a 6'6", 250-pound man sees you and wants to have his way. You've been a woman, so no Second Amendment right to defend yourself, yeah? I would much rather have a gun. It's like, there's all these, like, weird women self-defense classes, which, like, sure, take them if it makes you feel better, but you're not gonna girl boss your way out of a much bigger and stronger individual. That's just not gonna happen. Tyler Robinson isn't crazy. He's a fully normal lib who reached the logical conclusion of its ideology. He's not a crazy gunman. He's a terrorist. I mean, I agree with you, but I'm still gonna call him crazy because I feel like that ideology in and of itself is crazy. A carry state should still get you stopped if you're carrying a high-powered rifle. Guns are the great equalizer. I agree. I agree. I understand that you might not like guns or might have a sense of uneasiness towards guns, and that's okay, said Farrington. But when somebody chooses to bear arms, that's a personal decision. And the overwhelming majority of people who choose to carry day to day are responsible individuals. And what it comes down to is that this is a constitutionally protected right. Beamer said, I don't think this even really qualifies as a Second Amendment issue. It's just needling against common sense. It's legal to own a llama, but it would be disruptive to bring one into class. One shouldn't need a law to understand that. Why would it be disruptive to bring one to class? Like, you don't even have to think about it. And even if you do think about it, there's much less chance that that guy taking the math test at the same time as you with his carry arm is going to do something bad. If anything, he would be the person that you would want to be near if something bad started happening. How is you carrying a pistol under your waistband disrupting class? Exactly. Anyone see the clip on X where the guy rolls up on a woman in his car, gets out to abduct her, and she pulls her gun and caps him right there? No, but that sounds fucking badass. Good on that woman. How is a llama comparable to a gun? He's trying to point out the disruption aspect to it, but I don't agree with him there. And I think that a lot of these people who make these ridiculous cases to ban firearms from places, it makes me think back to that one anti-gun activist who went through, like, a police training course where he found out just how quickly you have to make these in-the-moment snap decisions to figure out, is this person gonna shoot me or not? And that changed his entire view about firearms and about, like, how police have to react to things. And I think maybe more of those kinds of training courses could and should be offered to people, to show them exactly, like, how to handle a gun more so than just a safety course at a range. I think that would be a very interesting kind of, like, course to give to people. And not even necessarily just, like, a police training course, but, like, okay, there's an active shooter situation. Let's have you, you know, go through the school with your firearm as you're a legal carrying person and see what you do, right? People think about some dickhead flashing his piece in a classroom and think that's gonna happen in every school every day. They're free. The National Guard still does rifle training for kids and all the guys are trained marksmen. See, like, I think that would be a really good thing to set up at a school. I don't know how you would do it. I don't know how you would fund it, but I think it would be an interesting exercise to have happen. I'm glad you'd love to carry your Draco into class and just set it on your desk. Mr. Anti-Cannon, thank you. In before fully automatic assault llama with sticky spit, I'm gonna ride my assault llama with his side saddle machine guns into battle. Had a conversation with a friend the other day who thought firing warning shots would be a good deterrent. What a fucking retard. Firing warning shots is a good way to get yourself killed. They're projecting how they would act with a gun onto you. Also a very good point. I do frequently say that. Regardless of individuals' viewpoints on this issue and this bill, Farrington said that the safety is definitely a concern on campus right now, and people just want solutions. Trying to, like, get people to understand this bill, I think my idea of, like, let's have a... I don't want to say, like, real time, right? Because I don't want real people in there, right? In a police training course, they're like cardboard cutouts that, like, pop up and shit. But I think doing something like that would really help people understand how these real life scenarios would be more than likely to go, rather than just listening to two people hitting themselves against a brick wall because no one's going to change their mind, right? Having, like, something physical to actually do and go through would be a very good idea. And I think if we had the VR technology to do it, which maybe we do, I don't play around in VR too much. If we had the VR technology to do it, that would probably even reduce the cost of having people go through this kind of training thing. That's your emotional support llama, thank you. They're really good simulation systems that the police use for training. I think that would be a pretty fucking good idea. Rifile, thank you. Sitting in your Economy 210 class with your pack llama covered in guns. Man, when the Civil War breaks out, it's gonna be interesting. Never pull your piece unless you're ready to shoot, and never shoot for anything but a kill shot, center mass. Very true. If you pull your firearm, you have pulled it in the means to kill someone. Hopefully in self-defense, and not because you're a crazy person. Anthony, thank you. That TTS is gonna kick in. Thank you, Anthony.
Someone who used to have a bad temper, I can tell you that being kicked in the nuts does not always stop an attacker. Women's self-defense classes are BS. The only certain way is a gun.
Yeah, I agree. Like, if it makes someone feel better to take one of the self-defense classes, I'm obviously not going to say that they can't, right? Like, that's their choice. I just don't think that's actually going to help in a real-life scenario. Like, my mother was a fucking fighter. She could destroy people. And she could hold her own against some dudes. But she would take a lot of damage when she would fight dudes. And I feel like if the dudes wanted to go further, they certainly could. And so it's like, if I've seen even my mother get, like, absolutely destroyed by guys that she's tried to fight, I have zero faith that, like, an average woman who gets attacked would be able to physically fight back. Having a gun is a great way to not become a victim as a woman. Like Shanks from One Piece said, now that you've drawn your pistol, are you willing to use it? I'm saying that guns aren't for threats, they're for actions. Yeah. Lesson number 1 of women's self-defense, you're grossly outmatched by most men. Your best bet is to run away and escape somehow. Only fight if you have no other option. I don't even think you'd be able to run away very efficiently because the man would be able to catch you. Like, if you have that prickly feeling and you have that, like, preemptive ability to run away and maybe get to, like, a house before something happens, sure. But you also have to hope that if you bang on a door, someone's gonna answer it. And I don't know how to tell you this, but most people aren't gonna answer their door if someone is frantically banging on it in the middle of the night anymore. That's how, we don't live in that world currently. What do you mean the boing loings aren't an automatic off switch on a dude? What the hell? What the hell? Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Ain't no limit on the Second Amendment. Now we can call the ATF and license for those unconstitutional. I'm on you. You're practicing chasing women at night for sport. You can confirm this is true. Oh god, I love that joke. It's so weird. Rambam, thank you. In the 60s, police used to come into US schools to give firearm safety lessons. I kind of wish we still did, man. Phoenix DS, thank you. Even the Canadian military has SAT trainers for firearms shooting laser beams at targets on a screen with haptic feedback. Simulated jams and out of ammo. That's pretty fucking cool. That's pretty cool. Mika Lim, thank you. You're behind in stream, but you can't call your front office at your apartment anymore. It goes to an India call center. They can't even transfer you to the main office. I hated trying to call my apartment office after it got bought out. And lastly, on this article, since the campus carry bill has now passed through the House and was referred to the New Hampshire Senate on February 9th, politicians and advocates predict the hearing will occur in the coming weeks. If the bill makes it through the Senate, it will arrive at the desk of Governor Kelly Ayotte, who will then decide whether to sign HB 1793 into New Hampshire law. And I don't know if there's been an update since this article was written on February 28th. It's only been like a week or so probably need a bit more time. Probably need a bit more time. And somewhat interestingly, completely going over the ocean to another area of the world, the Restore Britain party, which now has 12.2k followers on Twitter, it's a fan account, so it's not like it's the supporters. I thought this was like the actual people. Never mind. This isn't pertinent if it's not the actual people. I thought this was the actual party saying this, so I was like, damn, that's fucking crazy to hear from the actual party. Like that's fucking wild, but it's a fan account, so my bad. My bad. If you recall, the party reposted that. Did they? Did they? I haven't seen... Can I check? It's got 1.7k retweets. So I don't know. I don't know if I could find it if the actual party retweeted it. But I was gonna read it if it was from the actual party, but if it's not, then probably have to skip over that. Did I ever get back to my apartment? I figured that last year, like, I could have gone back, but it's like, it's just easier to not have to move a million fucking times, right? And I'm still looking for a house. So I don't know. I just don't like moving things a million times. So I've just been kind of hanging out. I haven't been asked to leave, so go to the party's Twitter themselves and see if it's in their post. I don't know what their Twitter is. I got baited by the fan account. I'm sorry. I'm sure the Bunker Bros don't mind having you around. I'm not very noticeable. Dan the Man, thank you for the biddies. Retired cop gave a lesson on self-defense for women and said to either run or, worst case, do like his elderly mom would do with a revolver, shove it into the guy's gut, and don't stop squeezing the trigger until they flop over like a fish. True and real. Have I seen the Graphene OS and Motorola partnership? No, I don't even know what that is. You're on their Twitter right now, you don't see it being retweeted? Yeah, I mean, the party itself has been saying some pretty crazy shit, so that's why this was believable. And I was like, that's insane to hear from like an actual political party, but my bad. My bad, it was the fan account. Ghost of Aces, thank you. As the saying goes, God created man, but Samuel Colt made them equal. Guns are the great equalizer and benefit women especially. I have zero idea how women have been so consistently convinced to give up rights that make them safe. Like, I don't know how there's so many women, like, pro-open borders and anti-gun. It doesn't make sense to me. The X.com Restore Britain underscores the official account as per Rupert Lowe's account. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the official account. The Woomban is susceptible to the brainwashing? Unfortunately so. I'm with you. Her being in the bunker is the same as the swimsuit model. It's incarnation of old saying, nothing is as permanent as temporary solutions. True. True and fucking real. Oh, this was another New Hampshire thing that I thought was funny. I think I retweeted this, or maybe I like commented on it. But Geraldine Duque recently learned to ski for the first time. Originally from Manizales, Colombia, she never had ventured into skiing before. She said she enjoyed the opportunity to experience an environment that's different from what she grew up with. The lesson was part of Soul Slide, a program that provides an opportunity for people from Latino and Black communities to learn winter sports in a welcoming atmosphere and at a more affordable price. That's kind of weird to offer racial pricing for skiing lessons. Obsolete Dinosaur, thank you. What do you think about Senator Mike Lee's National Constitutional Carry Act? I don't know what's in it. I have not heard of it. DEI Sports Olympics Paradox. Yeah, the first comment, who is paying for this program? That's a great fucking question. Can't believe my money was taken from me and used to pay for ski lessons. High prices designed to keep people out. Who would steal our unsecured equipment off the racks? To the article. Program connects Latino and Black communities with New Hampshire's winter sports. In any part of the world, there are people looking for ways to connect with nature and have fun because that's what it's there for. She said in Spanish. This bitch ain't even speaking in English. What are we doing? DeQ participated in the final session of the season for Soul Slide, a program created by Ruth Castillo of Latino Outdoors and Marty Fuller of Outdoor Afro. Now in its second year, organizers say these programs provide an opportunity for people from Latino and Black communities to learn winter sports in a welcoming atmosphere and at a more affordable price. It's just so important to have something to do in the winter that brings me joy and gets me through the short days and the cold, Fuller said. It really is meaningful for us to bring people out to have fun and have some joy in their lives in these dark times. But why did they need a lower price because of their skin color? They could have just done this normally. There are people who up and decide, hey, I'd love to go skiing or snowboarding or tubing literally all the time. When I was in the mountains, I didn't go do it because I didn't have like fucking proper snow clothing. But they even had like Aurora tubing where they put on like RGB gamer lights all over the snow and you can tube down it. I was like, that's really fucking cool. And it was like what? I can't remember if it was like a $50 ticket or like a $35 ticket. But it wasn't crazy for doing something like that. You can't afford that shit either. Where are my free ski lessons? On an unrelated note, thefts and shootings have increased at ski resorts. They could have the program. Just let ICE be there as well, just to ski. It's a 501c3 org nonprofit. Interesting. Where are they getting the money from? Who's funding this? Your broke ass grew up with a fondness for golf. Get the fuck out with this affirmative action winter sports crap. Must understand that non-whites are like woodland, or we non-whites, okay, you as a non-white, are like woodland creatures. Dumb, lacking resources, and need outside forces to survive. This man's reading the Democrat playbook. I really hate that, man. Like, seeing the way that Democrats talk about minorities is like, oh, these poor woodland critters, we must help them. Ski resort speedrunning to be like carnival cruises. About 90% of the people who participated in downhill winter sports last season were white, according to data from the National Ski Areas Association. By comparison, 5% participants were Latino and 1% were Black. Meh. This is just like we need more women in X. How about maybe women aren't like really that interested in it? Like I don't know what you mean. You got free ski lessons from the government, but it was in a mountain warfare division. Average decibel reading of these programs must be off the charts. I don't know what that means. Castillo said that part of this imbalance stems from high costs, no childhood lessons, and physical distance from ski sports. She said the work of volunteers and sponsors like Arc'teryx and Cranmore is essential for continuing the program and providing full scholarships? They're getting full free lessons? Bro, I didn't have childhood lessons. Where are my free ski and tubing lessons, bro? I grew up literally next to a ski loft, and I did not give a fuck. I was like, I'm not interested in skiing. Probably super in a minute, but you'll address a point someone made while you were running. Make sure to practice failure to stop drills. 2 to the chest, 1 to the head. Bad guys are starting to wear armor too. Interesting. Chuggles, thank you. I like your name, it's fun. And they're just trying to tap into a lesser explored market. What's the point of citizens of desert nations learning how to snow ski? Maybe you can sand ski like you snow ski? I don't know. Silly Gordo, thank you for the 33 months of tier 2, brother man. Thank you. Thank you. Ooh. You get it? They're planning for the next Winter Olympics. If they can teach them to ski and take advantage of the natural ability at the drive-by, then they'll crush the biathlon. What the fuck? You were curious? Skiing is around 8,000 to 10,000 years old. Damn, that's old. Snow sport industry is actually a market saturation in the white market. There are no more whites to get skiing. Oh boy. That's funny. We really wanted to create an opportunity for people to come out that was low cost, Castillo said. The gear is expensive, lift tickets are expensive, and the cost is just really high, on top of just our communities being historically excluded from sports like this. Are they? Are they historically excluded? Are there a bunch of white people up in North Conway saying, you're too dark, you can't ski? Is that something that's happening? And also, you can rent gear. You can do that. Like when I would go skating with friends who didn't have blades or skates of their own, they would rent them. Democrats unironically treat minorities the way honorable chatters ironically treat you as a retarded cartoon woman. The expense is a natural filter. Oh my god. If they're in New Hampshire, they're ironically skiing in the whites. I just, again, don't see the issue. Why do we need some sort of program to make the price less for people of certain skin colors? That seems kind of discriminatory. There's nothing preventing people of any skin color from just going up to the mountain and doing it. You didn't know? We built a checkpoint at the Franconia Notch to filter them out. I would figure it's the biker gangs in Laconia that would filter people out, but what do I know? Dan the Man, thank you for the biddies. Fun fact, when you draw your gun, the first thing to be in the crosshairs is the crotch. Well, it might not be a lethal shot. It's a hell of an introduction. True and fair. There's a YouTube channel of a black and a white guy doing black and white shit together. The white guy took the black guy skiing and no one was telling him slurs. No one cares anymore! As nice as this sounds, you personally don't want the number of assaults, thefts, and shootings at ski resorts to show up. Oh my god. The contrast between you and the snow is too jarring for us white folk. Someone's there with like a fucking skin color card and they're like, if you can't naturally camouflage with the snow, you can't ski. You weren't joking about market saturation. They're actually trying to start a culture of snow sports. I mean, I think anyone who wants to do any kind of snow sports should be able to do it. I don't think there's any barriers of entry besides the cost. And that's there for anyone of any skin color. So this doesn't make sense to me. Mima Ghost Tail, thank you for the 27 months of proom. Thank you for prooming. B Jammin', thank you. Breaking news, Reddit Jenny is upset that Reddit changes disallowing bulk bans for merely posting in other subreddits. Hell yeah. That's a good change. Woo Gaming, thank you for the 25 months, my guy. You can't be here, the Yeti can see you. Participant Devin Cunningham of Dover said that he had a great time even if he took a few tumbles. It feels great coming down until you move a little too fast and you can't stop, he said, laughing. Am I going to go again? Of course. Am I afraid? Maybe. But I definitely want to keep on going, though. It just feels really silly to read this and then think that they're talking about this experience as something that white people were gatekeeping. Like, what the fuck? Throughout the year, Latino Outdoors and Outdoor Afro host various other programs, including hiking, bouldering, and film screenings. Who's funding this? How are they getting the lower prices? That's my one concern. I don't really care if there are like people privately funding things like this, but if there's any sort of tax dollars or any sort of public funding going toward it, that shouldn't be happening. Ski industry is looking at it as none of their friends ski either, so if we get them started, they'll get others. It's all a marketing strat to keep growing. I think you can market that without needing to, like, give racial discounts. The fact that I have to talk about racial discounts is kind of silly in the first place. I've seen plenty of Asians on the slopes. Oh, wait! And before a black person goes out like Sonny Bono and calls trees racist. I read an article on stream years ago that said that the outdoors was inherently racist. I remember that. Hello, Malk and a lady. The racial reparation discounts. Yeah, I think I need that actually. Let's see, what else do we have here? Oh. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Ooh, did I not put all these tabs together? Okay, hold on. Let me go and grab a tab. A little a little grabby tabby. Where are we here? Because these are... Well, actually, I really want to go over that today, so hold on. Hold on, I just gotta go find the other ones. No, that's not it. That's not it. No, no, no. No, no. This is some other retard. This is some other retard. This is Trump being a retard. Fuck me. Where? No, no. Really? Really? Okay. Alright. So let's go here. And let us find where my twootle is. Where is my twoot? Where is my twoot? Here we go. Okay. So, let us start at the beginning here. March 3rd. With 43 felony counts against him, an activist judge still released Daniel Fossler on a $5,000 bond after he was caught in the act of raping Aaron Spencer's 14-year-old daughter. Aaron tracked down and shot Fossler after the judge's unconscionable slap on the wrist. In this guy's opinion, Fossler got off too easy because death was too good for him. Also, this guy believes judges who let perps like Fossler off so easily should be held responsible for any and everything that happens after the perp is released. Hard fucking agree. These judges are releasing way too many fucking criminals. There need to be repercussions. Judges are all too often not held responsible for their political feelings and their rulings, and this has got to stop. Now, Aaron Spencer, a U.S. Army veteran and Lanoke County farmer, is charged with second-degree murder. So, he launched his sheriff candidacy to reform what he calls a broken system allowing low bonds for child predators. I honestly do not know what I would do or how I would react if someone was caught doing this to one of my grandkids. What Fossler was caught doing to Aaron's minor daughter. That being said, I hope he wins his election, and I hope he helps to make changes. And there's screenshots here that says, he's a candidate for sheriff and accused of murder. I did what any good father would do, Aaron Spencer says. Army veteran runs for sheriff while awaiting murder trial over daughter's rescue. And then I retweeted a video of him talking. An Arkansas father who killed his 14-year-old daughter's rapist, Aaron Spencer, has won the Republican primary for sheriff in Lanoke County, the same department that arrested him, saying the legal system failed his family and that he will restore trust in the country. Literally murdered his daughter's rapist, ran for sheriff, and won the primary. Actually fucking crazy. You can just do things.
Hello, Lone Oak. My name is Aaron Spencer. Many of you know my story. I'm the father who acted to protect his daughter when the system failed. I'm also a husband, a combat veteran of the 82nd Airborne Division, a contractor, and a farmer. And through my own fight for justice, I have seen firsthand the failures in law enforcement and in our circuit court. And I refuse to stand by while others face these same failures. That's why I'm announcing my candidacy to run for Lonoke County Sheriff. This campaign isn't about me. It's about every parent, every neighbor, every family who deserves to feel safe in their homes and safe in their community. It's about restoring trust, where neighbors know law enforcement is on their side and families know that they will not be left alone in a moment of need. Together we can build a safer, stronger Lonoke County for every family. I'm Aaron Spencer, and I'm running for sheriff of Lonoke County.
That's fucking crazy. That is fucking crazy. And I love to see it. And I think we need more people in law enforcement with this kind of attitude. Unironically. And sorry, you raided in while I was listening to this video, but Amalgamite, thank you for that raid on Kick. Thank you, Amalgamite, for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. Based father with cute little turkeys in the background. Look at them. I want to squinch the turkeys. I love them. Now he'll never harm another child again. Almost as if extreme accountability has a 100% success rate at preventing recidivism. True. True and real. And just to double check, because I thought I saw another tweet. I don't know if it was talking about the Republican primary, but I want to double check in case there was another update and I didn't catch that tweet before my fucking thingy refreshed. Let me go see. All right, yeah. He won the primary. He secured over 53% of the vote. Pretty fucking wild. Pretty fucking wild. This was posted an hour ago, so let's see. Let's see what this says. Arkansas man accused of killing daughter's alleged abuser wins Republican sheriff's nomination. Aaron Spencer would not be able to serve if he's convicted and maintains he acted within the law to protect his child. He did the right thing. He did the right thing. An Arkansas man accused of killing his teenage daughter's alleged abuser recently won the Republican nomination for local sheriff while waiting to stand trial for murder in his rural county, where he ran on a message of seeing the failures of law enforcement. I always prompt everyone here to get involved in their local politics. Local is where everything ripples out from. If you can get elected somewhere in your local area, or if you can help someone that shares your principles get elected, that is going to do so much for rippling up to the national stage. And especially if you can get someone like Brandon Herrera on a national seat, right? That's insane. So having more people like this guy run and usurp people who are super soft on crime, very amazing thing to see done. Gone Hates Taxes, thank you. Oh, WWGPD, what would Gary Ploush do? Is truly the best question to ask when someone harms a child. True and real. Thumb Ugly, thank you. Gary Ploush was a great dad too. Hard agree. The Alien Zombie, thank you. I assure you, we will need 20 million for DEI skiing scholarships to teach pizza French fry. Even I know what pizza French fry means. I have never been skiing. Scrolling up just to make sure I didn't miss anything. Kappa Romeo, thank you. Skiing is genuinely really white, though. You're a manager for a ski tour operator in Obergurgl, Austria, and you've had 2,500 plus guests this season. No more than a dozen were non-white. But that's not because they're being purposefully kept out of skiing. Nobody is there being a bouncer saying, sorry, sir, you can't ski, you're too dark. Sheriff wasn't soft, he was actively protecting his pedo friend. You also live in fucking Austria! Fuck, that was good. Oh my god. Phoenix DS, thank you. But Foxy, did you not know that they did try doing desert boarding, like snowboarding, but in the desert, Saudis would, when bored, do highway skating in their sandals while someone drives. What? Yes, and non-whites don't want to do it. How most whites don't want to do it? It's a niche. It's very niche. I don't want to do it. A Ghost of Aces, thank you. A friend of yours who's a deputy said that they were trained to target the pelvic bowl if someone has armor on. The crotch shots drop instantly and bleed out fast. Interesting. Killing a child predator is the only thing strong enough to bring a divorce together. Remember what his ex-wife said? I just wished he told me so I could drive him there. That's funny. It was 43 felonies just on the daughter. Wait, what? Phoenix DS, thank you. Small ripples soon make big waves for sweeping changes. True and fucking real. True and real. You've never been skiing? It's the best. You prefer using water skiing ropes and plastic sleds that just tie the rope to a truck and hang on? I don't think I'd want to do that. I've heard too many scary stories about people getting smashed into things while doing that on the back of trucks. No, thank you. I don't know. When I'm in the snow, I just want to sit in a hot tub and drink hot cocoa or vodka. I don't really want to go skiing. Because I'm sure going down the hill is very fun, but I don't want to go up the hill. Not even on a fucking lift. I just don't want to do it. You did it on frozen lakes. I would love to go snowmobiling. I think that would be a lot of fucking fun. You don't want to be in the snow. You just want to look at it. I'm such a woman. No one. Aaron Spencer defeated Lonoke County Sheriff John Staley in a primary election Tuesday, according to an unofficial results posted by the Arkansas Secretary of State. He would not be able to serve if he is convicted of killing Michael Fossler, 67, who at the time was out on bond after being charged with numerous sexual offenses against Spencer's then 13-year-old daughter. what jury would convict this man? If you found me a jury that would unanimously convict this guy of anything after killing his daughter's rapist, I would say that is a corrupt fucking jury. There is something wrong with the people on this jury, and the thing that's wrong with those people is the cancer killing our country slowly in general. Spencer's attorneys do not deny that he shot and killed Fossler, but maintain he acted within the law to protect his child from a predator. Spencer won more than 53% of the vote, with all precincts reporting, according to the unofficial results. Staley, whose department arrested Spencer in 2024, conceded the loss. Congratulations to Mr. Spencer, Staley said in a statement posted on Facebook. Tonight, the voters made their decision in the Republican primary, and I respect the decision. Can you imagine how much egg you have on your face to arrest someone that killed his daughter's rapist, and you arrested him, and then you got voted out of office by the guy that you arrested winning? Like that, I was just like, damn, you a cuck, brother. Spencer said in a statement that his message of accountability resonated with voters. Tonight, the people of Lonoke County stood up and chose transparency and accountability, Spencer said. This wasn't a campaign about me, it was about every family who called for help and got nothing. That betrayal ends tonight. He is now set to face Democrat Brian Mitchell Sr. in the heavily Republican county in November. Spencer has pleaded not guilty and is out on bond while awaiting trial, which was originally scheduled to start in January. The trial was delayed after the presiding judge was removed from the case, and a new date has not yet been set. I feel like the Democrat is probably going to run on the how can you trust someone that murdered someone in pursuit of vigilante justice as your sheriff? But considering how bad law enforcement has been, and considering how there's been no justice and criminals are repeatedly just let back out to terrorize more people, I don't think his line of logic is going to actually convince many people, especially if it's a heavy Republican-leaning area. Spencer has pleaded not guilty and is out on bond while awaiting trial, which was originally scheduled to start in January. The trial was delayed after the presiding judge, I read that. Court documents show that on the night of October 2024 shooting, Spencer woke up to find his daughter missing from her bedroom, went searching for her in his truck. He found the girl in the passenger seat of a vehicle Fossler was driving. Spencer eventually forced Fossler's truck off the highway and after an altercation, called 911 to report that he had shot the man, records show. Prosecutors argue Spencer had planned to kill Foster even before that night, and that he could have called police while pursuing Fossler. The same police that have let Fossler go multiple times, why would he do that? He knows they're not going to do anything. Crozan, thank you for the 777. Keep me out of the fucking casinos, bro. Winning the primary should count as a verdict from the jury of his peers. I can agree with that. Like, especially after winning an election, or at least winning the primary for the sheriff position, I can't imagine they would get anyone that would actually convict this guy, which would make it even more suspicious if they did get a jury that did. Mask of 7 Eyes, thank you. Here, you absolute ninny. Of all the complaints about skiing, you whinge about the lift. You just sit and get to take a nice break on a bench. But it's scary, and it's high up. It's just like going up a roller coaster. I don't like roller coasters! Sir, you can't intervene until the rapist enters your daughter. Was that Sweden that said, like, we're letting the rapist go because the rape didn't last long enough? Was that in Sweden or the UK? Phoenix DS, thank you. Counter question. What would the judge have done if it was a family member of his? Good question. Good question. You can make positive change in any system. It just requires dedication and organization. It's best to get involved. 100% agree. 100% agree. I have absolutely no idea what I could particularly do when I do get involved locally, but that's something that I can figure out along the way, right? You gain knowledge by asking questions. You don't like roller coasters? No, roller coasters are scary, man. Spencer's attorney, Erin Casanelli, wrote in an email to the Associated Press that the election results have no bearing on the facts of the case. Well, I would disagree. Aaron Spencer did exactly what the law allows and exactly what any father would do. He protected his daughter and himself from harm, Casanelli said. At some point, those responsible for this prosecution will have to reckon with that. Spencer pledged in a Facebook post in February that if elected, he would establish a dedicated team to combat sex crimes against children, and I hope he lives up to his fucking word. He's taken action once, so I have faith that he would do it again. Roadkill VT, thank you. Isn't an election a sort of jury? If you think about it. If you think about it. The most depressing thing about the grape case is that we're all not quite sure which country it happened in, because it's happened in multiple countries. Yeah, that is the depressing thing, unironically. I'm dying. I'm dying! Okay. I am glad that this guy won his primary, and I would like to see him actually get elected. I would like to see that. It was Sweden. Oh my god. I bet the noises Kirsche would make on a roller coaster would be hilarious. I'd probably be one of the people who pass out. Like, I would just get that terrified. So, there's been a lot of Kristi Noem news recently. It's been quite a bit. Here's a little video from the 3rd. Kristi Noem testified under oath that the Biden regime was paying child traffickers to sponsor unaccompanied minors coming across the border.
Unaccompanied alien children were lost by the Biden administration, not tracked. We've located about 145,000 of them, and we've done that through the investigative work of our Homeland Security Investigations team. They are phenomenal at the work that they do, and they specialize in child trafficking, sex trafficking, and finding individuals that would perpetuate that harm against our children. The one thing that has been challenging is that under the Biden administration, the government paid sponsors in HHS in order to host these children. And those sponsors, many times, we found instances where they trafficked these children themselves. So under that administration, we not only had children that were in this country as a part of a program, the government was paying individuals that were knowingly trafficking them and abusing them. That has stopped. We have gone through and found these children and put them back with their families when we have the opportunity to do so, and with loved ones that will care for them. And I would say that even in one case, we have other countries where we've been working with them to get their children back home, where we've been prevented returning these families back and helping them to be reunified by activist judges. But we will continue to work to ensure that these individuals and these children that were abused by the trafficking over the border have the opportunity to be brought back to their families and to their loved ones going forward.
That's kind of wild to hear. That even, like, HHS was assisting the trafficking. Let me turn down my volume again because I had to crank it up to 100%. Twitter videos are fucking awful. I hate them. But that's actually kind of wild to hear. And we kind of knew about a lot of unaccompanied alien children being lost because they set up that... We talked about the phone line that they set up that just had nobody to answer calls. So, hopefully this gets more attention. Because that is just insane to fucking hear. Obsolete Dinosaur, thank you. Kirsche, it's too quiet. I crank my volume up to 100%. So whenever there's a really low video, I literally cannot make it any louder. I have done everything I can. I apologize. Lambie Chop, thank you. Hear about the Florida man kidnapped by dolphins? No? What the fuck? Ghost of Aces, thank you. Chat, if your sheriff would arrest this man instead of offering his apology for failing his daughter and letting him go after hearing what happened, vote them out. True. 100%. Get rid of him. That's not a real sheriff, man. Not a real fucking sheriff. Gerald the dolphin said to do it. I've seen Gerald the cow. In more Kristi Noem news, it's rare to see an exchange like this between a cabinet secretary and a senator of their own party. GOP Senator John Kennedy went in on Secretary Noem for the $220 million media budget for DHS ads featuring Noem prominently and raising her own profile, as Kennedy put it. Now, I have some questions. I have no idea what, like, advertising they're talking about. I have not seen any ads with her in them, so I don't know what he's talking about. I don't doubt that it happened, otherwise he wouldn't bring it up. It's just like, I don't know what they are. And also, why would she waste so much money to just feature herself? Like, what would be the point in that? It's because she asked for so much money and they made, like, no ads? They don't remember the really cringe ads? I don't remember the ads. I should ask my husband what he uses for Twitter volume boosting. I have a, like, YouTube volume boosting thing now, but yeah, having one for Twitter would be really fucking helpful.
How do you square that concern for waste, which I share, with the fact that you have spent $220 million running television advertisements
For what?
that feature you prominently?
Sir, the president tasked me with getting the message out to the country and to other countries where we were seeing the invasion come from, with putting commercials out that told them that if they were in this country illegally, that they needed to leave, or we would detain them and remove them, and they'd not get the chance to come back to America.
Who still
the right
watches
way.
television ads?
That has been extremely effective.
Ask you to run these advertisements, is that right?
We had that conversation, yes, before I was put in this position and sworn in and confirmed, and since then as well.
Okay. Did you...
I feel like that's a massive waste of money. Why would you use money on an advertising campaign to get illegals to self-deport instead of just deporting them?
Did you bid out those service contracts?
Yes, they did. They went out to a competitive bid, and career officials at the department chose who would do those advertising commercials.
And the people that you ended up picking were people who had formerly done your political work back in South Dakota, is that right?
No, that's not correct, sir.
I think it is.
No, it's not, sir. The individuals who, I believe the careers who they chose were two different media firms. There's been conversation about their subcontractors, but we have no legal authority to look into subcontractors on work like that.
Okay. And you're saying that you're testifying that...
If you had to guess, if they self-deport, it's faster and no court issues? I'm not saying self-deportation is bad, because obviously it's faster. I'm just saying, why spend millions of dollars, what do you say, 220 million, on television ads encouraging self-deportation? I feel like that's not going to be a good return on investment.
President Trump approved this ahead of time. Is that my understanding?
We had conversations about making sure that we were telling...
As you can see, my volume is cranked. One thing you think is a lot of the places they're coming from are more TV-oriented than the civilized world. What the fuck?
Deporting illegals by trebuchets would be a better use of money.
True. Thank you for buttering my goddamn dog and also getting the butter out of my ears. Holy shit. Motherfucking chillin', dude. Speaking of government ads, you saw an Air Force commercial on Real Housewives. It's over, boys and girls. You see, like, this is like when people ask, it's not even financially responsible to buy a VTuber billboard. Well, yeah, I'm probably not going to get a lot of return on investment, regardless of whether I buy one or if it's a gift from my community, from people actually driving past and seeing the billboard. There's going to be a little bit, right? But it's not going to be a crazy amount of people. The return on investment comes from everyone freaking out about it on Twitter. And also, it just makes me happy. I love those things. It's fun. The ROI is the comedy. Exactly. It's not always about the money, Batman. But like for these TV ads, I can't really see how that was a good way to spend money. It's cost efficient. It costs $500K to apprehend and deport one criminal illegal. The advertisement campaign for CPP1 got just over 1 million. There were that many people that saw TV commercials. Maybe I'm in a bubble in that regard, because that's crazy. That's crazy. One guy came in before you even knew about the billboard. That's true. I still feel bad for that guy who came in and he was just like, hey, I saw a billboard with you. And like everybody jumped on him. I was like, that poor fucking guy. He's going to think we're so hostile. Internet Zen Master thing. You swear, Cumble? Quandle Bandwi? Is Nux Taku's all to get to sleep, Nux? Stop monitoring the situation on Twitter. Poor billboard chatter. You don't watch sports, which is where they would often be seen. I guess fair. Professor John Wolfman, thank you. Who do old politicians always sound like Looney Tunes and Hanna-Barbera characters? They have that old American accent, I guess. I don't know. Phoenix DS, thank you. Democrats being vile and evil, so would there be any consequences that could see Biden and those attached to his administration going to prison for trafficking minors across the border? We know there's going to be no repercussions, man. It's all so tiresome. Big Lineman, thank you. 600% sound volume is an extension for Firefox that would help you make Twitter videos loud enough to actually hear. Write that down. so I can get that. God forbid someone's from the South. The ads were on YouTube too. That's where you saw it, so it's possible they saw it there too. Yeah, that makes more sense, having them on the internet. That makes more sense. You got timed out for asking about the billboard because you saw it on Reddit and asked about it. Didn't know it was a surprise at the time. I really fucking love the billboards, man. They're like my favorite thing. But Julie, thank you. An ad telling Telemundo watchers to use an app and leave, or we're sending armed men, is unironically cheaper than sending the armed men. I mean, yeah. Personally, I just wouldn't feel like a TV commercial thing would be effective, but if there's a ton of them watching TV, sure. Sure, I'm probably wrong about that. It just feels like not a lot of people watch TV anymore. Marmalin, thank you. It's both cost efficient as well as an optics game. It's easier to tell the normies that we offer a way out of the country without ICE. Well, then why did everybody get mad at her for these commercials? Because, like, she's been removed from her position due to this. Glenn, thank you, can live stream on a billboard. I don't think I could live stream on a billboard, no. Unironically, the DHS memes on Twitter were a better ROI than any TV commercials. True and real. She was removed because of thomtillis, not because of the ads. What the fuck is a thomtillis? You don't understand what she was removed, though? She's Trump adjacent, and that makes them read. No, Trump was the one that removed her.
No, ma'am. I'm asking you, sorry to interrupt, but the president approved ahead of time you spending $220 million running TV ads across the country in which you are featured prominently.
Yes, sir. We went through the legal processes, did it correctly.
Did the president know you were going to do this?
Yes.
He did?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
And one thing, Senator, I think would be helpful to know is how effective that communications has been. That
well, they
overwhelmingly
were effective in your name recognition. I mean, I personally just, I mean, to me, it puts the president in a terribly awkward spot. And I'm not saying you're not telling the truth. It's just hard for me to believe, knowing the president.
Because she basically used them to do the TikTok woman thing of basically putting herself in front of the thing she was trying to show off. At least that's why they're upset about the ads. I mean, yeah, it would be a little weird for her to feature herself prominently in, like, we're gonna fucking deport you advertisements, right? That's kind of strange. And meanwhile, Bondi still has a job. That's what I'm saying. Like, why get rid of Gnome before Bondi? It's all so confusing. The company she used was made by someone she knew who only created the company 11 days before getting the deal. Ooh, okay. The nepotistic money movement thing makes more sense to me for, like, hey, you shouldn't do that. That's really scummy. She also apparently lied here, saying that Trump knew when Trump has denied knowing about the ads. Ooh, yeah, you probably shouldn't lie about that.
As I do, that you said, Mr. President, here's some ads I've cut, and I'm going to spend $220 million running them, that he would have agreed to that. I don't think Russ Vogt at OMB would have agreed to that. It's something we have to defend. I'm on the Appropriations Committee.
Look, it's another elf. Look at this guy's ears. Look at them. They're so pointy.
My research shows that you did not bid them out, that you pick, in fact, one of the people you picked, the strategy group, Safe America Media was a company formed 11 days before.
Ooh, yeah, that doesn't look good. That does not look good.
The strategy group got most of the money, and the head of that is married to your former spokesperson. Look,
okay, that's really weird.
I'm not sure.
My ears ache.
That's a bad look. That I don't know how she thought she could get away with doing that. That's kind of fucking weird.
This is your song, thank you.
Fox, who makes the cutest jump scare noises.
Thank you, Blood Dancer, for
scaring the fucking tits out of me. Thank you.
I remember Billboard
Thank you for the
guy.
one,
The best of the
one.
honorable chatters. Also Christy Gnome was shuffled down to commandant against the cartels, which feels more like a side grade than a firing. But hey, I hope our DHS head will be less of a media figure.
I hope I have the tweet lined up here, because I remember reading something about who's replacing her, and I was just like, ew, I don't like that. DRT's King, thank you, my guy. The best of the honorable chatters. Also, Christy Gnome was shuffled down to commandant against the cartels. Now, she has, like, a different position, which, like, it could be a side grade, where she just doesn't have any ability to dole out money to stuff, which, she's kind of proven she's a little irresponsible with it, so... Sounds like that one Heartless that whoops when encountered every time she gets jump scared. What? I am not a Kingdom Hearts baddie.
I'm just, it troubles me. A fifth to a quarter of $1 billion of taxpayer money when we're scratching for every penny and we're fighting over rescission packages. I just can't agree with Madam Secretary. Are you still running those ads?
No, Senator, I did not have anything to do with picking those contractors. No politicals at the Department of Homeland Security did.
I understand. Are you
Career
still running
officials
those
followed
ads?
the competitive bid process.
Are you still running those ads?
I think the ads are due to end here in March. I think within a week or two.
they
I'm
are
not sure of the
still running?
update. The one that is running is focusing on angel families. Have you seen that? It is the one that's talking about this is our why. This is why we work every day.
Okay.
Is for the angel
I've gotta
families.
move.
Okay, all right. Okay. And then my next tab on this. I thought I had multiple tabs on Christy Gnome, but I guess I did not. Where's the thing that I was reading about her side grade? Where's the... Where's the article about that? Hold on a second. Maybe it's down here. There's a traveler shit. That's Singapore. There's China. That's a food thing. Here we go. What is this? Get access. Oh, okay. Hold on. Washington Post wants me to pay them money, so I'm going to go to the archive site. Ein Moment. I'm not going to pay you money, you fucking Washington Post, you skeevy weirdos.
Teep, teep, teep. I'm not robot. Teep, teep, teep. I'm not robot. Teep, teep, teep.
Okay, is archive.is, like, fucked up right now? Because I've clicked the I'm not a robot thing, like, 4 times, and it won't let me in. It won't let me in. Let's see, it's, Ghost Archive has it, maybe. Can archive.is hear me saying beep, 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 and so it thinks I'm a fucking robot? Alright, Ghost Archive has it. Ghost Archive has it. We're all good. It's all good in the hood, G. Trump removes DHS Secretary Christy Gnome after controversial tenure. Trump announced the decision on social media and said Gnome would be replaced with Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, R. Oklahoma. Donald Trump said Thursday he's replacing Homeland Security Secretary Christy Gnome, a move that came amid mounting bipartisan criticism of her stewardship of the administration's mass deportation agenda and efforts to dismantle the Federal Emergency Management Agency. I think these are things that people like. I don't understand the bipartisan criticism of her stewardship of the administration's mass deportation agenda. If anything, the criticism is, we need more and you're not doing it fast enough. What readers are wait, where's the rest of the fucking article? Hold on a second. I might need my moderator's help because there should be more article here than just this paragraph. But it seems Ghost Archive did not archive the full site. Hold on a second. Okay. Yeah. I'll try archive.is again. Please, I'm not a robot. Let me in. It's not letting me in. Archive. Someone said .today. Today. Nope. That's not working either. What the fuck? Thank you, KB.
Thank you, KB.
Wait. I'm not a robot. It still won't let me in! It still won't let me read the article! What the okay, I'm gonna pick the traffic lights. Okay, traffic lights. Buses. This is a bus. It's a bus in India. It's green. I'm not a robot. Why can't... Pick the fire hydrants, okay? Pick the taxis? Wait, there's no taxis here. There's no taxis in this image. That's a bus. Am I the only one having an issue getting onto the archive website? She hasn't been real this whole time. I don't understand. This has never happened before. It's happening again. Am I using Firefox? Yes, I am. Girugamesh, thank you. Foxwoman is apparently a freaking clanker. I don't understand. No wonder Mari _en is so into you, you robot. What the I'm not a robot. Baja Cat, thank you. She got removed because she lied under oath on whether Trump knew. That's why Kennedy keeps hitting her on, did Trump know? Yeah, that's a weird thing to lie about. Like, why would you lie about that? That's such an easy thing to prove wrong. Windstalker, thank you. Bondi won't go as long as Susie Wiles is there. Who the fuck is Susie Wiles? That's the first time I've heard that name. It's working for you. Shut up! I'm not a clanker! I guess I'm gonna read it through screenshots. Thank you, dear moderators. How fucking strange. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a long article. Thank you, mods. Jesus Christ. It's so loud! I forgot to turn my volume down.
This is your song. Thank you. Thank you.
Also, Binary Mind said that the change in audio level with slaves isn't happening for you guys, which means is the change in audio on Twitter where I crank my volume up to 100 also not working for you guys? Because that would be really fucking tragic.
Now I might be able to afford more than rice and chicken nuggets. But, of course, the Fox's Victorian House Fund comes first.
Thank you! Thank you. I have to go look at your name because I was busy trying to turn down my volume. I'm sorry. Josh Lewis. Thank you for the 100 fucking slaves. Congrats on your raise. That's amazing, dude. Congratulations!
This is your song. Thank you. Thank you. This is your song.
Thank you, Quando Bandui! Thank you, Quando Bandui, for the 100 fucking slaves, my guy.
Dance for us, CL Anchor.
CL Anchor! That's me. I'm an anchor on a ship. Thank you. My ears are suffering for no benefit. Why is it broken? Why is it broken? Why have my audios been broken? That don't make no sense. My OBS is still going through the stupid fucking thing. Am I still supposed to do stupid fucking... What do you just... Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. That's the thing. I don't understand. Maybe some bananas and rice.
I put a banana in the freezer because it was going to go too brown. And that means it's going to be turned into banana bread. Banana bread.
Well, that just means Stray Wolf is going to have to really crank the volume on those Twitter videos when he goes to edit that segment. Holy shit. Windstalker, thank you. Susie Wiles is Trump's chief of staff. She's from Florida and worked for Governor Scott admin at the same time Bondi was in the FLAG. She's a swamp monster. Oh. That's unfortunate. Trump announced the decision on social media and said Noam would be replaced by Senator Markwayne Mullin effective at the end of this month. Noam, he said, will move to a new role as special envoy for the Shield of the Americas. That doesn't sound like a real position. That sounds like something the fucking blonde guy would announce in Du Bois, which he described as part of a new Western Hemisphere security initiative that will be unveiled at an event in Florida on Saturday. Oh boy, I hope we find out tomorrow. In his post, Trump praised Noam as having served us well and praised her for numerous and spectacular results, especially on the border. Nome has faced increasing uncertainty over whether she would remain in her position, as the public soured on her agency's aggressive immigration enforcement, and as even some Republicans questioned whether she was fit for the job. I don't think she was aggressive enough. We didn't have enough deportations. We need someone who's going to go farther than she did. Her ouster adds more potential instability to the Department of Homeland Security at a time when the agency remains partially shut down because of an impasse over a funding extension on Capitol Hill, where Democrats are demanding new accountability measures for federal immigration officers. So why is her replacement just markedly worse than she is my question. Like, why would they put someone that would potentially do a worse job and hamper things even more? Like, what would be the point of that? Nome was attending a conference in Nashville when Trump made the announcement, delivering the keynote address at the Sergeant Benevolent Association Major Cities Conference. She did not acknowledge her ouster while answering unrelated questions from the audience and reciting what she viewed as the agency's accomplishments in carrying out Trump's agenda, including an alleged 750,000 deportations, which is a lot, but we can get those numbers up. She mentioned that she would join Trump and 2 other cabinet secretaries Saturday to announce an agreement to combat drug cartels. Later, in a social media post, Nome acknowledged her removal from DHS, thanking the president and touting historic accomplishments at the Department of Homeland Security. Mullen, 48, was elected to the Senate in 2022 after spending a decade in the House. See, that's already a red flag. This guy is, like, entrenched in politics. A decade in the House, has been in the Senate since 2022. You expect me to trust him to do a good job? He is considered one of the Republican senators closest to Trump. Mullen left a closed-door Senate Republican lunch at 1:26 p.m. and walked out of the Capitol. Trump announced his nomination 15 minutes later on social media while the lunch was still going on. Senate Majority Leader John Thune, R. South Dakota, said he thought Mullen would bring a fresh set of eyes and a fresh approach to DHS. And that's a second red flag. John Thune is one of the guys holding up the SAVE Act, isn't he? Why would we trust anything John Thune says? So him endorsing Mullen is another red flag. Senator Lindsey Graham, R. South Carolina, another Trump ally and another red flag, praised the announcement, saying it was time for a change. I just don't believe you, man. I just don't. What the fuck? These 2 people endorsing Mullen makes me feel like he's going to just basically stop deportations. Mullen's personally comforted the shitwad that shot Ashley Babbitt. He said January 6th was a terrorist plot in June of that year. Awful pick by Trump. I could not think of somebody worse for this position. Thune is a bigger swamp creature than a 20-foot alligator. Yeah, this makes me feel like ICE is about to be neutered, and we're going to see far less deportations. And that is not a good thing. Pick of Mullen might be a sop to the rhinos in the hope to get the SAFE Act finally passed. Well, we had Paxton basically throw cards on the table for that. So, castrated, actually. It does feel like that in a way. You hope not. Yeah, I hope I'm wrong, but there's just a lot of red flags here that make me very worried. Democrats were more circumspect. Senator Angus King in Independent, Maine, who caucuses with Democrats. I'm an independent, but I would never, ever disagree with the Democrats. Described Mullen as an upgrade, absolutely, from Nome, but said that pretty much anybody is. Senator Cory Booker, D. New Jersey, said that Nome should still be held to account for the corruption that she has shown with the contracting, and for violating the constitutional rights of Americans. Illegal aliens are not Americans. She hasn't violated any constitutional rights in that regard. I don't know what the fuck this guy's talking about. And you also do not have a constitutional right to try and run over ICE agents with your vehicle. So, I mean, like, what are we doing? Enma Zirconis, thank you. Kirsche, you get to shut off half your machines for weather problems. Woo! Easy money. I don't know what that means, but congratulations! Anything you read that should be tempered by the fact that we have record deportations, historic net negative migration. Yeah, that's good and all. We want more of it, and it's looking like this guy who's been appointed to Nome's position would probably do less. Again, I hope I'm wrong, but there's a lot of red flags here. Booker's retarded. Disregard. Blah, 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 blah. Over the first 13 months of his second term, Trump did not fire any of his cabinet secretaries, a contrast to the relatively rapid turnover of his first term. Over the same period in 2017, 2018, Trump replaced several cabinet secretaries and his chief of staff. The move to replace Noem appeared to come as a surprise to her, as she had told aides that Trump asked her in December to stay through the midterms, according to people familiar with the matter. But Trump told advisors that he had grown increasingly unhappy with Noem after DHS's surge of thousands of immigration enforcement officers in Minnesota in December and January, an escalation that resulted in officers fatally shooting 2 U.S. citizens, and said 2 people who spoke on the condition of anonymity to describe the president's conversation. So, yeah, the majority of people were for those things. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Her sending in ICE did not result in officers fatally shooting 2 U.S. citizens. The U.S. citizens who tried to interfere with ICE agents, one of them attempting to hit an agent with her car, is the escalation. You can protest. You cannot try to kill people. Yeah, do more in Minnesota? Yeah, more needs to happen in Minnesota. Why is Trump suddenly like pussyfooting here? It doesn't make sense. We're just gonna let them harass and attack our agents from now on? I mean, have there been any repercussions for that fucking retard in Chicago that got in like a gunfight with ICE agents and then was allowed to leave the scene and go to the hospital on her own? Has anything happened to that woman? Internet Zen Master, thank you. Mullen is, from what you can tell, going to be hands-off on ICE and let Tom Homan do his job. His job is dealing with the Homeland Security side of things. I don't know. Again, I would love to be wrong and see the deportations ramp up and see a more aggressive approach than Noem. Hopefully that's what will happen, but I do not... I see too many red flags. I do not have faith. The protesters were protesting long before ICE did anything controversial. What was Renee Good protesting? The death of an American or ICE enforcing immigration law? Is the latter. If this is true with Trump being a bitch, then it's the death knell? I hope not. I really hope not. And I would like to see me be wrong come like a month from now or so, you know? Are we really trusting a journo's anonymous sources? No, we're trusting all of the appointments and all of the other politicians who have made statements. But like, yeah, it's the anonymous people who said that Trump was unhappy with what happened in Minnesota, which anonymous source could be fucking wrong. Bongo Longo No Longo Long Cat, thank you for the 23 months of tier 3, brother man. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. That's why we're saying if, yeah. If is doing a lot of lifting here, man. Lady Takanashi, thank you. The Dems are blocking DHS funding unless he pulled her back. They now in bad faith backtracked on it and are now wanting to disband ICE. I wish I could say slurs. Noem's testimony at a Senate committee oversight hearing this week also rankled Trump, who was displeased with her defense of a $200 million ad campaign that featured Noem and her assertion that Trump had signed off on the campaign, the People said. The Wall Street Journal first reported Trump's frustrations with Noem. During the hearing, Senator John Neely Kennedy, R. Louisiana, pressed Noem about the ad campaign, which had been launched not long after she took over DHS in February 2025. When Kennedy asked Trump if Trump had approved the multi-million-dollar campaign, Noem replied, "Yes, sir, we went through the legal processes." And she said Trump knew about it ahead of time. It puts the president in a terribly awkward spot, Kennedy told Noem, expressing skepticism that the president would agree to the ad campaign. Kennedy said Thursday that he had spoken with the president Tuesday night and described Trump's recollection about the ads as distinctly different than what Noem had recounted. The president was not happy, and I remember thinking that the secretary is pretty much dead as fried chicken, Kennedy told reporters after Trump's announcement. During the hearing, lawmakers also repeatedly pressed Noem about her quick pronouncements after the fatal shootings in Minneapolis in January of Renee Good, a mother of 3, and Alex Pretty, an ICU nurse, suggesting they had been threatening immigration officers in acts that amounted to domestic terrorism. I don't think there's anything wrong with that statement. I think that statement is, like, actually correct. Democrats, along with a handful of Republicans, lambasted her for quickly jumping to that conclusion before an investigation had been complete. I'll give them that one. That's fair. As like an actual representative, you should probably wait to call them domestic terrorists before saying it. I can give them that one. Noem also said Pretty had brandished a gun, though she provided no evidence, and video footage of the shooting contradicted her account. She's wrong about that, and she shouldn't have said that. Agree. He didn't brandish a gun. He went to reach for his gun, which he didn't know he had been disarmed, and the reaching for his gun is what got him shot. This could be criticizing the speed with which she did it, because didn't she do it right after they happened, before any details came out? Yeah. That's why I said I can agree with that criticism. In her position, she should not be, like, jumping to say things immediately, you know? Hey. Phoenix the Goat, thank you for the 5 gift members. Thank you. Thank you, my guy. Thank you. Actually, that counts as brandishing to reach for a gun at all. Does it legally? I don't know. If I'm wrong and just reaching for it counts as brandishing, then sure. But I didn't know. Harbinger, thank you. To be fair, Marco Rubio was also seen as a bad pick, but is now one of the best in the admin. You would still be skeptical of the new guy until he proves himself. Yeah. There's enough red flags for me to not be excited about the pick. So it's like, hopefully I'm wrong for my skepticism. Hopefully he will prove that he will go further and be more aggressive than Gnome, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We will see. You can answer that since you're taking a class on armed sec. What does that mean? Yeti, thank you. These people are about to toss ICE agents straight into the congressional hearing wood chipper conveyor belt style. Oh. The positive is it frees up a rhino seat. Does it? To be fair, even if that does count as brandishing, it happened after they went after him, so you can't exactly use that as justification for what they did. Pretty started the altercation. He put his hands on an ICE agent and they pushed him, and then they started trying to arrest him. Prior to that, he was attempting to direct traffic while interfering with an ICE operation. So, like, he was interfering from the beginning, and then got into an armed confrontation with them while carrying. He was carrying legally. He did pretty much everything wrong that you could have done in that scenario. Situation was terrible, but it was an understandable series of events. Yeah, it was not a good shoot. It was an unfortunate shoot. It was like a series of unfortunate events that never should have happened that led to him being shot. It was not as black and white good shoot as the Renee Good one was. Because Renee was actively trying to hit an ICE agent with her vehicle. We'll go to Iran and blow up a girls' school, but a couple of commie traders, that's too far. We didn't blow up the girls' school, by the way. That was the IRGC. That was the Iranians had a missile that accidentally hit the school. Lawful but awful. That's the phrase. Thank you. Lawful but awful shooting. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Yeah, Gnome's preemptive statements immediately after it happened without waiting for evidence on those incidents. Plus, the whole contract stuff. There's a reason she got reassigned before Bondi got kicked out. Yeah, those are definitely immediate criticism. I had no idea that she said that he brandished a gun. From what I know, brandishing a gun is like literally holding it at someone, right? Like you're brandishing it towards them. I don't think it counts if you're just reaching for it. Someone in chat said it does. I could be wrong, but he never brandished his firearm. He went to reach for it, and neither him nor the other officers knew he had been disarmed. Like, from the time that one of the officers disarmed him to him getting shot was less than 2 seconds. Like, it happened so fucking fast. And he's reaching. That was the excuse at first. Info sense leads to we actually did blow up the school. It was right amongst a cluster of targets we were bombing. Not deliberately targeted for being a school, but definitely still our munitions. That's not what I heard. I heard that the IRGC actually came out and made a statement about it and said that it was them. Like, Iran was the one that reported it. I mean, if somebody has a source, I'll bring it up, but like that's what I had seen. Displaying counts as brandishing? He didn't display it, it was still in its holster. Brandishing includes flashing it while it's holstered? Really? I don't think he even like displayed it while it's holstered. I think it was just there. It's a specific thing under the law you're learning. Going for it counts as brandishing and we can be sued for it. Interesting. Interesting. Sorry, mods, don't worry about it. Let me just bring up this link right here since we were talking about it before I finish this article. Brandishing is using a firearm to intimidate. That could be pointing the gun at someone. It could also be the lift the shirt to show gun, now do what I say thing. Ah. I don't think he did that either. Like, he went to reach for it while he was, like, being detained. Brandishing could also be showing a holstered firearm with the intent to intimidate or coerce. Battleizer, thank you. Every time you hear about Rubio, you just imagine him sleeping at a desk exhausted with someone coming up to give him another job desk plate and a new hat. I hope he does that for a Halloween costume. I liked it when JD Vance played along, bro. That was funny. Kramazama, thank you for the 5 months, dude. Thank you. Thank you. right, what is this New York Times article? Analysis suggests school was hit amid U.S. strikes on Iranian naval base. The February 28th school strike in Manab, which killed dozens, including children, appears to have been part of an attack on an adjacent naval base in southern Iran, where officials said U.S. forces were operating. February 28th strike that hit an elementary school in the southern Iranian town of Manab is the deadliest known episode of civilian casualties since the United States and Israel attacked Iran, and no side has taken responsibility yet. A body of evidence assembled by the New York Times, including newly released satellite imagery, social media posts, and verified videos, indicates the school building was severely damaged by a precision strike that occurred at the same time as attacks on the adjacent naval base operated by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. An official statement that U.S. forces were attacking naval targets near the Strait of Hormuz, where the IRGC base is located, suggests they were most likely to have carried out the strike. The White House referred the Times to remarks by the press secretary Caroline Leavitt at a news conference on Wednesday. When asked if the United States had conducted the airstrike on the school, she responded, "Not that we know of," adding that the Department of War is investigating this matter. Determining precisely what happened has been impeded by the lack of visible weapons fragments and the inability of outside reporters to reach the scene. The total death toll is yet to be independently confirmed, but Iranian health officials and state media said the strike had killed at least 175 people, many of them children at the Shahjarah Tayyebe Elementary School. In several days since the attack, U.S. officials have neither confirmed nor denied responsibility. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said on Wednesday that an investigation was underway. Nadav Shoshani, an Israeli military spokesman, told reporters on Sunday that as of now he was not aware of any Israeli military operation in that area at that time. U.S. officials and public statements have indicated that on the day in question, U.S. planes were conducting operations in the region where the school was located. The elementary school is in the small southern town of Manab, more than 600 miles from Tehran, but near critical waterway of the Strait of Hormuz. Since Saturday, it is the start of the Iranian work week. Children and teachers were in class at the time of the strike, health officials and Iranian state media said. The strikes were first reported on social media shortly after 11:30, within an hour. I don't want to show that video. Images showing extensive damage to the school building were shared by Iranian rights groups soon after, and videos posted by Iranian media were independently verified by the Times, showing throngs of people searching through rubble for survivors and victims. This is more video stuff, assessing the damage. So let's see if I can find IRGC. What? U.S. investigation points to likely U.S. military was targeting an area nearby. U.S. investigation debunks claims. Analysis suggests U.S. responsible for deadly strike. Most of the articles are saying that it seems like the U.S. might be responsible. I wish I had the tweet. I wish I held on to the tweet that had said like Iran had claimed something about it. Unlucky for me. New York Times isn't the best source. Yeah. It's weird that whole article was like, well, we have no real information, but we're going to blame the U.S. anyway. So it's like, I guess we're back to, we still don't know who has done it. It's on TikTok of someone explaining it. You heard the time of the school getting bombed doesn't match the U.S. strikes? That's also what the article said. But then they said that it's still likely the U.S. I don't know. Suburb Hermit, thank you. Foxwoman, could I pull up the article claiming that Iran claims it was their missile? You're curious as well to all the America bad nonsense? That's what I tried looking for. But every single article is talking about the U.S., but it's like Democracy Now!, CNBC, New York Times, Wall Street Journal, CNN. You know, I don't know. Cancerous Humor, thank you for the 29 months of Prune, thank you. Red the Green Dog, thank you. The agents that shot Pretty were both Hispanic. Also true. New York Times sounds like it's owned by anti-Semites. When you read the article, I didn't even read anything about them insulting Israel, so I don't know where that comes from. Considering the fact that the groups they support, like using hospitals, schools, and apartment buildings to hide munitions and barracks, I don't know. I don't know if we'll ever actually find out who done it, but maybe we will. Maybe. Ghost of Aces, the IRGC admitted it was their own misfire. That's what I thought. Then said it was our strike after they realized people like the New York Times would push it. I would have to find a source, I guess, to commit to that, because that's what I read, but I looked it up in Google and I can't find a source. Everything is just like We don't know who done it, but it's probably the US. All the commie rags blame the US. Crazy! Yeah. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Not our munitions. The only source about the school being blown up is the New York Times. Are we really trusting the journalists? I don't. That's why I said, probably don't know who done it still. Well, they didn't even counterclaim. They just hinted at it. It's weird. Internet Zen Master, thank you. They literally used a photo from Indonesia as part of the proof. Screw the cytogenesis nonsense, using the New York Times as a primary source by filthy journos. Used a photo from Indonesia? What? Let me go back. I don't remember seeing an Indonesian photo. So this is Minyab, Iran. Satellite images show the extent of damage around Sharaja Tayaba Elementary School in Minab. Excavators and workmen dug close to graves in Minab. This is a video. Minab. Iran International News. I don't see anything from Indonesia in here. I don't know what you're talking about. The gravesite photo was apparently from Indonesia. The gravesite photo? So this picture is actually from Indonesia and not from what they're saying it's from. People are saying that excavator picture with all the graves is from Indonesia. It's a different photo than what people were saying. Well, can I go to Google and go to image search and plop in the fucking photo? Because if we plop that down, it should show us if it's from Indonesia, should it not? Okay, that doesn't work. Hello, Google, please. Switch that over there. Mm-hmm. 3 days ago, 15 hours ago. Iran, drone images show Iran. Evidence suggests Iran. This is the anthem you composed for freedom. I don't know what the fuck that means. Thousands of Iranian mourners. UN urges investigation into horrific attack on Iran school. Iran school. U.S.-Israeli war on Iran. Thousands of Iranians. Analysis suggests school was hit amid U.S. strikes in Iran. Photo shows graves of Iranian girls. Mourners dig graves on March 3rd. I don't see anything that says it's from Indonesia. I don't see anything that says it's from Indonesia. Is there a source for that? Like, why do you guys think that this is from Indonesia? PSYOP? I mean, it could be. It could be everyone claiming this is from Iran, and thus it's, you know, a manufacturing consensus. But that's why I would need a source, right? That's why I would need a source to show that it's not from Iran if everywhere is saying it is from Iran. Isn't the article about the Iranians claiming it in the Read on Stream thread in the Discord? I don't think so. I don't remember reading that on stream before. Isn't that the image that Marjorie Taylor Greene used from Indonesia during COVID when accusing the US? I don't know. I don't know, man. Wouldn't be shocked if Google had tweaked their algos. Well, I mean, obviously this is in current news, so a lot of the stuff is going to be stuff that's current. So this is if this is from Indonesia and it's old, it's going to be hard to find. Lost Monster Man, thank you. Have they confirmed that the Ayatollah family got bombed as well when he got bombed? I think they've been announcing, like, multiple deaths in his family, but I don't remember how many. It was a community note on Marjorie Taylor Greene's tweet about it, if you remember right. The Marjorie Taylor Greene tweet that I read off on stream? Was it this picture? I don't remember seeing this picture before, but it could be. Asmund showed it on one of his videos. You don't remember which one? I mean, if there's no source, I can't claim it, right? Tiny Eye Oldest doesn't say it's from Indonesia. Found an article on IRGC claiming responsibility. Sources apparently unvetted Telegram channel. Fog of War is thick. Fog of War is very thick. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Yes, that's the same image that Marjorie Taylor Greene was using. It was that picture. I don't know. KB, do we have a link to that Marjorie Taylor Greene tweet that I covered the other day? I think that's the one that, like, Razor Fist responded to, right? Ghost of Aces, thank you. Someone in the UN talking about this on Twitter also tried using a picture of the body bags from when the IRGC killed protesters, saying they were killed by the strike. These people are insane. these people, as in the ones pushing out the propaganda, yes, I wouldn't really blame anyone for falling for any kind of propaganda right now, because once again, fog of war go fucking crazy. It's hard to believe, like, anything at the moment. Okay, so this is the post I was linked. This is not the one that I showed off on stream. This is also not the one that Razorfist responded to, and this also does not have a community note on it. So this is the correct tweet, but it doesn't have any of the things that people were saying. If your church leaders and elected leaders are telling you the way to bring Jesus back is by killing innocent children of innocent foreign people you've never met in a foreign land you've never been to, then you're believing the lies of wolves dressed in sheep's clothing. No community note. Top comment says, this is embarrassing. No one, not one pastor, no one's saying that. I don't really care about that. Your account should be shut down for fake stuff. Wrong country, wrong date. And there is a Shutterstock thing here that says home images photos, Jakarta, Indonesia, July 26, 2021, aerial view. No, this looks different. This is a different image. These ones have, like, I don't know if these are flowers or paintings, but these ones have, like, flowers or paintings on the graves. And the, whatever the fuck this is, excavator, it's like light blue and yellow. Whereas Marjorie Taylor Greene's image, they don't have any caskets in any of these, it looks like, yet. There are no caskets here. There are no decorations on top of any of the graves. None of the excavators are the same color as the one from the Indonesia photo. So this guy is just completely wrong. This isn't the same photo. This isn't the same at all. It looks different. Yeah. Pic is from 2021 Jakarta. COVID burials, not from Iran. This one is from Jakarta. The one that Marjorie Taylor Greene posted, it's not the same photo. The graves are much closer together in the Indonesia photo. Even if it was taken at a different time after they were filled in, the graves would have to be the same. Yeah, these ones are much closer together, whereas the ones in Marjorie Taylor Greene's photo, they have more gaps between them. There's more space in between each grave, so this is definitely a real picture out of Iran. The following is bullshit that is intended to change established historical context. Like I said, it's going to be really hard to discern, like, what is real and what is not. But there's a whole bunch of people saying that it's fake. The photo's fake. It's from Indonesia during COVID. Picture from Indonesia. When was this photo taken? Grok is probably going to say Iran. Aerial photo was taken in July 2021. Really? Well, I mean, I guess Grok has lied about me, so that's fucking crazy that he's saying it's from Indonesia as well. What the fuck? Because it doesn't look the same. Like, even if they had filled in the graves, these graves are way closer together. There would be a community note on this, otherwise. Boomer Chatter's getting one-shotted by a schizo on Twitter. Again, I wouldn't blame people for falling for shit like this, because when it's in fog of war, people are very, very, like, just quick to jump on things that will reinforce their perspective, right? Grok has been really unreliable. Yeah. Why would they mass bury them? Wouldn't the families want to do their own funerals? I have no idea. There might be other images of the Indonesia grave that are neither of the two in this post and so forth. Maybe. Notice me, Senpai. Poke the link from the last message. It's just two people having the same argument, but it's zoomed in on where the Iran flag is visible, or mods, whichever. I don't know what you mean by this. I should blame people for emotionally reacting like retards. I mean, people are going to emotionally react to shit, right? Fake news. The photo has been edited. The original photo was taken during Indonesia. Yeah, this is another angle of that Indonesia photo, and it still doesn't look the same. The graves are way too close together in comparison to the other one. It's definitely a different area. But, like, when people are emotional about something, that's just how they're gonna react. I do it. You guys have done it. Like, there were people upset that I was saying, like, Leaflet shouldn't have minors in her Discord. It didn't matter that I said, like, I didn't watch, you know, Onion's videos a million times, and I'm not commenting on anything Onion said because I don't know what he said. There were still people thinking that I was defending Onions, and I was confirming everything he said, and I was, like, throwing Leaflet under the bus. When that wasn't happening, it's just like, don't have minors in your Discord, man. That's literally all I said. Glenn, thank you. Think of the amount of ordnance delivered by air to Germany in the 40s, you know? You know? It's such a reasonable response, imagine. To get a quick gotcha, both sides will jump at any evidence to prove their side right. People can't perceive breakfast. I mean, it's like, again, when it comes to, like, fog of war stuff like this, I don't blame anyone, right? It's hard to discern what's real and what's not, because there's so much propaganda coming out on both sides. There are people arguing for? What the hell? Yeah, I got angry in my Discord because somebody was just like, well, Kirsche's not an authority on Discord, so she doesn't get to have a say in what other people do with their Discords. And it's like, yeah, you're right, I don't. But you shouldn't have minors in your Discord, and advocating for minors in an adult community is fucking crazy. That's fucking wild. We made up. We made up. Again, it was an emotional response. Like I said, it happens. People get emotional. People get emotional. Mass burial isn't proof that the US did something wrong, especially since Islam faith requires burial of the dead as soon as possible. Yeah, this isn't proof that the US did anything, but we were proving that it wasn't the Indonesia photo. Like, it could have been Indonesia, but after seeing the photo, that's definitely two different places, two different photos, not the same thing. Still want Kirsche to check out the Nux vid. It's been too long. Should see them and make up her mind. I have no idea what's going on with Nux, and I have far more important things going on in real life at the moment. He also shouldn't have minors in his Discord if that's what was going on. I have no idea. Age is just a number bigot. What the fuck? Someone check that guy's hard drive. Cool, now check that guy's hard drive. And how to not have minors in your Discord? Yes, I'm 18 has never stopped anyone. That's kind of a retarded talking point, because it's like you're never going to be able to get rid of all of them, but if you have a suspicion that someone is a minor, or if someone has been lying about their age, like if someone says, oh, you know, I'm 22, and then they, like, the next time they bring up age, they're like, oh yeah, I'm 19. That's a red flag. And it's like, well, you said you were 22, now you said you're 19. I don't believe you're either of those things. Get banned, idiot. Right? Like, you can do due diligence. That's the best that you can do. The Nux crap was 8 years ago. It's just a rehash. I have no idea. And I'm not going to talk about it because I don't know anything about it. Ban the kids, problem solved. Exactly. That's why if you joke about your age, you get banned. Fuck it. Don't want you here if you're going to do that. Due diligent. Yeah. Due diligent. Doug Dimmadome. Dimdale Dimmadome. Ammonia. You have zero tolerance. Zero tolerance by the— oh, I'm so fucking sad. No one got my stupid fucking joke. Hold on. I gotta rant for a second. Hold on a second. Oh my god. What tweet was it under? I was so upset no one got it. Man. It's not that one. Was it the you can just do things tweet? It might have been. It might have been. Oh, wait, I can go look at my replies instead of having to fucking guess. I'm so retarded sometimes, bro. I'm so retarded sometimes, bro. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Two things can be true. There was a community note on Marjorie Taylor Greene's post saying it was part of Indonesia photo. No idea why it was removed. And Marjorie Taylor Greene is a grifting hack. We weren't even talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene being a grifting hack or not. Her being, like, some kind of weird freak had no bearing on this conversation whatsoever. It was just about the photo. It's just about the photo, man. And clearly the community note is gone, because it looks like it was wrong. Where is my reply? Here we go. Anybody who thinks kids sneaking in is the same as welcoming them with open arms is disingenuous. 100%. It was on this tweet. The you can just do things tweet. Someone replied and said, liberal democracy at its works, taking no accountability, and you do things in your own way. And because he said liberal democracy at its works instead of at its worst, I replied with, it's a dog-eat-dog world out there. And not a single person understood why I replied that way. I was so sad. I was so even someone was even like, I thought it was dog-eat-dog world. And I was like, surely someone responding to him will understand I made that joke because the first guy said at its works instead of worst. But unfortunately, nobody got it and instead called me a coconut. I'm so upset. To be fair, you need to have a high IQ to understand Kirsche and Korsche. assuming most people who understood got it just fine. It just didn't warrant commenting on it. I was so upset. I was like, fuck. I was so proud of myself that I finally was able to get to use part of that fucking copy pasta correctly. You would have hit me with a "surely you can't be serious" reply. Thank you. My Twitter expectations are too high, Foxu. Still a coconut either way. I mean, yeah, I'm still a coconut either way, but man, I was so happy. And then I was so sad. Anyways, pictures not from Indonesia. Still don't know who blew up the school. Who knows if we'll ever find out. I hate fog of war. Back to the original article. Where were we? Yeah, Noam said Pretty brandished a gun. He didn't, to my knowledge. Noam repeatedly refused to apologize for her comments. That was dumb. That seems kind of silly. Can I maybe at least see from our perspective why it might be hard to tell when you're trying to be a coconut and when you're trying to be a coconut? Why would I say doggy dog world in a serious manner, though? That's obviously a joke. I've talked many times about how the copy pasta with those phrases is like my favorite fucking thing in the world. I have zero tolerance for this kind of questioning. Using dad jokes when 90% of Twitter shitters don't even have a dad, Kirsche. Stop it, you're gonna make me take up smoking. Senate Minority Leader Charles Schumer said, why didn't they call him Chuck? Said Thursday that he was pleased that Trump had removed Noam, but vowed that Democrats will continue to seek changes to DHS and the administration's immigration enforcement operations. I just feel like if you do anything that makes Chuck Schumer happy, you've done the wrong thing. You know? Look, Kirsche, it's a dog-eat-dog world out there. People won't ampersand. If I take up smoking, I'll go out for cigarettes and never come back and just, like, Twitter's real dad. True. I could just start vaping like a Zuma candy ass. What is with these women and dogs? Oh my god. Democrats have demanded that the White House and Republicans agree to a long list of new restrictions on federal immigration officers. The two sides have been negotiating for weeks on a DHS funding deal, but were unable to forge an agreement before the agency closed some operations last month. If the Democrats get their way and deportations start slowing down, we are fucked. Deportations need to ramp up, not slow down. It goes beyond any one person, Schumer said Thursday. We need to straighten out the whole agency. The rot there is deep. The Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee will hold the hearing on Mullen's nomination, a married father of 6. Mullen describes himself as a working cow-calf rancher and businessman, a former mixed martial arts fighter. He is known by colleagues to be pugilistic, and he recently described committee chair Rand Paul as a freaking snake. I always get Rand Paul and Ron Paul confused. One of them is based and one of them's a cuck, and I can't ever remember which one's which. Con Air, thank you. Kier, did you know
that my name means cherry in German?
Why would you want taller ants? Wouldn't they just steal more? I'm going to eat a dick. Ron Paul is Rand Paul's dad. I know that. I know one of them is the dad, so thank you for differentiating, but like I can't remember which one is which, you know? They're both cucks at this point. They're both retarded now, man. Ron is the based one. Ron is based, Rand is cuck. I don't know if I can remember that. Who the fuck names their son Rand, though? What kind of a name is that? Is that a nickname for, like, Randall? I don't know. Ron Paul, the dad, is based. Rand Paul is his son and was tolerable until second Trump term. I see. After Ayn Rand. Is her name pronounced Ann or Ayn? I can't ever fucking figure that out, man. Randy! Somebody that's a fan of Ayn Rand. Ayn Rand was, she was a woman. Ayn Rand. I don't like that name. It's too hard to pronounce. Noam at DHS was a failure. Deportations were slow, not as high as they should have been with the resources given to her. While I can agree with that, they were still record numbers of deportations, and in addition to that, I don't think her replacement is going to go as hard as she did. She mismanaged assets, lied, did not lead ICE into the field prepared in Minnesota. No idea if the next guy will be any better, but if he lets Tom Homan loose, we should be fine. Yeah, if he just steps back and is like, Homan, do your thing, then sure, but you know. And then like German for one, I said it right earlier. Oh, okay, yay, I got it right. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. You mean how they buried the SA allegations? No accountability. Remember the 357 names for investigations later. I would love to see that happen, but I have a feeling it would not, unfortunately. Nome, a former South Dakota governor, became a symbol of the administration's brash and bombastic style on immigration soon after she was appointed last January. She gloated frequently about DHS's arrests of undocumented immigrants and highly produced videos the agency posted on social media. Border crossings dropped to the lowest level in decades, and arrests of undocumented immigrants already in the country rose significantly, but fell short of meeting White House goals. Like I said, we need more deportations. It's great that they're record numbers. It's great that we were getting things done. We need more, and we need less hampering by activist judges. Master of Mundus, thank you for the 5 gift members. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. It's cute when you pronounce shit retardedly. I like pronouncing shit retardedly on purpose. That's fun. But when it's names, I try to at least make an attempt, you know? Yeah, no? That's my opinion on the Californication of Virginia. Virginia's kind of fucked right now. They have elected people who literally want anyone to the right of Mao dead. So, good luck with that. If that doesn't work, we work to prepare the trebuchets, Jesus. Battleizer, thank you. Kirsche, did you know?
Monya.
I did. Fascinating. Her department's spending and her own use of government resources have also drawn scrutiny from lawmakers. The Washington Post reported last year that she was living rent-free in the Coast Guard commandant's home. I'm not sure what the problem with that is. Why is that bad? Someone explain to me, because I don't know why that's bad. Why is it bad that she was in the Coast Guard commandant's home? When there are leaders who will take decisive actions, the hard stances, while principled, are not beneficial in the long run? What? V has truly gone to the communist left? Yeah, look no further than Virginia to see what will happen if Democrats get more power. Like, it's not going to be some, like, weird escalation fantasy of the Groypers where things will get worse and then they'll get better. Things will just get worse. And you will have less avenues of fixing things if they further get worse than they are now. Ghost of Aces, thank you. At this point, give him 2 options, a ride back home or a wooden stake outside the White House Vlad style. What the fuck? No! Excuse Brzezinski, Churgulurg, thank you for the plins. You'll have you a wallet, thank you, Foxu, Wisienko? I don't know how to pronounce Polish, I'm sorry. I can give you a schniefki and I forgot the other thing from the Polish chef. It's been so long, I miss him. Groyper's the biggest fucking jokes you've ever seen. If accelerationism worked, Europe would have been in a golden age years ago. Yeah. Dready, thank you. Your beautiful Virginia's cooked. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you live. The Swedish chef? No, not the Swedish chef. The Polish chef. He's grandpa. And he gets, like, somebody makes videos of him where he goes and does his chef stuff. And it goes like, schniefki, I love watching those videos. It's amazing. He's the best Polish chef. But that's the only way I can describe him to people because I can't remember his name. Oh, that guy. See? See, people know who I mean. Swedish? No, he's not Swedish. He's Polish. Robert Malkowicz. Thank you. That's his name. Robert Malkowicz, the Polish chef. I love him. I guess you had to be there. We're never going to finish this article. Robert Malkowicz. My search should not match any documents! Fuck, how do I find this? How do I find his fucking videos? Videos on YouTube. Fuck, chat, is she okay? I'm not okay! I need to find the videos so you can understand what I'm talking about. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. The videos are real. Maybe if I just type I got really excited because I saw a link, but it's NPR. That's not what I want. Help! I used to watch these all the time. I used to watch them, but now I can't find them. Ah. I'm crazy with or without this context. Fuck. There's gotta be a supercut. It's some channel that, like, makes edits of, like, all of his videos, and it cuts out everything but, like, some of his mouth noises and, like, the ah, or ah noises. And then occasionally you get, like, a sneezky or some other words. Papriki! It's great. I love it. But I don't know how to find the videos. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Swedish Chef is a Muppet. It's not a Swedish Chef, it's Polish! Robert Malkowicz, and I just edits, maybe? Creative and unique. No, that's not it. These are like 10 seconds long. Why is everything for Zoomers? These are like a couple of minutes long. Like, they're not super long videos, but they're not fucking TikToks, man. KB! KB! Coming to my rescue, I hope. Piter Fox. It would be a Foxo. It would be a Foxo. Let me go to their channel. 2 years ago. He hasn't uploaded any in over 2 years. What am I supposed to do? Who's going to pick up the if this guy no longer does it? Oh, let's do this one. This one looks funny. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Bonk. Klikitsu, thank you for the 28 months of tier 3! Thank you.
Dziemiane albo dzemione, gdzie w Polsce mamy tablicę z nazwami miejscowości. Tutaj właśnie coś takiego w języku polskim występuje. Wielkanoc ma nieco inny wymiar niż w całej reszcie kraju. Tutaj chodzi o konkurs bab.
Look at all those butt cakes!
No to porozmawiajmy o nich chwileczkę.
These ladies have beautiful butts. I bet they're delicious.
To naprawdę niezwykle bogata baba.
Bardzo bogata babka.
Czy pani bardziej dba o linię niż koleżanka?
Powiedzmy.
Ale piękna, proszę spojrzeć. Mamy wszystkie babki.
Babki.
Aha. To ja jem, a panie śpiewają. Bo ja się nie mogę powstrzymać.
I broń Boże, żeby panny śmigały chłopaków. To był przywilej tylko chłopaków wyśmigać panny. Ruchało się jadąc ruchanki.
No to już słów parę w sprawie ruchanek dla tych, którzy nigdy nie ruchali.
Olej.
Pyszna. Kucharkuchy mamy, bryczkę mamy. Teraz pora na ruchanie. Bomba. Dzień dobry pani. Mogę sobie pozwolić na... Wymaga pewnej wprawy. Mam jeszcze jedną prośbę do państwa. Czy ja mógłbym...
In front of the priest, too!
Niech państwo spojrzą. Proszę spojrzeć. I o to właśnie chodzi. Pani Felicjo, kawałeczek chleba. Drodzy państwo. Sandaczowego. Sandacze, wędzone węgorze. Proszę spojrzeć. Tutaj wędzone węgorze. Tutaj okrasa. Proszę spojrzeć.
Did you say poison? Hold on. That was sing-songy.
nasz gospodarz, drodzy państwo, pan Dariusz, głównie proszę spojrzeć. Drodzy państwo, zatem życzę wszystkim państwu zdrowych, wesołych, pogodnych, ciepłych i równie smacznych świąt.
This woman has like villain in an anti-commie movie hair.
Jeśli chcecie państwo spróbować kaszubskiej kuchni, to walcie.
See, I told you, Chad, I wasn't crazy! What is this and how does it relate to Kirsches and ice? I used to love bringing up these videos, man. They bring so much fucking joy.
I love the grandpa chef.
The Despicable Me cut. Lost Monster Man, thank you. Now this is culture, yes! How did I end up on the Polish side of the internet? I think this might have been Tamarin's fault. I know Tamarin is a Polish guy in the community. So it might have been him that introduced me. Catholic heart is drawn to the Polish sausage. Wonder why people thought I was a coconut with the doggy dog, and then I show us that this has nothing to do with the doggy dog. Thank you for sharing with the class. You're welcome. You're welcome. I'm gonna bookmark this, so hopefully next time I talk about it, I won't lose it. But I always forget bookmarks exist, so you know, maybe. Master of Mundus, thank you. You literally talked to someone this afternoon who was in favor of deportations, but also on the side of activist judges. You asked him how we're supposed to deport 30 million estimated illegals, and he changed subjects. Yeah, there's no real way you can do that if you allow the judges to keep doing really dumb things. Ghost of Aces, thank you. Will my merch eventually include a cookbook consisting of only kinds of pie and pot pies? That'd be funny if I had a pie book. Watcher already have the bookmark. That would be funny. Is Tamarin a guy? And why are your friends always named after fruit? Tamarin is a guy. He recently got his girlfriend pregnant. I can't remember if it's a girlfriend or a wife at this point. But he's having happy family times. Happy family times. A second, the cookbook merch idea would buy. Will the pie book be released in 8 days? No. Make more babies. Grumpy Malfestio, thank you for the 555 Dominoes deal. What in the unholy hell of Tism did you just hear me try to pronounce? You spat out your water.
Schniefki.
I think it's the Polish word for plum. I'm pretty sure it's plum, and I only know it because, like, some of the older videos of this guy, in between the he would just go Schniefki. And so I kind of like internalized it because I liked the word. It made me think of when I play Tarkov and they would go Shlajeli. That's a fun word. King thank you for the 16 months, my guy. Thank you. Let's remember, Poland is also one of the top purchasers of U.S. military arms, and they burn rainbows. He finally found a woman he likes enough to prove he's bi. Good for Tangerine Man. No, Tangerine and Tamarin are two different people. Tamarin was not a moderator. He's just a long-time community member. He's been around since fucking Terra days, man. He also likes collecting knives. Remember how I stopped Smugglana cold with my Tarkov Russian? I don't even remember that. Akaze Wolf, thank you. Kirsche, you're still crazy. It's part of the woman debuff. Tried to clean your windshield and you made it worse? How? Time for some edibles and Polish chef time with the wife. Oh, man, have a good fucking time. Have a good fucking time. They all sound the same. That's racist. God, these videos bring me so much fucking joy.
Jestem, drodzy państwo, w
What is that fucking instrument?
Look at him! He's at Macedonia! Jezioro Okiryski!
Jezioro Ochryckie jest znacznie starsze niż 20.
He's echoing.
30.
Papryka!
W jeziorze żyje endemiczny pstrąg. Krab. Nie jest to krab, a krab. Zarówno dwa razy.
He's saying it's crap or he has the
To
clap? I
sprawia,
can't
że
tell.
udają się tutaj wprost genialnie warzywa.
Banamba.
A najważniejszym z nich jest papryka. Paprykę to obowiązkowy punkt programu paprykowych. Papryka paprykowej. Czosnek. Im brzydszy, tym lepszy. Cebule, kabaczki, oleju, no i pomidory. Jeśli nie jedli Państwo nigdy pomidorów, to tak naprawdę nie wiedzą Państwo, jak pomidor powinien smakować. Ano należy go właśnie w tym miejscu
sniff my melons!
Do Bardeny. Krowi, kaszkawał, kaszkawałów. One mogą być zarówno krowie, ale znacznie lepsze są krowie, kaszkawału, czyli jelit. Tutaj kaszkawału, i pomidory, i bakłażany, i paprykę. Rolniczą.
I like his Panama hat.
Ooh, that was beautiful. What the fuck was that?
I saw the Jew flag!
Ale to, że jest on wielki, nie znaczy wcale, że smakuje
Oh, that fish has seen some shit, goddamn.
Papryka razem dochodzi ciasto podobne do ciasta z papryką w proszku. No i od czego zacznę? Zacznę oczywiście od zupy, gdyż nie jestem Chińczykiem. Papryka.
What they just came out of the ocean?
Proszę spojrzeć. Paprykę. Papryka. Czarnym pieprzem. Zatem, szanowni Państwo, do zobaczenia na przykład w ochrycie. Kaszkawał.
Grandpa jump scare.
What a Peppa. I have no idea what he's saying, but I love repeating the things that he says. It's so fun. I love it so much. It looks like they took down Tyler Oliveira's website because he was too critical. What the fuck? Why? What the fuck? You have one question. What the fuck? This is indeed a tangent. Happy tangent. It's like Coco Melon. Yes! Yes, Grandpa Chef from Poland is like Coco Melon for Foxu. Tyler's getting Uber canceled? What the fuck? That's not fair. Uncovering fraud shouldn't get you fucking Uber canceled. What the hell? Big lineman, thank you. You trying to skip through a recipe video to find the part you forgot to write down? True. True and real. I don't know if fucking Polish Chef Man has cookbooks, but I wonder if I could get like a signed one. I said something like, to my most brain-damaged Foxu. Oh, God. Marluxian, thank you. Hey, Kirsche. Hey, chat. How goes it? Ivan Vilches, for you. Thank you for the... Thank you! Tyler exposed Jewish fraud, and it's being called anti-Semitism. You're Jewish, and that's retarded. I feel like if you call exposing fraud anti-Semitism, you're kind of revealing your hand. That's kind of a silly thing to claim. She's broken again. Battleizer, thank you. Need a nice recipe for good cream pie. It's so hard to find a good recipe online. Lots of non-relevant examples.
I want a recipe for like really light and soft cheese rolls. Not like super gooby cheesy, but I want them like light and floofy.
She's not broken. She just hasn't had her restart button punched in too long. True. Grumpy Malfistio, thank you for the 1. You're fucking crying. That really made your day with the vid. Holy crap. Thank you for a glimpse into the origin of the Kirsche random noises. So funny. Back in the Terra days when I would have to like read parts of articles in between dungeon queues, sometimes I would bring up these vids. They spark so much joy in my heart. Anyone tell you how to find these videos? I'll link you the channel. I'm pretty sure it's just this one channel that makes these. I don't know why they started, but I'm glad they exist.
Kaze Wolf, thank you. I read that earlier. Thank you.
Like the cheese pillows at the Brazilian place. Oh my god, the Brazilian honey cheese pillows!
Los Angeles, at your house!
Or in the ring.
No, in real life. I'm going to stalk him and become obsessed with him, and wear his makeup, and his dresses, and use his skin as a coat, like the ancient Irish did.
Well, that's your
I'm
winner.
doing that!
Thank you, Massive Doge, my guy. Chef sounding like a Banjo-Kazooie character, true. True. Hey, Foxu, if you like a light cheese bread, try pão de queijo, Brazilian cheese bread that you think fits what I want. I think that's the cheese that you make the cheese pillows with from the Fogo de Chão. A channel called Batboy also makes vids and uploaded a new one just 2 days ago. Oh, someone has picked up the mantle? The mantle has been passed? Baton pass? He's a Ludicolo? Oh, spooky! Spooky chef! Oh no. Yeah, boost my volume, buddy.
Szanowni Państwo, moi drodzy, mam nadzieję, że od razu na samym początku tego odcinka
You mean spook? Yeah, true, I do.
Papryka.
Paprika! He still does it.
Papryka.
Paprika?
Kaszkawał.
Kaszkawał.
Kaszkawał. That looks delicious. You don't just eat onion like that, you freak! Oh, what the fuck?
Z papryką.
Papryko? Paprykowaci.
Głównie Dracula.
Castle noises. Wait, did he say Dracula?
Vampira. Dracula.
He did. Dracula.
Dracula.
Spooky.
He's such a gooba! Okay. What the fuck?
To już chyba koniec. Tutaj spoczywa Vlad Dracul.
Hello.
Główne.
Look at that pumpkin.
Gdyby jeszcze ten
Gay party. Riveting conversation.
Głównie kebab.
Sausages.
Problemy gastryczne.
I can't even identify half the things on this table. Like these look like pickles. These are papriki, so pepper. This looks like some kind of potato au gratin. I don't know what the fuck these are. This looks like shredded bacon. This looks like some sort of chicken abomination, maybe? I have no idea what this is. These are sausages, and then this is some kind of juice. He's eating eggs, pussy-lipped, and tiny smoked dicks. Understood. Steve Man Art, thank you! If I weren't so attracted to the gays, I'd know real men do in fact eat onions straight and raw. That's, well, eating onions raw is fine, but like eating it that way, that was kind of weird. He's eating eggs. I already read that. You're getting gout just by looking at this food. You can't get gout anymore. We're not pirates. Thank you for the plins. If I like Malkowicz, try Sejrowski compilations. What's a Sejrowski compilation? Phoenix the Goat, thank you. Kirsche is a Banjo-Kazooie character, confirmed. I like the, when I was playing Crash Bandicoot as a kid, I liked how the masks would go whoopaka. That made me happy for some reason. You get gout from being fat, Kirsche. You get scurvy from being a pirate. Oh, I don't know why gout and scurvy get confused in my mind. Actually, gout is very prevalent in the Black American community because they eat like shit. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know, man. Are you scurvy fox? We being pirates. Yeah! Zainimaru, thank you. There's 6 million views on Tyler's vid. Not like this. Mordax Tenebrae, thank you. Gave a link for the IRGC taking credit for the school and Discord. Will never go back as asking a question is bad in the wrong channel. That seems weird. Asking a question shouldn't be bad. I'm sorry if somebody like fucking slapped your dick. I have no idea what goes on in the Discord, man. Big Lineman, thank you. You trying to skip through a recipe video to find the part you forgot to write down. I might have read that, but I couldn't remember. So have another thank you. It was promised to him 3,000 years ago. Diddly Doodler, thank you. Family has a recipe for blintzes, which are crepes folded into squares with a filling of a mix of cottage and farmer's cheese and sugar. Some recipes are too sweet, so you can send the recipe to you or a mod if you want. Aw. I would love to be able to make, like, a chocolate babke at home, because I fucking loved this one brand of babke, but it's very rare, and I can't seem to find it anymore. Can confirm you're black. You eat like shit. You have gout! I hope you can fix your gout. Technically, pirates had lowest amount of scurvy cases because they operated around islands with access to fresh fruit and game. They had really rich diets compared to navy or merchant sailors. Why the fuck is scurvy associated with the pirates then? That don't make no goddamn sense. Tom? What is a two-tom-tom-tom? Dracula. How come this t-shirt, Dracula, looks like that fucking anime guy? It looks like, oh god, it's from One Piece, right? It's from One Piece, right? Or is it like a Mahjong guy? I've seen this before, both in Mahjong and I think like fucking Proctor. Maybe, but it looks exactly like that. What the fuck? Dracula Mihawk? What? I mean, Dracula Mihawk, that's Proctor's Discord avatar. Wait, his name is actually Dracula? Hold on, wait a second. Dracula Mihawk? Also, pirates often had syphilis. What is happening? Low ceiling beat you to it. Dracul? So instead of Dracula, it's just Dracul? Oh no, pirates would stock citrus and various tropical fruits because they realized a lot sooner than the Brit-bongs that it prevented scurvy. Man, pirates were smart. He's based on Dracula. That's crazy! That's crazy! You started taking turmeric supplements and it completely stopped your gout flares. Man, I didn't know gout was still so common. A Dracula without the A. Fashizi, thank you. Kirsche watching these videos is an accurate representation of watching her streams, copying all the Foxy sounds. When I first found this guy's channel, it was like my dream to have like a shortened shitposting series of like taking all the noises that I make out of a stream and like making a noise video like this out of it. Always wanted that to happen. A cherry juice helps with gout flare-up. I'm with you. Jonathan Perry, thank you for the... Didn't the Japanese adopt curry due to the scurvy issues? I have no idea. Dracoob! Peace be upon him! Nice music.
Dracula.
I feel like their juices should be a lot darker red for the Dracula, right? Like, they don't have anything on their plate that would be like Dracula food, so it should be like red wine, right? Master Prick, thank you! Pirates also invented health insurance? Really? You feel like you're losing IQ points? You know, sometimes you just gotta turn off your brain and not think about things going on in the government and then just Dracula. You know? They should be eating steak tartare. Oh, I don't think I would eat raw meat like that, though. There should be kebabs on a skewer for it to be truly on point. True. If Vlad was a bro, he'd down beers. You can feel it. They did have a doctor on board. He was usually the carpenter. Carpenter/doctor. Interesting trajectory. Glenn, thank you. Gout, the sickness of the nobility. Why would the nobility not eat the fruit? I feel like if you were rich, one of the ways you could show off your richness is eating the fruit, you know? Steak tartare is okay. It's just kind of like meaty nachos. Ew. God demonstrated his love to us by sending his son Jesus Christ, who died and rose from the dead to give us eternal life. What? Is that a way to cure scurvy? That's scurvy again. Fuck! Chat! I can't keep it straight. I'm gonna merge gout and scurvy into the same disease. Lord, hear my prayer. It's like the one where you can't walk on your feet. Scurvy's the one where your legs bow out and you get rickets. What if you get both gout and scurvy at the same time? Gout is caused by bad diet and obesity, which nobles tended to have. The Gervy, you lunatic! Ollie Wally, thank you! I can't help it! Things Kirsche can't keep straight. Scurvy, gout. Guys she thinks are cute! Fuck you! That was a good one. Another pirate fun fact, because food was such a big part of their daily lives, they wrote a lot about it. For example, about penguin meat. No. Being very tough and tasting like fish, flamingos being quite good and easy to catch, or William Dampierre writing the first description of guacamole in English. Don't eat the penguins or the flamingos. Ghost of Aces, thank you. Kirsche can't keep it straight, just like any guy she thinks is cute. Fuck! Scurvy reopens all scarring. Wait, so if you have, like, scars on your body from, like, 20 years ago, but then you get scurvy, those scars will reopen and you'll start bleeding again, and people will think it's, like, a biblical feat, and then they'll kill you? Welder Zach, thank you for the 19 months of tier 2, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yes, really, that's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy, bro. You know what else is fucking crazy, bro? We still haven't finished that article. Gnome has been dogged by questions about the role of her top advisor, Corey Ludnowski, a former Trump campaign manager who is listed as a special government employee and was frequently seen with Gnome at official events. Lewandowski played an influential role in key decisions at DHS, including reviewing contracts that exceeded $100,000 doodles. Chat, never shit where you eat. Don't date in your workplace, man. Gout is also painful as hell. Somebody in chat said DSP has gout. Is that true? Gout is just having piss in your joints? What? A Nashville jump scare. Wild penguins are low-key menaces. Put them on a plate. No, they're so cute! I want a penguin as a pet. That's my goal. I want to become rich enough that I can just, like, buy a penguin from somewhere and have it in my house. That's like the limit of the richness that I want. You know what else is crazy? Your fondness for Kirsche. Aww. Not wrong. Gout is like uric acid crystals. What the fuck? Pigs are cute. They're also delicious. I don't like eating most of pig. I like bacon, but that's it. I also don't really think pigs are that cute. You made a mistake. You looked up Reddit and immediately saw the Gen Alpha subreddit being extremely retarded about the war in Iran. Oh yeah, mods. Can I have that link? Someone said they put a link in the Discord about... Oh... Someone said they put a link in the Discord about that picture. Not the picture, the fuck... the school? The IRGC taking responsibility for the school? There we go. I had to, like, restart my memory. You hate cows? I've been around them all your life. The only time you like cows is when they're on your plate. I wouldn't want to sniff the cow. That's for sure. That's for sure. Not that! What did you link? This is the link. Thank you. Thank you. I've never heard of Diat V USA. What is this website? What is this website? DIATV? What? Alleged IRGC private chat claims school strike was unintentional mistake to blame the US. A missile strike on a well-known school, Shajara Tayaba Primary School in Manab, Hormozgan province, in the aftermath of the US and Israel strike on Iran, has been confirmed. Attribution on what force struck the school remains unclear. Messages circulating on Telegram, posted on what appears to be an Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps run channel, state that the IRGC Aerospace Force missiles struck the school and described the incident as an unintentional mistake, adding that serious action will be taken against those responsible. DIATV has reviewed the circulating screenshots and is publishing a full word-for-word translation below. While the authenticity of the Telegram channel ownership cannot be independently confirmed in real time, the language of the post aligns with the official style IRGC communications and has been widely shared by accounts citing the channel as IRGC affiliated. Original Persian text, word-by-word breakdown, blah 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 blah. Full literal translation: a missile from the Aerospace Force of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps struck a school in Manab County, Hormozgan province. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps announced that this was an unintentional mistake and that serious action will be taken against those responsible. There's a picture of like the school and stuff. There's another original text, another breakdown, literal translation. Review of maps and satellite images show that the girls' school, Shajara Tayabe Naval Force of the IRGC Manab, is located in proximity to and within the compound of several buildings belonging to the Revolutionary Guards, including the Shahid Asalan Clinic, affiliated with the medical command of the IRGC Naval Force, and the Syed al-Shahada Cultural Complex of the IRGC. Another translation here. The Revolutionary Guards are in the process of transferring military equipment into the grounds of schools and hospitals. These military equipment are legitimate war targets, and such an action means the use of ordinary people, patients, and students under the designation of human shields. Header, paragraph 1, word for word, full translation. I, as one of the personnel inside the IRGC who, for security reasons, cannot disclose my identity, considered it necessary to convey this very important information to the people. Paragraph 2, original hieroglyphics, word for word, full translation. Based on orders that have been communicated, the Islamic Republic intends, in a event of a start of U.S. attacks and precisely in those initial moments, to target a large number of residential areas and cities inside our own country with missiles and drones. Paragraph 3, word for word, literal translation. According to the scenario, immediately after the attacks, images of victims, especially women and children, will be published and disseminated so that global public opinion is provoked and directed in favor of the Islamic Republic. Paragraph 4, word by word, full translation. One of the reasons for the very limited internet connectivity in recent days is the preparation of the White Line's internet infrastructure across the country. An internet that is only available to specific institutions so that they can simultaneously send images and videos to Arab media and news agencies aligned with the Islamic Republic. This one is one of the few things we can already confirm as, like, this happened. Like, this one actually did happen. They shut down the internet, and anyone trying to access the internet was having to do so through VPN, and it was still dangerous to do that. Paragraph 5, word by word, a literal translation. The main objective of this plan is to present an image of victimhood internationally and to change the atmosphere of global public opinion, an atmosphere that is currently heavily against Ali Khamenei and in favor of Donald Trump. Final paragraph, word by word, full literal translation. By executing this plan, Ali Khamenei simultaneously pursues two goals: revenge against the people of Iran and deceiving domestic and global public opinion by spilling the blood of innocent citizens. And then there's a tweet here from someone named Omid Dana. Original Persian text, word by word breakdown, full literal translation. That seems like... How could it possibly have... Okay. Breaking, I can now confirm that the Islamic Republic carried out a military attack on several schools and killed students in order to place blame on Israel and America. Our only enemy is the Islamic Republic. So that's the literal translation of whoever Omid Dana is. I have no idea who this person is. I don't know if he's a relevant figure or just some random guy. And then the article comes to a conclusion here. What is confirmed at this stage is limited, however, it is significant. A missile struck Changere Taebe Primary School in Manab County, and a Telegram post attributed to an IRGC-affiliated channel acknowledged that an IRGC Aerospace Force missile hit the school, describing the incident as an unintentional mistake. Beyond that, the information landscape is fragmented. Official-style messages, proximity analysis, anonymous insider allegations, and public social media accusations are now circulating simultaneously, many of them offering sharply conflicting interpretations of intent and responsibility. None of the anonymous or third-party claims presented above have been independently verified. As tensions continue to rise in the aftermath of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's confirmed death, the Manab strike has quickly become part of a broader battle over narrative and attribution. Further independent investigation will be required to determine the full circumstances surrounding the incident. Dia TV will continue to report developments as they emerge. So just like the other article that said, we're going to blame the US, but we have no proof that the US did this, this one is saying, we're not sure who is to blame here. There's a lot of conflicting narratives being put out. Here is one of the narratives that we found in an IRGC-affiliated Telegram channel. Who knows whether this is real? Who knows whether this is more interference and propaganda? Who knows? But thank you. Thank you for giving me the link so that I could at least read through it. So that I could at least see that I wasn't misremembering things. Thank you. I appreciate it. The problem Trump is having now is that he expected to bomb the regime and people would rise up. Unfortunately, it seems everyone who was brave enough to rebel got killed already before US intervention. I don't know about that. I don't know if that's true. When did the T website have fucked up shit? You never used it? The what? The Iranians used to send kids and the elderly into Iraqi minefields to clear the way for their tanks. You can imagine them blowing up a school and blaming it on the Americans. I could imagine that in a lot of instances of war, unfortunately.
Thank you once again for that. Thank you, thank you.
The last bit of this article, man, we've gone on so many tangents. Thank you, Christy Gnome. Trump's top advisors in the White House have feuded with Lewandowski dating back to the campaign. White House officials repeatedly intervened to reverse DHS actions, including cutting counterterrorism funding to New York, suspending TSA pre-check screening during a department shutdown, and releasing a report on the future of FEMA. Gnome has repeatedly said that her department was rooting out fraud, waste, and abuse within FEMA, and that she does not believe it should exist as it does today. I mean, she's correct about that. FEMA is incredibly corrupt. The T website refers to the word that's auto-modded for the certain app. Oh yeah, okay, thank you, Telegram. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. Don't tell them to rise up as Iran is being bombed. Also a fair point. We're becoming whack and Ayatollah world champions with the speed we're taking them out as they're appointed. Yeah, it's been a little silly. As a result, she's undercut FEMA's autonomy, many current and former agency officials have said. In June, she instituted a new approval process for every expense over $100,000, which, for FEMA during a disaster, is nearly everything. That drastically slowed the agency's operations and resulted in critical contracts, such as those for call centers during the Texas floods, lapsing. Were there people blaming Christy Gnome for, like, shit happening during the Texas floods? I remember people being outraged at FEMA for playing politics during North Carolina, where they were actively deciding not to give any kind of aid to Trump supporters. I remember that. Got a Trump sign, FEMA ain't coming. Your friend said that they came to his school with trucks and he hid in the locker. They handed out plastic keys to the kids and it was keys to heaven, and then sent them into minefields. IRGC are monsters? Jesus fuck. That does sound incredibly fucking scary. One lawmaker, Senator Thom Tillis, his name really is Thob. Jesus fuck, you guys. I thought you were like making a joke on his name. Thom Tillis, North Carolina, grew so frustrated with Gnome that he berated her during the Senate oversight hearing this week for an anecdote in her 2024 autobiography in which she wrote that she shot her 14-month-old dog Cricket because she was poorly behaved. What the fuck? Why would you shoot a dog? Thom Tillis. Why would she shoot her dog? On Thursday, Tillis praised Trump's selection of Mullen, describing his Senate colleague in a social media post as a great guy and a great choice. He added that there was one other big positive about Mullen. He likes dogs. Dog kept attacking everything around it, actually. It was a ranch dog. If you recall, the dog killed the neighbor's chickens and was a biter. That kind of makes sense if it was killing people's wildlife. The dog was too aggressive and would attack people when it went out hunting. If she shot it because it was too aggressive and it was killing people's farm animals, why would she describe it as her being... Oh, I read it. She shot the dog because Gnome, was poorly behaved, not that the dog was poorly behaved. I was like, why would she write that? That's so weird. Fuck, your dog is named Cricket too. Jesus. It was a puppy that killed one chicken in her own words. She also hated it. One chicken doesn't seem that bad. I mean, I'd still be pissed if someone's dog killed my chicken, to be fair. Classic coconut. Well, you know, they say in her autobiography in which she wrote that she shot her 14-month-old dog, Cricket, because she was poorly behaved. Can you blame me for reading that as Gnome talking about herself being poorly behaved? She had scurvy, not gout. What if she had both? We did it! We finished the Gnome article, and I still am, like, not very happy about the new pick to take her place. To be fair.
Let's see, where did we leave off in my tabs?
Help! She had Gorvy. Cricket Gnome the dog's autobiography. This is the difference between rural and city people. That's a working dog, and you put working animals down if they do not do their job. You know? It's people who don't get ranch life. Ranch life is probably something that I could be explained, but I don't know much about it myself, honestly. And speaking of ranch life, we had another incident here where horrifying video footage emerged from Charlotte, North Carolina of a man attempting to run over a police officer with his gun drawn, trying to avoid arrest. What is happening in Charlotte? And you see a police officer man here. I don't know why there's music here, but you see the officer, like, literally fucking rolling over the car. And, you know, I feel a bit weird about this one because if this officer had shot, he would be completely within his rights to have done so, considering what is happening in this video. And I imagine it's harder for these police officers to make this kind of decision about their own lives because they know that if they defend themselves and they take out someone attempting to run them over, they're going to be run over on social media by a million people trying to blame them. It's kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. And we found out more information that this actually wasn't a man. This was a woman. Woman accused of hitting officer with car during street takeover at Harris Teeter in Charlotte. I don't know what a Harris Teeter is. A woman was arrested after allegedly striking an officer with a car during a street takeover at a Harris Teeter in Northwest Charlotte early Sunday morning. Records show 25-year-old Tanaza Austin was charged with assault with a deadly weapon on emergency personnel and released on a $3,000 bond. Why in the fuck was she given $3,000 bond after trying to run over a police officer? Why would you get charged with assault with a deadly weapon on emergency personnel and then get released on a $3,000 bond? I hate everything about our so-called justice system. The street takeover happened at 3:25 a.m. Sunday, March 1st at the Harris Teeter on Smith Farm Road. What the fuck is a Harris Teeter? They keep saying this like we just know what it is. What is it? Is it a grocery store? Some kind of... Okay, it is a grocery store. That's great. I guessed. I would not want to shop somewhere called Harris Teeter. I'm sorry, guys. Does she have a nose ring or is that greasy skin? It looks like multiple nose rings, right? It looks like she has a bull ring here, but then she has like weird little fucking thingies on the side of her nose too. Like double nose ringed out of her mind. Harris Teeter is like Food Lion? The fuck's a Food Lion? They have buy two, get three free deals sometimes. Ooh, I do love the buy one, get one free deals that Publix has. You call it Harris Teeter, we call it Hairy Tits. What the fuck? Her nose rings have nose rings. Thank you for teaching me what a Harris Teeter is, chat. Police say they responded after receiving multiple calls about a street takeover in the store's parking lot. When officers arrived, they reported seeing several vehicles participating and attempted to get the drivers to leave the lot. One officer, who police said was outside his patrol vehicle, approached a black Kia Optima. You never do that. not the Optimas, bro. As it attempted to leave the lot, according to an affidavit, the driver, later identified as Austin, stopped as the officer walked in front of the car and toward the driver's side. The affidavit states that as the officer moved in front of the vehicle, Austin began to accelerate rapidly and struck the officer, causing him to roll over the hood of the vehicle. He was taken to the hospital for treatment of minor injuries. Whoever in the chat said that she was LARPing as Renee Good, check that off on your bingo card, bro. Police said the officer struck by Austin gave verbal commands for her to stop before he was hit and was standing directly in front of the car where he could clearly be seen. Austin reportedly fled the parking lot after hitting the officer and was arrested 1 day later on Monday, March 2nd. A video circulating on social media appears to show the moment Austin struck the officer. But wait, there's more! Matt Van Swell over here said, I found the magistrate who let Taneza Austin out of prison on a $3,000 bond for nearly murdering a police officer with her car in Charlotte, North Carolina. The magistrate's name is Michelle Williams McNair, a Democrat. This is beyond parody. Is this a magistrate posing like a gangster? My culture is not your costume, lady. You cannot pose as the Italian mafia. Beyond parody. Sadly, this is reality. Grulgar, thank you. So, JBL American being a JBL American? I don't know what that means. Dreadhe, thank you. Used to live right outside Charlotte with your older brother. It was the first time you heard someone cry for help while being jumped outside at night. What? Like usually when people get jumped outside at night, they don't cry for help? Or like that was the first time you've ever seen someone being jumped at night in general? Internet Zen Master, thank you. Funny note on the Mullen bloke, a man's Cherokee. No more stolen land complaints from the anti-ICE crowd if you have a Native American as head of DHS. Huh, that's interesting. That's interesting. That's the first jump. Oh, okay. Most people don't have much experience seeing people jumped at night. Sorry, you know, I sometimes forget that's not normal. Yes, they do. You've been in those situations. A little crazy. Magistrate judges releasing violent criminals without bail often aren't even lawyers. Hey, we've learned about that before. We've learned about that. Dreadhe, thank you. Being jumped in general. Look, man, sorry. Sometimes I forget that wasn't a normal childhood experience for people, okay? And, speaking of a normal childhood experience, former trans liaison nurse banned from practicing after conducting unauthorized genital examinations on child patients. Would you look at that name tag, brother man? A nurse has been struck off the register after a professional panel found that he had performed unnecessary and sexually motivated examinations of children's genitals. Ashley Boyd, who also goes by the name Chris Cronin, was the Great Western Hospital NHS Trust first trans liaison nurse. This week, a Nursing and Midwifery Council, NMC, panel reviewed concerning reports of Boyd's conduct, learning that he was regularly rostered as a triage nurse on the Pediatric Assessment Unit at Great Western Hospital in Swindon. The panel focused on a series of incidents between January 2023 and August 2023, during which Boyd was found to have performed testicular examinations on multiple child patients. Boyd was not a qualified children's nurse and was not authorized to carry out intimate examinations. According to Wiltshire 999S, I don't know what that is, some of the children had been brought to the hospital for unrelated health issues, with a report to the NMC panel citing examples including tonsillitis. Despite having no medical justification or professional scope, Boyd subjected multiple children to genital examinations, which included touching their genitals and inner thighs. I wonder how many children told their parents that this guy did this to them, and they didn't believe them because they're like, "Oh, little Stevie, we brought you in to have your tonsils examined. Ain't no way that doctor was touching your testicles." You only know about this story because the BBC cropped the photo to hide the rainbow badges? Oh, that doesn't surprise me. That is something I would expect the BBC to do. 911 is British 911. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Chippy is very hungry, man. Brave SJ, thank you. In the old country, you did not cry out when jumped at night. Back then, you get jumped, you take it like a man. What the fuck? Not surprising. Yeah, I'm not entirely surprised. Let's see here. The panel concluded that some or all of the examinations were sexually motivated, carried out for sexual gratification, and amounted to a serious breach of professional standards. In addition to the examinations themselves, the panel criticized... Well, at least I didn't scream. This fucking picture, I swear to God. Stop it. Stop posting this picture. Oh my God. Actual demonic being. Fuck. In addition to the examinations themselves, the panel criticized Boyd for failing to properly record key information expected during these intimate examinations involving children. There was poor documentation around whether consent had been obtained and whether a parent or guardian was even present at the time. Disturbingly, colleagues reportedly knew about Boyd's conduct and raised concerns on multiple occasions. According to the NMC panel, Boyd was explicitly told on 2 occasions by senior staff to stop carrying out intimate examinations, but did not listen. So what you're saying is that if you're trans and you're in trans healthcare in the UK, you can just be allowed to sexually abuse children via your work, and your colleagues will wag their finger at you, but they'll let you do it for a long time before you actually get reported. That's kind of fucking crazy. This should be like you find out about it once and you report it. Why would you do any kind of protecting of this behavior? Like, what in the hell? What in the hell? If you find out about it, you fucking report it. What is this? Trauma-based mind control? They didn't want to be called a heckin' bigot. Wiltshire 999S adds that police have interviewed Boyd, though it is unclear what action, if any, followed. Boyd has been struck off the professional register, meaning he's no longer able to practice as a nurse or refer to himself as a nurse. While he is allowed to appeal the decision, an interim suspension order for 18 months was also applied while the case remains within an appeal period. In addition to his work, Boyd was a representative with the NHS Great Western Hospitals Trust LGBTQ+ network. According to a 2022 Equality, Diversity, and Inclusion report, Boyd served as the Trust's LGBTQ+ network chair and its first ever trans liaison nurse. Brother, what? Ashley describes his role as a trans liaison nurse. Much of it involves simply listening to patients. I start the conversation and listen to their experiences, worries, and anxieties, and try my best to offer compassionate advice, support, and guidance. Yeah, compassionate advice, like fucking molesting them! What the fuck? I'm constantly learning through patient experiences, advocacy organizations like Stonewall, and even listening to people on YouTube. I also signpost patients and families to local charities and other services when I think they need further support. Man, what about a prison sentence, right? Much of the role simply involves listening. Oh, I already read that. I already read that. What? Boyd was active in the community as an LGBTQ activist, indicated by the fact that he appears to have served as the Swindon and Wiltshire Pride Chair in 2023. He was quoted in January 2023 article on the festivities by the Swindon Advertiser, suggesting he held the role at the same time he was performing inappropriate genital examinations on children at his workplace. You know, that's not entirely surprising considering we read about that other convicted pedophile who had like some giant fucking funeral procession for him. Unidentified person, they give it 13 months, dude. You love how the sidebar is full of trans people doing bad things to kids and women? Yeah. Many on social media are comparing the treatment Boyd received with that of Epsom and St. Helier NHS Trust nurse Jennifer Mell. Journalist Teresa Smith noted on X that the Royal College of Nursing offered some representation to Boyd in his dispute with the Nursing and Midwifery Council, but refused to intervene in Mell's case. I don't know who Jennifer Mell is. Appalling case of sexual assault of child patients in a hospital by a male nurse, suggesting the RCN represented this nurse who has just been struck off, but not Jennifer Mell. I don't know who Jennifer Mell was. While Boyd was initially allowed to continue practicing, even after significant concerns were raised about his conduct with children, Mell was suspended from her post after misgendering a transgender pedophile patient. Hold on, wait a minute. So if you're a nurse and you misgender a trans pedophile, you lose your job. But if you're a pedophile touching children's genitals, molesting them, obviously non-consensually because they're fucking children, they can't consent, that's perfectly fine. And your coworkers will even let you off with a finger wag and a warning until you rack up multiple cases. That was a close one, man. I am a professional. Pedophile occupied government. Yeah, what the fuck is going on? Misgendering a pedophile gets you fired, but touching children's genitals, that's fine. Your coworkers will defend you. No big deal. You love Winger. Mel had been a senior nurse at St. Helier Hospital in Carshalton when the pedophile was transferred in from a high-security prison in May of 2024. After referring to him as Mr. in passing, the man went on a racist tirade against Mel. Oh, I do remember that. And attempted to physically attack her. Mel was then given a written warning by her employer for misgendering the pedophile. She later spoke to media about her experience and was suspended in 2025 after the Epsom and St. Helier NHS Trust placed her under investigation for potential misconduct. Mel was finally reinstated this week after a lengthy misconduct hearing process. Bro, that happened in May of 2024. This week, when was this article? January 22nd, 2026. That took years. That took years for her to get reinstated. That is unacceptable. Help, that's crazy. Absolute fucking clown world shittery. DSC, thank you. Be careful messing up finger waggle, Foxu. I've said finger wag a whole bunch during this, so I think anyone who tries to claim I was saying anything else on purpose is a disingenuous twat, you know? Star Phoenix, thank you. Figure you found out once and then get apprehended by the authorities because the police don't like you. Feeding Chippy. YouTube censorship sucks, right? I agree, man. The process is the punishment. It's also fucking tiresome, man. Error 404, thank you. After taking a single look at this creature, you would believe a kid 1000% saying they touched them. This thing screams, please don't check my hard drive. Oh, absolutely. Didn't it say it was only a week? No. No. Meller had been a senior nurse at St. Helier Hospital in Carshalton when a pedophile was transferred from a high-security prison in May of 2024. After referring to him as Mr. in passing, the man went on a tirade, blah, blah, blah. Mel was given a written warning by her employer. She later spoke to media about her experience and was suspended in 2025 after the Epsom and St. Helier NHS Trust placed her under investigation for potential misconduct. Mel was finally reinstated this week, which is January 2026. After a lengthy misconduct hearing process. So she was out of a job for, like, at minimum 1 year, possibly longer. Like, literal fucking crazy.
Pneumonia.
And Doggo Bongo, thank you. I already read that, but thank you again. Battleizer, thank you. Careful Icarus, look, man. A Paradoxical Madness, thank you. Common British L. True. Very common British L. Battleizer, thank you for your member, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. And Battleizer, thank you again. One day, Mr. Chippy will get to eat his fill, and that day will be sublime. A Paradoxical Madness, thank you. When is this thing gonna be knighted? That's what happens over there, right? That's what it feels like at this point, man. Error 404, thank you again. Ghost of Aces, thank you. Can we get the dad from earlier to handle this? Yeah, let's just unleash that dad who killed his daughter's fucking rapist. Let's just unleash him on the UK, right? Surely he can clean it up. Darkest Day Man, thank you. Made it just in time to catch the tail end of Tangent Friday. Please don't shoot! The grip would be from yours truly, platonically. Just curious to see how it was attached. Surprisingly, no plug. Don't look at my earlier tip. Be well, plus nice save. What? I do not understand half of that, but you know, it's okay. You're never late. You arrive exactly when you mean to. Don't worry about it. Don't fucking worry about it. I have a lot more tabs, and we're gonna have to cover them fucking Sunday, because I'll be out of commission tomorrow. I'll be out of commission. I got some stuff I have to do, unfortunately. Unfortunately. I hope you guys can survive a Saturday without me. I'm sorry I have to leave you on a Saturday. On a Saturday, I'm sorry. I hate canceling streams, it makes me sad, but sometimes it has to happen. Sometimes. Let's see who is online. I have to pee so bad. Holy shit. I just kind of like wiggled around and adjusted myself, and I just realized how bad I have to fucking pee. Oh, Sunday is spring forward as well. Fuck! I hate time changes! Who did I raid last stream? I don't remember who I raided last time. Who did I raid last time? Yamoinia. Dreadhe, thank you. Chat's mania is unmatched. True and fucking real. Yamoinia. Go piss. I raided Henya last time. Okay. If I raided Henya last time, let's see. Asmon's playing Resident Evil. Might as well raid into him, right? Let's raid the Asmon. I didn't even know that, like, this Resident Evil game was coming out until I started seeing people playing it, like, sometime last week. I was like, what the hell? There's a new Resident Evil? I saw the people playing it on Twitch before I saw people complaining about it on Twitter, which is kind of wild when I think about it. Kind of wild when I think about it. So I'm gonna raid into Husbando. Let's see here. Let's see here. I wonder if the kick raid will work. I wonder if it'll work. Let me go over to my kick page and like refresh, just so I can have it ready, man. I can have it quick fucking loaded. Thank you guys for hanging out a little late tonight on Tangent Friday. Don't get taken in by the fog of war of stuff happening in Iran. It's gonna be real hard to figure out what the fuck is going on for a hot minute, I expect, because so many people want to just be right or lie to you about things, so just don't take everything at 100% value for right now. Be very skeptical of absolutely everything coming out of the war, you know? Have a massive jar of salt ready. Thank you everyone for hanging out tonight. I will see you, unfortunately, Sunday. I'm sorry. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night and a wonderful Saturday. Thank you! Bye bye. Bye bye.